Eh?
Hello, hey, hi MV, how are you?
Yeah, how are you?
I am doing great. How have you been, my brother?
Oh, I've been good, man. Oh, a long time,
A
long time.
long time. You've not been coming to the show for quite some time now.
Yeah, I've had some commitments that
Uh,
doesn't allow me to.
Now I'm also joined by my brother William in Virginia.
Mm.
William, how are you? How are you, William? Mzee.
Oh well, I'm doing well. I'm doing well, Nick. How about
Uh-huh.
yourself?
William,
I,
William, what part of Virginia are you in?
Uh I'm currently in
Where?
Norfolk, Virginia, 64.
Okay, okay. You know where Fairfax is?
Oh yes, I do.
I'm there a
MV,
lot. I'm just here in Charlotte.
you're just here
Oh,
in
okay.
oh my
Yeah.
God, you're just here in Fairfax and we can't even visit each other, man. What's wrong with you? Huh?
uh,
Hii siasa tu ndio unakuja wakati wa siasa ndio unajileta hapa kupiga kelele
pia
kupiga
wewe uko
kelele ya baba.
Fairfax. Yeah.
Mimi
Yeah.
Fairfax is about 45, it's about 50 minutes out.
Yeah, I don't live there. I'm there very often. I mean, I have a lot of friends there, but sahi niko Charlotte.
Uko Charlotte.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Uko Charlotte hii ukielekea Richmond.
East and Charlotte, North Carolina.
Charlotte, North Carolina.
Yeah.
Me right now I'm in Fredericksburg.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. So you guys we are just on the same route. So
Tuko tu
we should
karibu.
we should find time and make time. We talk our politics when we are seeing each other face to face.
Kabisa,
Oh yeah.
kabisa.
Anyway, that was just a teaser. We will not open the show, but I'm just about to open this particular discussion. What is
Mi
happening in?
nimeingia tu hapa kuwasalimia, nitarudi baadaye.
Umeingia kutusalimia MV. Ni
Yeah,
sawa.
I
Wewe
will be back.
tunashukuru sana. Urudi baadaye tukwambie kama baba alishakula handshake.
Okay,
Alishapewa
sawa
handshake.
sawa.
Leo si alikuwa State House, tutakwambia
Aya,
kama check
tutaongea.
alikula ama ni uongo na mbona alienda peke yake.
Sawa sawa.
Kuja tunakuelezea ukweli ya mambo. Haya, asante
Sawa.
sana.
Aya,
Okay.
asante.
All right.
Bye.
Alrighty.
All right, thank you. Hey, mzee bwana, hebu tuambie bwana, hii kazi namna gani uko kwa barabara 24/7
Sio 24/7. Kuna nyakati za kupumzika. You can only do 11 hours in a day driving.
Yeah. Now tell me, like right now, you are going for a hookup, or what are you going to do specifically to where you are headed? And tell us where you are heading to.
No, niko 64 hapa Norfolk, Virginia, naenda beach kuchukua mzigo.
Unaenda beach kuchukua mzigo, na hii mzigo tayari unajua mali inaenda ama ni ukifika huko
ndio najua mali inaenda Poughkeepsie, upstate New York. So hiyo ni delivery ya kesho.
Hiyo ni delivery ya kesho, kwa hivyo utapiga karibu hebu tuone another 8 hours ndio ufike New York after uka.
It's about 10 hours mali naenda.
Ni about 8-10 hours mali naenda.
Wow. Yes.
So ukishafika New York, ukishafika New York kuna ukaptena ingine hapo ama utasubiri kwa truck stop ungojea? Tell us what really happened. Nini inafanyika?
So nikishafika huko tu mimi kudondoa mzigo na hook up to an empty trailer iko hapo, alafu naongoja my next assignment, because lazima ukiwa na assignment lazima deliver ndio wanakupatia nyingine. Yeah, it depends on the dispatch. Dispatch inakupatia like 2-3 loads at one time. Na sasa mtu kama mimi najua long distance driver wananipatianga like unajua those long rides 500 miles 800 1000 1500 miles, so wanapatianga one load at a time because unajua weather and all that traffic vitu kama hizo, anything can happen, so hawezi kupatia like 3-4 loads at a time.
Na hii job unaweza kuwa unaweza nini like kuna changamoto kama polisi kwa barabara kama pale Kenya, unasimamishwa, unaambiwa mbona hizi mataya zako mbona mataa ziwake vizuri. Ni nini inafanya sasa mapolisi wasimamishi matrela matruck kama haya hizi ziko kwa barabara? And remember, nini ndio mna drive economy ya America.
Well, most of the times kama unafanya your pre-trip inspection, at least you make sure truck iko sawa, because most of the times watu patikana, especially ukienda kwa waste mali wana weigh umebeba mzigo kiasi gani, hapo sasa ndio shida itapatikana, because unajua if it's overloaded uja balance load vizuri watakwambia hebu zunguka huko tuangalie hiyo truck kama unajua weka mzigo vizuri, vitu kama hizo, you know.
Hebu tuambie, unaona hii kitu moja nimekuja kugundua hii hata mimi nimefanya tracking before hapa Marekani kuna hii kitu inaitwa inspection, pre-trip inspection. Pre-trip inspection, hebu tuelezee what is a pre-trip inspection, ni nini? Ndio kuna watu wanasikia tu pre-trip inspection wanadhani ni kuangalia sticker za gari na vitu kama hizo. Kuna watu wako very raw. Mimi hiyo pre-trip inspection nilisikia wakati nilifika Marekani. Wewe ulisikia ukiwa Kenya kule?
No, para sikuwa naendesha trailers Kenya, so there was no way ningesikia to begin with.
Lakini ulikuwa pia una magari ya umma. Magari ya umma nayo unapanda.
Kazi ya matatu nimefanya Kenya before nikuje US, so yeah, but hapa, I mean, it's a little different, not so much, but pre-trip need to the safety of the equipment.
Or the safety measures, like you check the oil, unaangalia oil, unaangalia mataa kazi inafanya, unaangalia the blades, the wiper, unaangalia mataya kama ziko na cracks.
Just make sure.
Yeah, I'm also walking you through because I've also been in that particular field for a while. So unaangalia ma tires kama ziko na cracks, dry runs, unaangalia wiper kama iko na dryness. Kama iko na dryness, you need to replace them. Unaangalia brakes kama the both cylinders zinawachiliwa hewa vizuri. Kuna ile inaitwaje kuna ile parking brake na emergency brake. People don't know the difference between a parking brake and emergency brake. So hizo zote ukiwa truck driver, you need to check all those things. Now, most of this is business, people's individual businesses, and they make sure that kila kitu iko sawa akiwa barabarani. Does trucking pay so well, Mr. William, wherever you are? Does it pay so well nowadays?
Not really. But at least you will be able to pay your bills.
Oh, yeah, you'll be able to put some bread on the table, all right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know, it's just how much effort you put into it.
Oh, I agree with you. Everything that you do, you have to put a lot of effort into it, a lot of hours. because here in the US you are paid by the hour, so lazima uweke hours, uweke hours mingi sana in anything that you do. Kama ni tracking, if you are a nurse, it's only the hours that pay so well. So if you are not working by the hour, then you will not be able to catch up with the bills at the end of the day. So viewers, we are now taking a short break. We'll be back. I can see somebody and somebody called Alio. Tracking is paying very good. Good, my brother. So Alio, hebu tuambie wewe unafanya tracking wapi and why are you on the background? Ingia kwa show tuambie hii barabara unaipigia ukiko wapi? Tuingia kwa show waambie Wakenya wengine bwana zile biashara zinalipa vizuri. Ingia kwa show. You know, we said that this show we will try to kuchanua Wakenya wale wako huku kwa diaspora. Umeingia Kenya, umeingia Amerika juzi ama jana na unaangalia kitu ile ya kufanya. First truck driver, kuna njia mingi za kuingia kule tracking. Kuna aina mingi ya tracking. Tracking hii ya malori ya miguu kubwa, hii ya CDL kama hiyo ya William, unahitaji license inaitwa CDLA. CDLA ndio inakuruhusu uendeshe hiyo lori kubwa kabisa. CDL ya kawaida inakuruhusu uendeshe malori madogo kama zile za miguu ngapi? Miguu 6 ya mguu 6 ama dump truck. Kama hizi unaona kama Kenya zile malori zile za kubeba mchanga. Kuna zile sasa za kubeba kokoto inakuruhusu ubebe uweze kuendesha malori kama hayo. Now, kuna CDLB. CDLB hiyo inakuruhusu uendeshe gari ya passenger, mabasi ya passenger, school bus, passenger buses zinaenda state to state. Hiyo inakuruhusu pia ubebe hao watu. But you see the difference with the American roads and Kenya. These people are very organized in their training. Kuna wale truck drivers wale wanaendesha gari malori zile zinaitwa hazmat. Hazmat ni ile lori inabeba vitu hazardous kama gas, kama petroleum, ziko na matank kubwa. Hizo malori unaona zina tank. Kuna training special lazima upite ndio upatiwe. Hata kama unajua kuendesha, kama uko na CDL lazima upatiwe hiyo hazmat license. Ali anasema class A CDL. Class A CDL ndio inakuruhusu uendeshe lori lolote. Lori lolote, lakini haikuruhusu uendeshe basi ile la kubeba abiria. Hiyo ndio tofauti. Hiyo ndio tofauti iliyoko kati hapa na nyumbani na nchi zingine za Afrika. Ukiingia humu lazima ujukue unajua ile kitu unaenda kufanya. So sio lazima uwe nurse. Unaweza kuwa truck driver, unaweza kuwa Uber driver, unaweza kuwa lift driver, unaweza beba madawa pia. Niko na Wakenya wengine wale wanasafirisha madawa hizi kutoka kwa hospitali nyingine hadi kwa laboratory nyingine for analysis. Hiyo pia is well paying here in the US. So today I was just giving you a brief of what people really do here in the US. We are joined by William. Him is a truck driver and he has been in the business for a while. So he was taking me through, and this kind of tracking is different from what we used to do. Yeye anaenda anapata hookup, anahook truck yake na anaenda. Anapata empty. Inaitwa nini William hiyo? Empty what?
Just an empty trailer. It's called drop and hook. The whole procedure is called drop and hook.
Yeah, anafanya drop and hook. So drop and hook, unaenda una drop mzigo, una hook ingine empty, unaenda. Una drop mzigo, una hook ingine empty, unaenda. Una drop mzigo, una hook, and it is well paying. It is well paying. It is well paying here in the US. Sitakwambia the figures, but ni pesa mzuri boss. Ni pesa mzuri, ni pesa utaweza kuchukua ndege the next minute ufike huko. Huyu jamaa analipwa kama mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa wa Gadiani. Unalipwa kama mheshimiwa pale Kenya, na pesa mzuri. Hapa Marekani hatuchagui ile kazi unaenda kufanya. Hapa Amerika utapata profesa anaendesha taxi na inamlipa pesa mzuri sana. Inamlipa pesa mzuri sana, anaweza weka chakula kwa meza kwa watoto wake, anaweza lipa nyumba na amenunua nyumba na hiyo kazi tu. Unaweza pata watu wanafanya deliveries ya chakula, of which pia hata mimi hufanya part time. So una deliver machakula door to door deliveries na unapata hela yako mzuri kabisa. So hizi ni vitu zingine, dola iko tu hapa juu. Hii system hii ndio naambiwa hii country, hii blueprint economy yao vile walitengeneza, nchi zote za ulimwengu wanatafuta the blueprint ya hii Marekani. The way this economy runs, it runs 24 hours. It is run by the truck drivers. It's run by almost everybody. If you go out on the highway today, utaona ni kama mchana. Malori zinaenda kila mahali. Now, maajabu ukienda kwa furniture store hapa Marekani, whatever is in display, si ati wako nayo hapo kwa store. Ni mahali iko, ukienda pengine mahali kama Maryland, kununua furniture, utaambiwa hiyo furniture inatoka North Carolina. Na Hali ama William huyu ndiye atapatiwa hiyo contract ya kuleta hiyo furniture. Watakwambia hiyo furniture yako you'll get it in 2 days, a week or something. Then Hali ataleta hiyo furniture mpaka kule kwa ile store na upate hela yako, apate hela yake. Na wewe pia kuna ule truck driver atachukua tena hiyo furniture aipeleke kwako, na wai-assemble. Na watu wote, angalia hiyo chain yote, kila mtu atapata kitu. Kuna wale watabeba hiyo mzigo kutoka kwa hiyo truck waipeleke kwa nyumba, wanapata pesa. Ule jamaa ule wa store amepata pesa yake ya furniture. Ule jamaa ametoa Carolina, kama ni William ama Ali huyu yuko hapa kwa compensation, Ali pia atakuwa amepata ile hela. Haya, kuna mwenye mafuta, kuna watu wale hapa wanauzaga mafuta kwa kadi, fuel card. Kuna hii fuel card, kuna jamaa pia wanaitwa brokers. Brokerage hapa America is very legal. Kuna business opportunity mingi sana we have not tapped in Kenya. Brokerage ya mzigo is very legal hapa Marekani na inafanywa kwa njia ya halali. Kuna mahali inaitwa load board. Hii load board unaenda kwa load board, unaangalia mzigo, una bid mzigo kama iko na bei mzuri. Ali, niambie kama nimekosea ama William. Niambieni kama nimekosea. Niambieni kama nimekosea mahali tafadhali. Niende ma audience wetu kwa hii maneno ya tracking. Kuna hiyo load board. Hiyo load board ndio mahali mzigo zote zinawekwa. Na pale makampuni zikishaweka mzigo pale kwa load board, kuna wale jamaa wanaitwa dispatchers. So kama William ako na dispatcher, Ali pale ako na dispatcher, mimi mzalendo niko na dispatcher wangu. Dispatcher wangu ana quote kama ni $2 kwa hii mzigo kwa mile, ama $5, dola nini. So broker ataangalia ile bei mzuri na hiyo mzigo na ule mtu yuko reliable. If you are a reliable transporter, wanaangalia nini yako vile iko, reviews zako vile ziko pale, wanasema wacha tupatie mzigo Ali. Ali naye ndio huyo anachangamkia hiyo mzigo, anajua inaenda Dallas, Texas. Amechangamkia asubuhi, anaenda anachukua, anaihook up, ndio huyo ameanza safari yake. So hapa hakuna miraa, tutakula miraa kwa barabara, tunakula miraa hakuna miraa kwa ndani ya truck.
Kaveve.
Tunabebeka ati unajua miraa ingekuwa hapa Amerika bwana, hey my god. Watu wangekuwa nalala bwana, matruck drivers wangekuwa nalala. Wamekula miraa, but anyway wanaangalia hizo vitu zote. Kuna hebu William, hebu niambie unaendesha truck masaa mangapi kabla usimame, kwa sababu kuna sheria ile imetungwa kwa wale truck drivers. Unafaa kuendesha truck yako for how many hours on the road?
Not more than 11 hours.
Not more than do you do it electronically? Do you like you know, when we are doing tracking, the most difficult part was the logs. Hizo logs unaweka graph hivi ati umepiga stop, umelala, umeamka, umeenda choo, bado iko hivyo?
Well, still bado ziko, because the electronic logs, in case ikisimama because sometimes they don't want 100%.
Oh, most of the time they don't want 100%. Oh, okay.
So the paper log by law you are required to have them, because for example usimamishwe na DOT officer mwambia sometimes you have to have
okay.
You are the one, and that one is violation inaenda kwa your record, so si mzuri sana.
Oh, that's already a violation. Yeah.
And it goes in your record.
How many? Hebu tueleze hii records ni nini? What is a record? Yani violation ikienda kwa record, what is that?
I mean, it's like just to say like kufanya speeding, you get a ticket for speeding, and it means in your record for number of years, maybe every year 1 point inatoka, depending on what speed you are. Kama tuseme, if you're doing like 40 miles over the speed limit, unajua that could be like even up to 8 points. So 1 point every year. So it might take even 4 years ndio hiyo makosa iondoke kwa file yako. So it's something similar na electronic logs.
Oh, it is something similar to electronic logs. I mean, that was the most difficult part tracking when we were doing the business. And we really used to find it, me personally, I think I used to make a lot of mistakes on my log. And that was one of the reasons why I even left, because nikisikia ati kitu inaenda kwa record yako for sijui 5 years in your driver's record, then it becomes crazy. But anyway, I'm joined here by Revolutionary, Kenya Rebel. Tuambie umekuwa wapi bana, umepotea sana bana ndugu yangu bana. Where have you been, my brother? And tell us where you are. Tell us where you are. Greet the audience.
From Atlanta, Georgia, ndani kabisa. Bado najaribu kuninio kuhail. Unajua tulicharazwa tour 0 na Brentford.
Oh, Chelsea lichapwa. By the way, on Saturday on Friday we are going to have a review, a match review of what is going to happen over the weekend.
Okay.
So kama ni kucharazwa, yani nyinyi mmekuwa ni wa customer, so that's not a big deal.
Kesho iko FA Cup, ni FA Cup ama nini ndio inaendelea kesho, so tutaona.
But kesho maybe you'll redeem yourself. I think you miss Chelsea wana miss Abramovich sana.
Kabisa. Abramovich. Sana. Speaking of trucks, just to contribute on trucks, mimi nilijaribu kuendesha box truck. Ndugu yangu. Sasa niliwekewa mzigo. Na mzigo, unajua ule mtu alipaki hiyo mzigo, ni zile wanasema ati ukisha back up hapo kwa dock, wanasema hao ndio wanafunga na kila kitu. But the mistake I made, mimi siguzi. So nikaondoka, nilikuwa nimetoka Atlanta naenda, I think it was in where was it, somewhere in Baltimore. Ndugu yangu, hiyo mzigo ikaanza kushift the weight. I was in fact I was in West Virginia somewhere. Kulikuwa na kikavu kingine, was it nimesahau hiyo highway, the main highway ukiingia hapo. Ndugu yangu, nilipata ajali hapo. Lakini yani nilipull up because nilikuwa naenda kuturn. And my career in truck driving will last exactly 1 week. So
oh no, sorry to hear that. Hey, Paul, man. That's a very
that was so unfortunate, man. That was so sad. I mean, people have got a story. Me, I remember when I came here, nisha hook up na Mkenya mwingine bwana, rafiki yangu sana, hata William anamjua bwana, nisha hook up anaitwa Paul, acha tumtaje kwa leo. So we have hooked up, but then nimeingia wiki moja bwana, nimeshaingia nimekaa hapa Amerika, nimesota. I think nilikuwa nimengoja work permit karibu 8 months. Nimengoja work permit 8 months. Wewe unajua unangojea work permit 8 months mpaka una cheese. Nikaanza kutembea kwa mvua bwana, na nina cheese, nimeona TV mpaka nikaona najua ile CNN inaleta news gani. Yani I know everything that is coming next. Yani I even know the commentator what they are going to say next, you know.
Yeah,
I was so bored, getting into depression. So I get this phone call from my cousin in Atlanta. Then nikamtafuta nikamwambia bana, hey, hii kitu namna gani? Atia acha kuna dem fulani anajua na jamaa wa tracking fulani. So acha nikamwambia wewe, mimi hata siwezi ngojea 1 minute ni connect na huyo dem na huyo jamaa kwa hii simu, kwa conference call tumalize hii biashara. Then jamaa Paul ndio huyo, ni aje umeingia, uko wapi? Niko huko Maryland, lakini manzee nimeboeka deadly, wacha sijui tufanyaje. Fanya hivi. Huyo jamaa pia manzee respect mali yuko UK, lakini a lot of respect. Yeye ndiye alinichanua mambo mengi sana hapa US. Akaniambia, wewe chukua basi ya jioni. Basi, you know basi. Hapa DC, nini, juu hapo ukika kwa hiyo nyumba utazaa jinyonga hata. Nikaingia kwa wewe, sikia, nikaingia kwa basi. Mimi hiyo basi nakumbuka, it was the most uncomfortable journey in my life. Nikashindwa niko Amerika ama niko Kenya. Bwana, yani basi bwana ifiki. Wacha nifike. Nilifika Atlanta usiku wa kitu kama saa 8 usiku hivi. Jamaa unajua tujai juana, tumejuana sisi tu ni wa Kenya. We were meeting for the first time. Akakuja na box truck kwa nini. Yeye pia alikuwa anamwaga mzigo hapo, akakuja akaniambia ingia hapa, ndio huyo mimi. Sasa ananionyesha vile biashara inafanywa. After 1 week tukarudi kwake, akaniambia sasa unajua nini? Ndio hii truck, wewe nimeona unajua kuendesha gari, wewe ndio hii truck wewe. Wazee, wewe ushaona mtajai endesha, hujawahi endesha gari Amerika, ni left hand. Uko na loan, umepatiwa loan.
Unajua kuendesha. Oh man.
Kama niingiza kwa depend hivyo, na ndio waacha nianze kuendesha. Hata GPS sijui kutumia. Inakwambia kutumia vizuri. Hizo ndio GPS zimetoka, hujui kuitumia vizuri. Mzigo alikuwa akaniambia mzigo. Unajua mzigo ilikuwa wapi? Mzigo iko airport, naenda kuichukua na nirudishe nyumbani, tulale nayo nyumbani, alafu kesho tuirauke tuipeleke North Carolina. Mimi huyo ndio hiyo GPS. Airport nimefika vizuri, lakini na mashida, nimesweat.
Airport konga stress. Mzigo za airport. Oh my God.
Nikasema huyu jamaa anataka kuniua, si ndio? Ni sawa. Nikasema tu kwa mroho yangu, nilisema huyu hataki hata nikae hapa Marekani hapa wani. He wants to kill me. This is somebody who has been sent. Has been sent by the gods to finish me. But atajua leo. Nikauka hapo hiyo mzigo. Mimi huyo okay. Nimetoka. Sasa aliniambia narudi north kuja tu na hiyo barabara ya North 95 utafika mpaka no kuja south tunaenda south baze. Mimi nikaingia tu hiyo south, kumbe nimeingia barabara William, wewe nimeingia barabara ile nipeleka Winchester. Oh, no, I made it to Fredericksburg. William, you know the road. Nimeingia Winchester bwana, namwambia ananiangalia kwa GPS, ananiambia unaenda wapi? Mimi si niko karibu kufika home. Mimi niko karibu kufika home. Akaniambia boss, manze matusi hapo, tukaanza kutukanana. Nikamwambia hii lori kwanza naiwacha hapa. Wewe uchukue, unajua? Manze niko katikati ya mamlima, niko na stress, nimesweat, sijui hata ninaenda wapi. I've gone in the countryside, nimeenda place ya rednecks, yani najua hapa leo hiyo siasa zilikuwa siasa za rednecks, hao leo wamenimaliza kiamu. Huyu jamaa ulitaka kuniua bwana. But anyway, I mean, like, those are the experiences that we get here in the US sometimes when you're new. They are very, very crazy experiences. But in the long run, you learn something. Another episode was that after sasa kuingia hiyo box track nikaanza kusema bado niko na ile Ukenya ile yani ya kuspeed nini, nashindwa hao watu ma 6 lane hiyo mbona wakikanyagi hizi gari. Kwanza niko huko Tennessee bwana, jamaa fala
zile milima za Tennessee.
Hizo mamlima za Tennessee nimesha overtake matruck zingine bwana, naenda kuenda nashindwa hao watu ni nini. Mimi boss angalia nikapiga mlima ingine hivi kidogo nikaona ambulance inanifuata bwana ambulance naye Father Christmas wanaitwa Father Christmas
light.
Wow. Nikaangalia kwa side mirror nikasema hii leo nimepatikana. Akagari kando kamzee akaniuliza, hey, how are you? Can I see your driver's license? Kampatia. Do you know why I stopped you? Nikamwambia, yes. Why? I was speeding. Yeah, you are speeding. You are going way above the recommended speed. You are going at 110 and the recommended speed is 65. So you have a ticket. I'll have to give you a ticket. And another thing, you are supposed to be wearing your glasses. Wear your glasses. You are not wearing your glasses, but I'll forgive you for that. Hey, huyo mzee akanipatia ticket. My first ticket ya $200 bwana. 250. Nilipata huko Tennessee kwa mamlima huko.
Hiyo hata ni kushika reckless driving.
Lakini nikasema sitawahi pata ticket tena hii nchi tena. Never ever. Ticket ya driving, no way. I'll never get one. Hata uniambie. Hey, Mburu. Hi, Mburu, how are you, man? Mburu, come on unanisikiza, but by the way, okay.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You are here and then you disappear.
How are you, Mzalendo?
I am doing great. What about you? Okay, now let's take a small slight break, then we start our usual. Good evening, viewers, wherever you are. This is Zalendo, and you are tuned into Africa 24. Africa 24 is your number one talk show, number one political and entertaining channel that you ought to be each and every day. We start off today, we started off with trucking business here in the US. I was joined by William, who is a truck driver. I think he's listening on in the background, so that you get to feel what it is to drive a truck here in the US. Kenya Revolutionary also gave us his experience as a truck driver here. I also gave you mine. Mburu, I know he has got a lot of stories into the business because he has been he's been one of the pioneers of trucking business in Missouri. So Mburu, one day you'll tell us your story about trucking and your drama into the business. I know there's a lot to share with people out there. The reason why we share this story is that when you arrive in the US, most of the time, the person who is hosting you for the first time, you'll definitely do what they're doing. If they're doing trucking, that is what you'll do. If they're doing nursing, that is where you'll end up. If they're working in grocery stores like Walmart, that is probably all they know. But here in Africa 24, we kind of open up and tell you that there are other opportunities that you need to follow up. There are so many Kenyans who are earning a living and earning decent money through transport business, in medicine, in cargo, in food delivery, in and groceries. So that's an area that we need to look into. Now we jump into politics a bit. The king of England is here. So the king is visiting, and kama kawaida, he was received. And here in Africa 24, we welcome the king of England to the Republic of Kenya. It is a great honor for King Charles to visit Kenya as his first country of choice. So that is a great honor for the Republic of Kenya. I know Kenya Revolutionary, you are really, I know the angle you are going to take with this particular topic. But you have all the time. You have all the time to tell us what you feel about King Charles' visit. Karibu sana, Mr. Kenya Revolutionary. Introduce yourself because most of the panelists don't know you.
Asante sana. Can you hear me, Zalendo na Jeffrey?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyway, I'll be very brief, as usually I say that. There's nothing honorable about King Charles. I still call him Prince. This man is a son of a colonialist, and his behavior before, historically, hasn't been actually favorable to. Actually, we've seen in many video footages where this king actually ignores not only Black people who try to reach out to him. I gave the example of when, first of all, when his mom passed away, that old decrepit witch, I'm glad she's dead. When she died, the African presidents were hauled into a bus like a greyhound, okay? While other European presidents were afforded their own security and their own cars. Number two, there was a Black man who was trying to shake hands with him. And he, obviously, it was so obvious that he ignored that Black man. In fact, it was as if he was annoyed that that Black man reached out to try to greet him. That's number two. In all this, I'd like to give props to Gachagua. I don't see eye to eye with him on politics, but on this, I give him I give him a lot of praise. I know he was in Germany somewhere, but I think he made a point not to meet the King of England, because basically he says he's the son of Mau Mau. Whether he's the son of Mau Mau or not, I think that was a respectable thing. If my father or my mother or my uncle were the descendants of Mau Mau, there's no way I would be shaking the hands of this king. Same thing with Ruto. Ruto is an embarrassment. It is said that he's the grandchild of, is it Koitalel Somwe? What's his name? That great Kalenjin man who was fighting the British, who the British killed. What's his name?
Koitalel Somwe.
Yes, Koitalel Somwe, who was killed by the British, and I think his skull was taken to his body, or his body parts were taken to England, his skull, okay, which they haven't returned, okay? So if you're a son or the grandson of the great-great-grandson like Ruto is, why should I meet this King Charles, okay, this racist, non-racist, okay? So this is why I say there's nothing honorable in that. And to add insult into injury, when he came in, we gave him the guard of honor. Okay? Guard of honor. Think about that. We are still under the British rule. And you saw all the colonial stooges today gathered around State House. Raila Odinga, Ruto, and all the clowns. I'm surprised Uhuru didn't go there, but Uhuru doesn't need to go there because Uhuru has a house in London. He can always jump in and meet whatever, the king anytime he wants. Uhuru is the son of an agent. Jomo was an agent of the British government. Okay, he lied to us that he was being detained in Lancaster. He was actually working as a watch in Lancaster. Okay, but anyway, I'll stop there. I'll say this: this is a disgrace. And only to touch on one thing also before I finish up with my submission, Ledama or Lekina, this lobotomized parrot, went on TV and said that the British left Kenya far much better than they found it. And it's a shame because Ledama is coming from the Maasai tribe, one of those who actually lost a lot of ancestral lands due to the British. So we need to free ourselves, emancipation of the mind, free our mind from looking at this British monarch as people who are special. These people are nothing but white trash. We shouldn't treat them with such veneration. They are an abomination in the nation. Yes, that's the picture I was referring to. Anyway, that's my brief submission. Thank you, Mzalendo.
All right, there you can see the picture of African leaders being put in a bus in England. Yeah. So, Mburu, if you can.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Yeah. Can you? Okay, I know you cannot turn on your camera, but can you greet the audience?
Yes, our audience. Hope you are doing well. I cannot even see how many people are watching live. Mr. Kenya Revolutionary, I have missed you, my brother. Thank you so much for being in the show. And Mr. Mzalendo, you are doing a good job. I was following the debate about the tracks. It is so interesting. I have a lot of stories. I'll give my stories one time. So I'll be at home in the next few minutes. So I just proceed. In the next few minutes, I'll be home. I'll be in a position to enter in the show and make my contribution. However, let me just touch something, Mr. Mzalendo. Kenya Revolutionary has actually talked about the King Charles II, and the Queen being in Kenya as something which is not very important because of what happened in the past. I beg to differ respectively with him because I normally say the importance of history is not to dwell on it. The importance of history is to learn from it. Yes, we have learned so many things about what the colonial government did, and we will never go back there. However, we cannot always live in that past and bitterness and all that. Those who colonized Kenya, they did it. They did the evil which cannot be reversed, but we have to move on. We have to make allies. We have to cooperate with other people across the world. And we cannot keep on vilifying people because of what happened in the past. People make mistakes. That was an evil that was done against Africans across the world. And I know today they even regret what they did and they know it is evil. And we have told them time and time again that what you did was wrong. And British, to some extent, they tried to rectify their mistake by offering some compensation to the Mau Mau fighters. That tells us that they know what they did was wrong for the nation of Kenya and other parts of Africa, and they tried to do something about it. And King Charles III was not part and parcel of what happened. And that is what I tell people. Let children not carry the mistakes of their fathers. So even though their parents were there during the colonial government and they were part of the evil that happened to Kenya, we cannot say that King Charles should carry the burden of what happened. We are in the 21st century. Those things that, the things that happened a long time ago, 1963. It's over 60 years ago. We should not dwell on that. We should forge ahead. We should appreciate that he has chosen Kenya as his first destination. We have so many nations of the world, and British is one of the world powers, a great nation. The fact that he has chosen Kenya, it means we are something. We have a place in the hearts of the people of UK. Not only that, there are people who had said that William Ruto cannot be accepted internationally because they had tainted him as a thief, as evil, as somebody who cannot be accepted. But this shows and stamps the standing of William Ruto at the international stage, which is a good gesture. And this is favor for the people of Kenya. The king cannot just come and just live like that. We expect great things, projects, plans, and I know that is a good thing, and everybody else, every other nation would desire to have the King of Britain, the Great Britain, visit their country, but some of them might not get that opportunity. Let us commend what is good. For me, I think it's a good gesture. It is something beautiful for the nation of Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, Boru, for that wonderful submission. I just want to correct you. Oh my goodness, where do I start? You say that the British tried to compensate for what they did. Actually, they haven't. In fact, they are not even sorry. You can go watch in the Spice FM interview where they asked the High Commissioner to apologize for the colonization of Kenya and the atrocities they committed on their indigenous people. They did not. I'll give you another example. Do you know, as of right now, the British, along with the French troops, they have a warship along Ivory Coast. They are ready to invade or go to war with Burkina Faso, simply because Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore, took over the country and decided that they will take control of their natural resources. He kicked out the British, kicked out the Americans, kicked out the French, and he told them that if you want uranium from our country, you will pay the price that we tell you to pay for, okay? And when the British and French had this, they brought their warship and they're ready to attack Ibrahim Traore. I don't know if you're aware of that. So just to correct you, Mburu, respectfully, the British are not sorry for what they did, and they still control most of the economy of Kenya. That's number one. They're not sorry for what they did, and we can't just move on. You can't just we cannot let these people commit such atrocities, kill most people, take our land, extract minerals from us. Then we say, okay, let's move on. It's been 60 years. No, 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 no. You have to first, for us to heal, they have to apologize. Not only apologize, compensate, atone for what you did. Okay? If you want forgiveness, okay, you have to, somebody, if you do wrong and you know you did wrong, you go and you ask for forgiveness. And if there's any way you can make it right, you make it right. There's some still gold that the British Crown stole from Kenya, South Africa, name it, in African countries. They still store it in Britain. They have never returned it. Even that, I gave you the example of that skull. There's some bones of some Kenyans that they took from here and took it to the museum in London. They haven't returned that. So for someone to come and tell me that, no, we need to move on because the British people are, no, 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 no. These people are pure evil. And in fact, it's a travesty, disrespect, utter respect for him to come to Kenya and give us a lecture. And Ruto, being a lobotomized parrot that he is, a British stooge, is there standing telling us that this will bring investment in our country. No, it's going to bring. Ask yourself, who owns the CBK, Central Bank of Kenya? It's a private bank, okay? They still print our money. These guys still control Kenya, okay? They still control, even they control the US. But that's another story. I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist. All I can tell you is this. The British they were never sorry for what they did to Africans, and they're still colonizing us economically through these corporations like Shell and so forth and so forth. You can name it, along with the American counterparts, okay? So no, I'm not buying it. It has to more. Prince Charles or King Charles has to do more than just coming here and saying I'm sorry. Compensate for what you did. Return the things that you stole, okay? And give us back our land and stay out of our business. Stop impoverishing these African countries by this World Bank and IMF and all this stuff, okay? So no, that's where I disagree with you, Mboru. Unmute.
Well, Kenya Revolutionary, thank you for your response. I think that is your opinion. That is what you feel that they ought to do. I think the Kenya Human Rights Society also has a position. They have been asking for an apology by the British government for what the atrocities that they committed to Kenyan people. But the king has not said they are going to apologize anytime soon. He regrets the actions that were done. But I think compensation was issued in a British court. They paid about 20 million pounds to the victims of Mau Mau. So as far as they are concerned, the compensations have been paid to the victims of the brutality. That is I feel that is the opinion, that we have paid the price. But again, the Kenya National Human Rights are demanding for an apology. That because
let me ask you a question.
Just like Ruto, like Mburu is saying, can we reverse history?
No, it's not a matter of
can change.
No. It's not about we are trying to change history. Okay, It happened. We know it happened. But if you do something wrong, you make it right. Giving us 20 million pounds. What is 20 million pounds? What is the British pound backed by? What is it? That's paper money. It's worthless. It's not backed by gold. Okay, these people extracted minerals from Africa. Okay, gold, silver, copper, and then they want to pay you with their paper worthless money. What's the even the dollar or the pound, the British pound? What is it backed for? It's backed by nothing. It's paper. It's worthless. That's why you see the BRIC nation wants to start this money that is backed with gold, where you can go to the bank and say, hey, listen, this is what this gold, okay? not giving us paper money. So this 20 billion that they're giving you, this is chunk change. Those people print money for fun. Okay, they're the ones who print money, and then they give you $20. That's like giving you monopoly money and tell you, hey, sorry for what we did, and they're extracting the minerals from you. So anyway, to your point, just to finish, to your point, when the British did the atrocities that they did in Kenya, what I'm saying is this: we cannot change the past. It happened. But what they can do is not only issue apology, but compensate proportionally. If you took our land, 100,000 of acres that those British took, give us back then. Give us control of our economy. Let us be an autonomous, free nation, because we never were free in 1963. We are still under the rule of the British people. That's why you see Ruto is still bowing down to this king. That's my point. If you are wrong, make it right. Apologize, say you're sorry, and if you have to pay, pay. Now you can argue that Prince Charles wasn't involved. He was 15 when we got independence, or all that nonsense. All I'm saying is this: he's representing the crown, the very power, the people who made the order to go colonize these African countries. Okay, that's why I usually thank Russia. I say this: in 1895, when they had the Berlin Convention, Russia was the only country who refused to colonize Africa, and they've always stood with Africa in fighting colonialists. But anyway, that's a topic for another day. What's the question there?
The question I posed to our listeners out there is, do you think the European colonial powers should apologize to their former African colonies? Please join us in the comment section. If you can't join us in the studio, please leave your comment here, and we will put it up here so that we know what you feel about this particular position. Do you think that the European colonial powers should apologize to their former African colonies? Kenya Revolutionary is saying that yes, they extracted a lot of minerals and they need to pay us back. How do you measure the quantity of minerals that they need to pay us? That is a question. That how do we quantify that? How do we?
How much is an ounce of gold? We can start from there. It's simple. We can see how much is an ounce of gold. Okay, that's how we can quantify that. Okay, remember when the last time we saw the Queen, when was it? Before she died, the crown that she was wearing, they mentioned that crown, it was made with gold and silver that was taken from South Africa. Okay, we can measure. There's measurement. How we can? I think it's $50 per ounce of gold or something like that. I'm just giving an example. It can be done, but I'm saying is this: to your question, do you think the European colonial powers should apologize to their former African colonies? Not only should they apologize, they should stop trying to control the African economies. I gave you the example of Burkina Faso and Mali. Okay, why do they want to take out Ibrahim Traore right now? As I told you, the British and the French warships are right by the Ivory Coast. They want to invade Ibrahim Traore simply because Ibrahim Traore said that all the minerals, the same thing that Patrick Lumumba did, all the minerals from the country should benefit the people of Ninio, not the British. The British cannot come in and extract the stuff and run away. So to answer your question in brief, they should not only apologize, but compensate, return everything that they stole. Remember, Putin said this, and I'll leave with you this. Putin said this: I don't have to fight the French. All I have to do is this: liberate Africa to get control of their minerals, and the French will rot like a rotten fruit economically. These guys depend on Africa for their economy to survive. That's why they got rid of Gaddafi, because if we back our currency with gold and our mineral resources, they will become a third world nation within 5 years.
Yeah, I think Africa currently is independent, but if we go to in that direction, if you go in that direction, then there will be so many wars that you'll be fighting for, especially where your great grandfather originated from. They kicked out some people from there. That is a war that those people will want to get some compensation. Even we Africans had our own wars where we settled, like from my tribe, where we came from Southern Sudan to raid a particular area in Kenya and invaded and kicked out those particular people. The atrocities we committed there, then we should pay those particular communities. So this thing, you're opening a Pandora's box that can never, cannot work. So yeah.
No.
I'm giving you that is the truth. That is the
No,
truth.
but
Let me say, let me say something, Mr. Mzalendo.
Okay, yeah, say something.
Yeah, Mr. Revolutionary is telling Kenyans that British never apologized. And I would like you to go to the research, do the research, and you find that this matter was handled in 2013, and the then Secretary of State of UK, Mr. William Hague, apologized to Kenya and said it was unfortunate what happened. And at that time, the lawyers, the Kenyan lawyers who were working with the UK lawyers, were able at least to secure 20 million pounds for 5,000 fighters or people who were tortured. Apart from that, Mr. Revolutionary is telling us about what happened to Burkina Faso, and he's trying to justify the reason why Mr. Ibrahim Traore should be allowed to continue holding power, knowing that what Traore did was a treasonable offense. Yes, maybe the French were doing the wrong thing by not compensating the people of Burkina Faso for their minerals. Not that they were not even compensating, maybe they were not giving enough. But if Traore knew that there is something he wants to change in the 21st century, where everybody is agitating for good governance and democracy, he was supposed, first of all, step down from being a soldier, go campaign, because in that nation, they have been holding elections. He was supposed to go convince the people that, you know what, we have been oppressed by the French people, and this is what I'm going to do for you. If you give me the mandate to become your president, I'll kick them away. So the means he used to rise to power by itself is criminal and cannot be solution to any grievance he might be having or the people of Burkina Faso may be having, because it means that will be a culture. And I always tell people, it is very important to be careful with what we call precedents. There was somebody by the name, he was called Sankara, Thomas Sankara. Thomas Sankara rose to power in Burkina Faso through a coup. He was a good leader, yes. He was a visionary leader, yes. He loved his people, yes. But the in which he rose to power was wrong. And he set a bad precedence for that nation. That is why today Traore feels that he should be president without following the due process. Therefore, for me, I'm saying this. Nobody should support anybody to use force to rise to power. He had a chance of going to the people, campaign, convince the people, convince the soldiers, vote for me, everybody, vote for me. And if you vote for me, I'll do for you A, B, C, D. So the fact that he decided to go through that, and you know, there was a president who had gone through campaign and was voted in. You kick that person out, you arrest that person, you torture that person, that is an innocent person. So for me, in this century, I can only support those people who want to follow the due process of having good governance. But a coup can never be. And I'm telling you, even if British and French will not kick this guy out, somebody else will kick him out because he has already set a precedence. And we normally say, those who live by sword, they die by sword. You kick other people out, you are likely to be kicked out. So for me, what he did was wrong. He might be a good leader. He might have a passion for his country, but a coup should not be tolerated anywhere in Africa. We want to see an organized Africa. There are so many other means you would have used to convince the French to do the right thing, apart from kicking out the president and now becoming the president by force. I don't agree with such kind of things, because that is a bad precedence for Africa. It is a bad picture, and it cannot help anybody develop a nation.
Well, Mburu, you said it in brief, and one thing I wanted just to say, this is my practical opinion. When I told you that there was no country called Kenya before the colonialists. There was no country called Kenya before the British occupation. We were just living, yeah. So there was this craze in the 21st centuries of empires, the French Empire, the British Empire, to grab as many to grab land and to acquire territories as they can. So they went all over the world, and that was that particular time in history, just like slavery and all those atrocities that happened in humanity. So there are things that even if we recycle or go back, then that was the time in history. That was our time in history. And we fought back. We fought back because that was the time in history for fighting back and gaining independence as the people of Kenya. So by and large, if they apologize, that is good enough. That is good enough for them to apologize. If there is any compensation that they can give, then they should also give that kind of compensation. If the World Bank and IMF, these white institutions, are still exploiting Africans, then they should give Africans a better deal, just like when Ruto was saying in the other conference, that they should give us a better deal than when you're borrowing loans, because they colonized us. So they are the ones who have impoverished Africa in the first place. What is your take, Mr. Revolutionary? You're banning, you're eating.
I am banning indeed. Zaledo, it's like telling me, you come and take my cow, and then you want me, when you slaughter the cow, you want me to negotiate for mkiawa hiyo ninio, the tail of the so you are barbecuing, you want me to negotiate for a mkia of that cow for me to eat while I'm the owner of the cow. That is what you're arguing. That's why I don't disagree. I disagree with the Ruto. But I want to start with what Mburu said when he said that he didn't like what Traore did through coup d'etat. Mburu, I need you to do your homework. Okay? The concept of coup d'etats was started with the CIA. Okay? Every democratically elected leader in Africa that did not conform to what the Western governments, British, CIA, of America, they were taken out through coup d'etat. I can give you numerous examples. The perfect one is Lumumba. Lumumba was democratically elected. Who took him out? Mobutu Sese Seko. We can go to Allende in Chile. Pinochet. Okay, CIA gave Pinochet some money to take out Allende. There's numerous. Okay, so what Ibrahim Traore did, he realized that these countries, okay, you cannot win elections. For example, I'll give you Nigeria. Tinubu. Do you think Tinubu won the elections, the current president of Nigeria? Do you think he won fair and square? No, he was rigged in, and with the help of the Western governments. That's why you see he's one of the vocal people who are advocating the removal of Ibrahim Traore. Okay? So what I'm trying to say simply is this, Mr. Geoffrey Boro, if you're listening to me. The only way you can take out this colonial puppets is through coup d'etat. Because if you go to the elections, these guys, they get help from CIA, help from MI6 to take power. Okay? Now, to go back to your point, Mr. Mzalendo. Sorry, I'm in a dark room here. Yes, you're arguing that, that we had everybody committed atrocities before the British came in. That's fine. But the first step is to take out these people, because they control every aspect of our economy. I've been trying to preach this for the past 1 year. Okay, they're trying to do that. So when the reason why I disagree with Ruto is Ruto was going there and telling us we want a better borrowing terms. But the difference between Ruto and Kagame is saying we do not need the World Bank. We do not need the IMF. The wealth that we have, we can grow our economy by ourselves. We can have our nationalized governments, nationalized minerals. We can do business by ourselves as African to Africa, Tanzania, Kenya. Or we don't need these guys. That's what the difference between Ruto and Kagame. And you can see what's happening in Rwanda. There's stark difference. Kenya, the dollar, the issue with the dollar right now is going up. Ruto cannot do anything with that. Why? Because the IMF is telling him, you have to devalue your dollar. These are the conditions that you have to take when you're taking IMF money, when you owe them money. That's the example that I'm just giving. I can go numerous examples. I always make this case. But that's what I'm saying. We need to be really independent, totally from these guys. We don't need their money. We don't need their help. We can do business by ourselves. We did that before even the British came in. We had democracy before the Europeans came with their version of democracy. Wazee walikuwa nakutana, and kama mliiba ng'ombe, we discussed that wazee kwa wazee, and what is to be returned is returned. Okay? So democracy is not a new concept in Africa. That's all I'm saying.
Well, sorry for that. Democracy is not a new concept in Kenya. That is what Kenya Revolutionary is saying. But again, this question of compensation is a very wide topic. It is something that I think we can spend a whole day here trying to unearth what the British ought to do, what the French government needs to do for African countries. We can go as far as Christianity, or what the missionaries do. Then they need to compensate us back and get back our religion. So there are things that are in times of history. There are things that you cannot change. Yeah.
No, Mzalendo. Religion. Sorry, I'm cutting you off. I'll stop that behavior. I have a bad behavior. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is okay.
I'm just saying, religion is through persuasion. Okay, most of the time. Okay, not all the time. So you can't say that. If you want to take up Christianity, you take upon Christianity. If you don't want, you don't want. Okay. These missionaries that came, they were actually spies. Some of them were real Christians who are really spreading the gospel, but most of them were spies. Okay, so you can't say we can take back this, take back. We were not forced. We were converted. Okay, there's a difference. But the colonialists, the real, the economic part of it, we were being forced. If you are a president who is trying to feed his own people, they get rid of you, they kill you. coup d'etat, all that. They were forced. Religion is through persuasion. But when it comes to economy, you are in need of the natural resources, they use force. And they're still using it right now. They're using it debt. And if you don't want to pay debt and you want to, they will use coup d'etat. If they can't use coup d'etat, they'll use the military to take you out and call you a terrorist. Anyway, sorry, Mzalendo, go ahead.
Anyway, let me cut you also, because I think you are missing the point. This world is a global village. There is so much that you need from Europe, and there is so much that you need from Africa. So kicking out Europeans from Africa, I think, okay, maybe you feel it's a good step, but again, look at yourself where you are. You are in a white country and you are an African. So there is so much that we need to see how we collaborate. There is a collaboration in trade. We need to collaborate in trade and not in aid. Like mkopo, hizo madeni tunachukua. I mean, that one we need to try and forget. Just as you mentioned it, we should cooperate in trade, but not in aid. That is another thing. So if African leaders, African corrupt leaders, add the word corrupt leaders, can stop corruption, and we Africans can take control of our countries, then we will have a good country that can trade with Britain, can trade with France, can trade with America. You're raising your hand, Kenya Revolutionary.
Yeah, because I think you misunderstood what I said. I never said we should kick out the Europeans, and I never said that we shouldn't do business with them. We can trade with the Europeans, but the trade deals that we make should be fair trade deals. Okay, don't come here and force us. Okay, like right now, I keep on using this example. Cheragay was on Spice FM a few months ago and say that under the recommendation of IMF, basically IMF told him that they cannot subsidize on fuel. Okay, IMF is telling them that. Why do you think that is fair? Is that fair? If the government wants to subsidize, able to, they don't need to listen to IMF. But IMF's failure to do that, guess what's going to happen? They're going to take you out. So what I'm saying is this: we can do that in equal terms. We are being colonized. We are being told what to do. I told you, I was here the last time I had a discussion with you. There's a book I was telling you. There's these guys who are making these loans. The CIA guy who said they used to go to countries and they don't have to, nobody will check them. They even control the military, everything. The president will even salute them. And they will even write their policy, the economic policy. Okay? So what I'm trying to say is this: we are not going to we have to collaborate. You are right. It's a global village. We have to collaborate. Everyone has to collaborate. You trade, it has been always done. But let's do so on an equal ground. You don't come and tell us, okay, this is your leader, and tell that leader that you picked for us to do what you want. And failure to do that, you are going to bomb us. That's what I mean.
You're right. You're right, and you agree with most of the points that I'm saying. I'm putting across that Africans should take the responsibility of their own destiny, and that one is done through the ballot. Through the ballot, that is the only way you can exercise exercise your right, through the ballot. But through the coup that, like, you are advocating, no, that is through the bullet. So if
the coup is being used because the ballot is being compromised. That's what I'm trying to say. Tinubu did not win the election. That's what I'm saying. That's why Ibrahim Traore.
Why I am telling you, in countries like Kenya, where we still practice democracy, we still go to the ballot, cast our vote, elect our leaders, and we want that is good manners. That is what our leaders should be elected. Leaders should not be elected by the gun. Whatever he did was right, according to you, that he removed a colonial puppet who was the president then. But again, they should have waited for election, then rigged him out, removed him in a free and fair manner. So those are some of the things that I think we need to do.
Zalendo.
Yes.
Bagbo of Ivory Coast was chosen by the people, but was removed through coup d'etat. Okay? What I'm saying is this: in Kenya, you said Kenya is democracy. All of this, why do you think I call them colonial puppets? We were being given all these corrupt, compromised leaders. What was our choices? Raila Odinga and Ruto. Yes, Ruto won fair and square. But Ruto, we know Ruto was corrupt, Ruto was compromised since he was born. Okay? So you are giving a choice, a choice between the devil and the Beelzebub. Okay? And then you're told to go vote. Whoever wins, they don't care. It's still their guy. That's what I'm trying to say.
So
but to the point of Kenya, we chose Ruto won fair and square. That was democracy. Okay, I agree with you on that. Now, the policies, the things that Ruto are doing, is what suggests that this guy is working for the Western governments, not for the Kenyan people. But as far as the process of uchaguzi, it was smooth, fair. Because really, I want to ask you this, Mzalendo, if you don't mind, if you remember 2013, chapter 6 was to bar Ruto and Uhuru from running for president. So Ruto shouldn't even be in the ballot. If you are to go by it, something to think about. Marinate on that for a minute.
Oh, Kenya Revolution, and they don't go away because Raila was in State House today, and I think you have something to say about that. I need you to to say when we talk about puppets, when you talk about puppets and leaders who are compromised, then Raila Odinga was in State House yesterday to meet the King Charles. I don't know whether they met with the one William Ruto. I don't really know whether they had dinner together with the king plus Ruto, because I think they were each and every media station was avoiding to display a camera, between a meeting between Raila and Ruto. If you look in the internet today,
there's a picture.
Please find out.
No, there's a picture where Raila is greeting
the king.
Yeah, and Ruto is right next to them is smiling. But regarding that, Raila, the handshake has happened long time ago. What are you waiting for? Handshake ilishafanyika kitambo, wewe ndio umechelewa bwana.
No, ni ile handshake ilishafanyika. Sasa ile kitu ile iko Wakenya ni aibu ya kutoka nje na kusema yenyewe tulisalimiana, lakini
exactly. Saying wako ile implementation stage. How are they going to implement this?
Without causing any ripples.
Yeah, and this is what I keep on saying. The way they will do it is they will create a crisis. Guess what the crisis is? Maandamano. They will go to Maandamano. Then after Maandamano, you will start hearing people, hey, these people need to sit down. And that's how they will implement this nonsense that Kimani Machungwa and Kamsioka is negotiating at Boma.
Interestingly, Musyoka was not in State House.
Musyoka Meshiba is eating 1 million at Bomas. What does he need to go to greet the king?
Oh, wait, hao jamaa wameanza kupewa allowance ya 1 million.
Well, Mzalendo, are you reading news?
No. Ebu hapana. Hiyo imenipita hiyo. Ebu niambie, where did you get that news? Because
in fact, they were asking for more. In fact, they were asking for more. Yeah.
Unafanya nimefunga hii kitu leo bwana. Acha niende nyumbani. We have been talking nonsense here. Ati what?
Just go Google on YouTube. Utaangalia tu hapo kwa news ya these people, they wanted some more money. In fact, that's why the criticism began that they still want more. In fact, it was only last week they were saying that they want to bring a panel of experts, to anakwambia this thing Kenya ni Hollywood.
Kenya yenyewe sisi ni wajinga, ujinga ya Kenya itaisha lini? Wewe nakwambia, nauliza tu swali. I mean, hao watu wamekaa kwa meza, wasijui Raila na watu wa Raila pande hii, watu wa Ruto pande hii, they are discussing about our affairs. Whatever they are discussing here, we are not being told that it is a secret.
What you already told us.
Whatever they are agreeing upon, we are not being told. What nonsense is it?
They are creating positions. They've created positions because, according to Wandani, when he was at Sparse FM, he said they need to create positions because of inclusivity. That is the BBI. It's BBI basically. So.
Now you're Kenya Revolution. You agree with Kenya Rebel. You agree with me that Ruto will go unopposed in.
Hiyo imesha already sahihi. Imesha. In fact, there's nobody who will stand against him.
Hakuna.
Kalonzo ataweza.
Acha bwana.
Ruto will go.
Wacha nikuulize, Ruto will go unopposed in 2027.
Raila ashaingia kwa box. Nani kanini Kega and nani washatoka Azimio Sabina wameshachukua Jubilee kwa nani wakashatoka. Martha Karua ndio huyo ameanza sijui kama MS sijui nini na Kioni. She's one argument away from leaving Azimio. Joho ndio huyo ameanza kusema ati ataongea na Ruto if it comes down to it. Nani Raila already handshake ndio hiyo inakuja. 2027 nani atashinda Ruto wewe? Nani atashinda Ruto 2027? Nani? Hakuna. Ruto is going 10 years bwana. Hiyo tusidanganyane hapo. Remember, listen. Before I finish.
Watu wale wapiga blue versus ya blue wataingia wote pande ya Ruto.
Sikia, listen. There's a clip that I cannot find it anywhere else. I'm trying to find it. There's a time Uhuru Ali was giving a speech somewhere. And Uhuru said, mimi nitamaliza 10 yangu, nikimaliza 10 yangu, Ruto atachapa 10 yake, and this is when he was president. Akasema na Ruto atachapa 10 yake, alafu Ruto akimaliza Gachagua, then he stopped himself. He was about to say Gachagua, then he stopped himself. This guy they washa planiki to kitambo. Hii tunachezwa tu hapa. It's just kuchezwa hapa. But to answer your question, 2027 nobody is defeating Ruto. Ruto right now, whether the economy is, if you look at the opposition is dead. There's no influential politician in Kenya right now as President William Ruto, whether you like it or not. There's no influential person more than Ruto right now, and I can't see someone surpassing it.
Yeah, with all these taxes, with everything going up, Kenya Rebel is still saying that the most influential person is Ruto. Wait, you get to the airport with your suitcase full of stuff. This is when you be taxed, and then you say the most useless president in Kenya today is William Ruto.
No, that title is for Uhuru Kenyatta. That title is solely for Uhuru Kenyatta. The most useless president in the history of humanity. That is Uhuru Kenyatta.
The most useless president in the history of humanity is Uhuru Kenyatta.
Uhuru Kenyatta, Muigai Kenyatta. Useless kabisa.
Well, Mburu does not agree with you. Well, welcome Mburu. Welcome Mburu on stage, please. Introduce Bwana, ulikuwa kwa background pale, we didn't even get to hear what you're saying properly. And mimi pia nikikunywa tamba la maji, taking a small break, nikikula kasamaki kidogo. Mburu, endelea na show. I'll be listening on the background.
Thank you, sir. I was driving. I was actually driving that time, but I was enjoying the show.
Oh, yeah.
Revolutionary. Yeah. I have heard the discussion. It has been a very good discussion.
And there are some things the Kenya Revolutionary touched on, especially the issue of the bipartisan talk which is going on. And I told the people last time when I was here that this bipartisan talk is all about personal interest of our leaders. It has nothing to do with the pride of the common mwananchi. It has nothing to do with the cost of living. And I told people when they were being called to go for demonstrations, I told people, be very careful not to go there and die for what you don't know. Because even if you die for unga, where will you eat that unga from when you are dead? So there is no need of doing things brightly. I cautioned people on this media every time that don't go and fight with the police. You're gonna die. You're gonna be shot dead. Then today, nobody is talking about those people who died. So many people died. Nobody is talking about those people who are injured. Nobody is talking about those people who are in the hospital. Nobody is talking about them. The bipartisan talk, Mr. Revolutionary, it is all about Raila Odinga, what he will get. It is all about Uhuru Kenyatta, the protection of his businesses and all that, the empire. It is all about the position of the Prime Minister, Musalia Mudavadi. It's all about the continuation of leadership of William Ruto. It has nothing to do with what we are going through. It has nothing to do with the cost of living. And that's the most unfortunate bit about these things. And Kenyans should be wise now. Kenyans should be very sharp to see and to learn through the history. See what happened in 2007. Many Kenyans, almost 2,000 Kenyans died. Over 1 million people were displaced from their homes, properties destroyed. After that, Kibaki and Raila Odinga, they shook hands, they worked together, they continued their businesses, enjoying money that we pay for taxes. But nobody talked about how are we going to compensate those families that lost their loved ones. Nobody talked about their businesses that were brought down. How are we going to compensate those people? For instance, sometimes when you hear I am always against this violence in Kenya. During that time, one of my brother was working in Bita. He was dealing with raw materials for animal feeds, and he was transporting the omena from Bita, taking to the factories. What happened? During that war, he had to leave. He left everything. He left his store with a lot of money and all that. His family, they had to run away. They had to come back to central Kenya. So he had to remain without a business. And after some time, he struggled to come back to terms of what happened. It took him like 4 years trying to struggle to get back where he was, and he could not. What happened? I don't even want to talk about that because we had to lose our brother. I lost my real brother because of 2007 violence. There are so many people, after their lives were disorganized, people killed themselves. Because it's like today you see what is happening in Kenya. Maybe it's like you have a house, you are settled, you have a good business, all of a sudden something happens. And everything you have worked for, it is gone. Millions of money. So before you come into terms, you get depressed and you die. Who compensates you? So these leaders, it should reach a point whereby Kenyans should be wiser. When you are called to go and die and demonstrate and fight with the police and cause chaos so that people can get position, think about your life. Think about your tomorrow. Think about your children. Because when you die, you leave your children struggling. When you die, you leave your parents with grief, your brothers, your sisters. So we should be more out of this bipartisan talk. I think people should become wiser And tomorrow when you are called to go for violence, you refuse. I kept talking to the young people here. And I had some people, when we had a debate, I had some people being very harsh on me when I was telling people, don't go for those maandamano. We have nothing to do about you. It is all about Raila Odinga getting a position, his properties being protected. It was all about Uhuru Kenyatta getting a position and his properties being protected. And people thought, I don't know what I'm saying. You will see out of the outcome. Right now, they are thinking of the position of the prime minister, the position of the leader of opposition, and these other deputies. What is there for the common mwananchi? Nobody is saying people lost their cars, their businesses. Who is going to pay them? People lost lives. How are we going to compensate them? So if there are demonstrations, demonstrations should come from us, not from the leaders. Because these leaders, to a greater extent, they are selfish. They have been using the poor for their own personal gains. So, Mr. Revolutionary, you have been away for some time. Now, tell us about the bipartisan talk. What do you think about this bipartisan talk? And what is the expected outcome? What are Kenyans waiting for?
Boru, I actually agree with you 100%. I'll be brief because unfortunately, tomorrow I have to wake up early. But like you said, I agree with you on this bipartisan talk. I was telling Zalendo that this bipartisan talks, they are discussing what they'll do. But before they implement it, because this bipartisan talks, they are planning on how they will change the constitution in order to accommodate Raila Odinga and his minions. And like you said, rightfully said, Uhuru Kenyatta to protect their wealth and even Odinga's wealth. But they know that majority of Kenyans are not in support of this bipartisan talks. So they have to create a crisis, an environment which is conducive for a constitutional change. And what will that be? It will be chaos. How do we bring chaos? Maandamano. Okay? You saw when Raila Odinga started Maandamano after the election, 5 months after elections. No one came to the Maandamano. They were a abysmal failure. It was a few people from Kibera and Huruma and wherever, and people in Kisumu. So what did he do? He had to bring that useful idiot, that murderous Maina Njenga, the Mungiki, to come help him to start Maandamano.
He will come for you.
Oh, I have something for him. I'm always prepared. I'm always prepared, so he better come prepared. But anyway, so he used Maina Njenga to organize some youth to go protest in Central Province, so that it can create the perception that Central Province pia wamechoka na Ruto. So this is what he will do. And once he started that and organized people in Coast, that's when Ruto, was like, okay, let me sit down with these people. So what he'll do the same thing, because Raila gains from these atrocities when people are getting killed. And like you said, Mburu, you made a very good point. The first agenda on this talk, in this bipartisan talks, should be how they should compensate the people who died, not only on this Maandamano, but in 2007 and 2017, the people who died, the properties that were damaged, they should be compensated. Okay? But they don't care. So they'll create this crisis, and people like Herman Manyora, that pseudo-intellectual, will be in Citizen TV talking about, how watu wawili should sit down, and the clergymen will be like, oh, these two people should sit down and talk. Then there'll be talk, and they'll take it to the parliament, where they shall rubber stamp it, and we shall have a plebiscite vote, a referendum. Okay? They can rig the new, but they need to take care of the IEBC, because IEBC is what take care of all this. But anyway, then they shall have that BBI, and Raila will get his chair, and his minion will get his chair, and we shall live happily ever after. But anyway, my brother Mburu, it's almost 10 o'clock. Unfortunately, I have to leave. I just had to come support you guys because I miss you guys. Mwache kupote. Again, Kenya
Thank
Revolution.
you.
Have
Thank
a
you
good
so
night
much.
and no problem. Zalendo, tutaongea baadaye bwana. Good night.
Thank you so much, Kenya Revolutionary, for your time. Thank you so much for your contribution. We are expecting you to be joining us all the time.
Please start your show early during the day. I will come in if you can.
Can you drop your number on the private side there before you leave so that I can save it on the private chat? Are you able to do that?
Yes, I'm doing it right now.
Please, so that I can save it. So,
okay.
And you have a very good night. We are expecting you tomorrow. We need to discuss more. We need to discuss more about Burkina Faso. I see you have some information. That debate, I wanted us to continue, but because you have to go, I have to let you go.
Yeah, please, if you can start it earlier during the day. I know you guys are busy, but if you can start it earlier, I'm always good in the daytime. So anyway, thank you very much. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, we will talk on the private. I'll discuss. Okay. I'll discuss with you. So, I'll proceed with where we still have Mr. Mzalendo on the show. So, if you want us to be together with you in the show, I have put the link on the comment side. You are most welcome. The link is there. Feel free. In Africa 24, we are people who are able to balance. You are free to discuss. It doesn't matter which party you support. So if you are from ODM, you are from Kenya Kwanza, you are from Jubilee or any other party, or you just have your personal views that you'd like Kenyans to hear and the world to hear about, we are here. We will give you a chance to air your views. So I want to proceed from where that gentleman left about the Constitution. And he said, these things that they are discussing in the bipartisan talk, they cannot be implemented without going through the referendum or without changing the Constitution. But I have a very big question. You can imagine just in 2010, we changed our Constitution. We promulgated our new Constitution. And this Constitution has not been fully implemented. Which one should come first? Is it to change the new Constitution because it's still new, which we have not fully implemented, or is it to bring some other changes? For me, I think the first thing the government should do, the government should first implement the Constitution fully so that we can know exactly what is working and what is not working. Not only that, the things they are proposing to change in this Constitution are not the things that Kenyans want to be changed. I'm saying that because I'm one of the Kenyans, and I totally feel that in this time, we should not even be thinking about who is the prime minister, who is the president, who is the leader of opposition. We should be thinking about why is it that 52% of our national revenue goes to recurrent expenditure, goes to pay salaries. That is not good financial management. We cannot be spending over half of our money just to pay government officials. And these government officials, or the people who get 52% of the national revenue, are around 700,000 people. Yet Kenya is a nation of almost or of 50 million people. Those are some of the things the Constitution should try to solve. But are they bothered about that? No. That is why you see Kenya does not have money for development. Every money for development we have to get from outside. We have to borrow. For how long shall we keep on borrowing and paying loans? For how long shall we say we have to face the real problem? The real problem is we need to reduce the number of people who work for the government and in the government. For instance, Kenya, a nation of 50 million people, has 47 counties, whereas America, with 350 million people, has 50 counties or states, 50 states. And these governors are even paid almost higher than what the governors in America get. So this is a very small economy with 50 million people paying 47 governors. These governors have 47 deputies, and the same counties have what we call the members of county assemblies. The same counties have what we call the constituencies for the MPs, the members of parliament. The same counties have senators. The same counties have women representatives. The same counties have what we call the county commissioners. Oh my God, the same counties have chiefs and so many other positions of ministers. How strong is our economy? Those are the things that the Constitution should be solving. Those are the things that our leaders should be discussing. How can we lower the money we pay for salaries? Because these governors, they have security. These deputies, they have securities. These senators have security. Members of parliament, the same, and people who work under them and offices. Sometimes I wonder, how strong is the economy of Kenya? Remember, previously, before the promulgation of 2010 Constitution, we had the provincial administration, which was never abolished. What they did, they said they're gonna try to see how the provincial administration officers can work with the counties, but they are still there. The DCs, I don't know how they are called now. They are still there. Those who were supposed to be PCs are the county commissioners. They are still there. The chiefs are still there. It is total confusion. We need to restructure the system of governance in our country. We should reduce those counties to at least 10 or 8. We are not such a big country. You can imagine Kenya, the whole of Kenya, our budget. You see, the budget of this Missouri state is bigger than the whole of Kenya. The budget of California is almost double the budget of the whole of Kenya. It has only one governor. Only one governor. The whole of New York, with its huge budget, it has only one governor. But Kenya, a small nation of 50 million people who are poor, most of them jobless, we are financing 47 governors, 47 senators, 40, I don't know, members of parliament are over 300. This is crazy. But our leaders, instead of discussing the real problem, when they sit down, they ask themselves, for these Kenyans to keep quiet, what should one of their own get? They want to see the lawyers. They want to hear that the position of the cabinet secretary, the senior cabinet secretary, Musalia Mudavadi, is put in the constitution. And if it is put there, the lawyers will be happy and will celebrate. The laws, what they want to hear is that the position of opposition leader has been put in the constitution. And when he'll be driving a big car with chase cars and motorbikes and soldiers around him, they will be happy and they will not complain. Some Kikuyus We want to hear that Uhuru Kenyatta properties are totally protected and he is likely to come back to power anytime that he wants. When that is done, they're going to celebrate and they'll be happy about it. I mean, those are the kind of things our leaders are discussing. But is that our real problem? Mr. Mzalendo, we are talking of constitutional change after the bipartisan talk. What do you think about that? How do you feel when you hear these people are getting allowances? And Mr. Mzalendo, you are muted. These people are getting allowances, millions of money, to come up with proposals. And these proposals are not emanating from the common mwananchi. Have they come down to you and asked you, what is your real problem as the people of Kenya? Because Kenyans, these leaders are not your boss. You are the boss. And that is why the Constitution says that the sovereignty lies on the people. The power is on your hand. So don't allow things that will continue adding the burden to your shoulders. Who will pay? Who will pay? That opposition leader who will have a powerful office with a budget. And remember, we have the leader of majority in the parliament, a powerful position, and leader of minority, a powerful position again. And that is why you see, like today, there is nothing which has changed. Because instead of the position of opposition, that is why we got the position of the minority in the House. But now they want those positions to remain there and add some other positions. Confusion. So Kenyans should be strong enough, regardless of which tribe you come from. And I think it is the high time we tell our leaders, enough is enough. Never again shall you lock yourself somewhere in the rooms, come up with proposals that you did not correct our views, and then impose them to us. That for us, we are just voting machines to stamp what our leaders are saying. It is so unfortunate that they spend money unsparingly without paying, not knowing the suffering that the common mwananchi is going through. I have no problem with our leaders, but I feel their priorities are not right. Mr. Mzalendo, what do you think if those changes that they want to make will end up for another constitutional change? And remember, just the other day we spent billions of money to get the Constitution 2010. And before then, we had the WACO draft. We had spent billions of money. And now we had BBI, which again we spent billions of money. And now we are having another proposal which is coming. How strong is our economy? These people are merciless. They have no mercy. How strong, Mr. Mzalendo, how strong is our economy?
You know, thank you for that analysis. Sometimes, Mburu, I like your honest opinion on issues. And one thing I might say is that this country is a very small economy. It's a very small economy, but run by taxpayers. We don't have even the industries that run the economy. We don't have meaningful industries in Kenya today that we can say that this industry is the backbone of our economy. Whether it is agriculture is collapsing, you saw farmers cutting down their tea and putting real estates. Those are personal businesses that do not really drive the economy of a country. Tourism also, we have not tried to market our tourism very well. It is now dying. So by and large, we are not doing so well. we are not doing so well in Kenya. Earlier on, you compared the salaries of governors here in the US compared to our country. You are slightly wrong by misinterpreting the figures, but I can tell you that here in the US they earn slightly more, but again, the area of jurisdiction is large, and the economies of those particular states is very, very huge, very, very huge. And again, you can hear, you once in a while you will hear that the economy didn't do very well in the state of Nebraska, and the governors had to reduce their pay pack. So the pays are reduced or are increased as per the economy. But here we have CRC that has got standard salary remuneration for leaders, and that is why elections are hotly contested. The highest paying profession today in Kenya is politics. Everybody wants to be a politician. It is politics. It is the highest paying, from the president to the MCA down there. It does not only come with their salaries, but the corrupt nature of our leaders. That salary is just there, but what they get as kickbacks is a lot. Is a lot. For instance, the other day we were talking about the Meru County and why Kawera is in trouble. Kawera Mangaza is in trouble because her predecessor was very, very corrupt, very, very corrupt, corrupting the same MCAs who are now in Kawera's government. So they are not enjoying the pack that they used to enjoy while they were in the previous government. So that is the more reason why you hear that there are wrangles in the counties. When new leadership comes in, he or she comes with a baggage of corrupt leaders who they are going to eat the county coffers. Today, sadly, Mburu, there is no governor in the Republic of Kenya who does not have an hotel, a four-star hotel built by public money. There is no governor. There is no governor who will tell you that they took a loan to build their hospital. Some of them have got even hospitals that the county, the national government gives money for the counties. They are diverted to their hospital. That is happening in our country. So some of
And
these,
none of them is arrested. You only hear of investigation, and that story is gone.
Some stupid bogus body called the EACC run, but today it is under the head of Bishop Oginde. Bishop Oginde is the one heading EACC. I have not heard of any prominent case that he has handled so far that he has been in office. But when he was in the pulpit, he was very, very vocal about corruption in the country. So these people are just taking us for a ride. They are just taking us for a ride, and it is sad. It is sad. It is very, very sad to see that our country is headed towards that direction. But that is why we have a Freak 24, where we speak the truth, where we analyze the politics the way it is. You have not touched on the issue of Baba in State House. Mr. Mburu.
What did you say?
I didn't hear you touching on the issue of Baba visiting State House.
Oh, was that supposed to be news? That one, that was expected. You see, I told people last time when I was here some few days ago that according to my analysis, Baba and Ruto, they have already agreed they're gonna work together at whatever cost. So what they are doing is they are only trying to be careful so that things don't fall apart. They have to show as if they are not together. But I can tell you for sure, from the time you heard that Baba and President Ruto had a meeting in Mombasa. They made a deal. What is now remaining is how do we implement what we agreed. And you see, we have one honest man in Kenya called Gachagua. If you don't believe Gachagua, I don't know who else you're gonna believe. Because Gachagua said,
I think Gachagua is the most annoying politician in Kenya today.
Yes, because in Kenya we like people who will not tell us the truth. We like people who will lie to us. We like deceptive people. We like people who are opaque. The famous word in Kenya. Very opaque. You know? Because Gachagua said already Ruto and Baba met in Mombasa and they had a discussion. And he said in that discussion there was no Uga. And the deal, I believe the deal was already made. Now what they are doing, they have learned from mistake. What they are doing, I liked what the Kenya revolutionary said, that the handshake already took place. Now it's how do we implement this handshake without splitting our supporting leaders and our supporters? Because if they came out of that room, you see, even meeting, it was so secretive that we had to hear from the deputy president, and maybe I think he's the only one who talked about it. They are doing it because they, out of experience, they saw what happened under the former regime. Uhuru met Baba in secret. They agreed in secret. Then after that, they came and shook head in the open. And they said, we have agreed from today, we are working together. Their leaders who were supporting them to become, to occupy those offices, those positions, they asked them, why did you meet only the two of you? Why didn't you call us for a meeting before you go for that meeting? Why did you consult us? And that is how you see the misunderstanding cropped up between Baba and Musalia. Baba and Karonzo still had a problem of mistrust, and also Wetagra, because these are leaders that were supposed to be involved in the handshake, but they were never involved. Plus now the MPs and other leaders. Even now, the handshake has already taken, I believe it has taken place. But they don't know now, how do we now bring it out for others to accept? If it is Ruto, how do I convince Gachagua that we should bring Baba on board and you should not feel threatened? How do I convince Musalia Mudavadi that, you know what, we can work with Baba and other leaders in Azimio? So right now they're only thinking on how are we gonna do it carefully so that things don't fall apart like they did in the last regime. So these people are still working together. You saw Baba when the presidents were invited from all over the world. Baba was there. And we will continue seeing Baba with Ruto until we get used. So those who died, I'm very sorry for them. Those who are still injured are hearing their wounds, fighting for Baba. I feel sorry for them. But I warned you, I told you, be very careful with these leaders. When they go alone. When they eat alone. When they are suffering in the streets, you suffer with them. And that becomes now the fate of the common mwananchi. Mshahara ya common mwananchi is tear gas, is bullets, is hizo viboko za polisi. Lakini mshahara ya leaders is high positions, salaries, and allowances. Who is fooling who here?
Would you prefer a handshake or a check?
I don't prefer anything. You see, I have, you know, sometimes when lawyers talk, they speak basing on their training, and they are passionate about it because that is why they went to school to be trained to advocate for people. when you are from the background of management, you speak like a manager. For me, I feel so bad when we have structures of governance that are not working, because I believe in following the structures strictly. And if anything has to be done, a structure has to be put in place. So anything that is not structural, that we have gone for an election, we have the constitution, and it stipulates clearly what should happen in the entire process and after. But we don't want to follow that. That is why our nation stagnates economically. But if we strictly adhere to the structures that we have given ourselves, we can move ahead. So I feel so bad when I hear that people can exchange checks for what? I feel so bad that leaders can go lock themselves somewhere, or so that you don't cause violence. What should I give you? Which position should we create for you? I mean, such things should never occur in an organized society. In an organized society, everything should be done openly. We have a constitution that we are using now. Yes, that is what should be followed. To the latter, those who know me, I follow structures strictly, even at the workplace. If these are the rules and regulations that we have given ourselves, everybody must follow them for an organization to be organized. A nation is an organization. We call it organization because of organization. How is it organized? How is it structured? Do we follow those structures as a nation? Very unfortunate that those who are supposed to govern ourselves, we should be the one to tell them, how do you behave when you lose an election? What should you do? But these are the people we entrust our children, our lives. I mean, it's so unfortunate. So the issue of check or positions should not arise. We should first implement the Constitution 2010 to the latter. After that, maybe we can think of something else. Na ujue mzalendo, Kenya ni kauchumi kidogo hivi. Kauchumi kidogo hivi. But how much have we spent trying to lay down structures of governance? In 2010, instead of these people trying to think of the things that affect our country, they were thinking of, if it was Raila Odinga, he was thinking of, if I become the president, yet we have reduced the power of the president, I'll be a very weak president. So that is how we retained the presidential system of governance. Even when people were proposing, let us first of all agree exactly on what is ailing our nation. What they were thinking is, how will I benefit out of the constitution as a leader? It's very selfish kind of perception. Instead of, even right now, instead of these people thinking, what exactly is causing this nation not to take off economically and see the future when they will not be there. Right now, 50 years from now, if God will be gracious enough, these leaders you see, 50 years from now, most of them will not be there. They will not be there. But they are not able to see the future generations and give us something that will govern our children as if they are going to be there forever. So they are only thinking about themselves. They are not thinking about, we are building the country for the generations to come. And that becomes now the difference between us in Africa. We are always short-sighted. We always plan for short term. We don't plan for long term. We only had one leader. I don't know when we shall get such a leader again, called Moi Kibaki. And he took power in 2023. Yet he was an old man. He was able to see Vision 2030. That is what a wise leader does. But the ones we have been having from that time, they only see here, what will I get? How much is he giving me? I didn't get this position. What should I do so that I can also have a position? Such kind of things are minimal compared to the nation. The nation is huge. A nation lasts and accommodates generations. Very selfish leaders. Ningekuwa kama ni Yesu angewapiga koko. Wakiongea hiyo mambo ya position, sijui ati leader of opposition, sijui atakuwa na kiti aina gani, wakute huko uwapige viboko, uwaulize mbona msiongee mambo ambayo yako na maana. Hiyo kiti itasaidia common mwananchi namna gani? Hiyo ndio itafanya nchi mzima itulie. Whereas there are people hatujui watawai pata kazi lini. When shall we have those structures that will bring jobs in Kenya? When shall we curb corruption in Kenya? Ati mtu akishikwa kama ameiba, tunaona ameshikwa na amefugiwa. Kesi za corruption, bado kesi ya Waitito sasa sijui ni miaka ngapi, bado inazunguka huko kotini. Kesi ya Sonko inazunguka huko kotini. Kidero inazunguka huko kotini. Kesi ya Waiguru inazunguka. Yaani mchezo.
Kesi ya Kenya inachukua miaka ngapi? Kesi inachukua miaka ngapi? Kesi moja.
How long should it take?
Inachukua hata miaka 10.
How long should it take to conclude one case?
Those are the files that are piling up. They're piling up in the courts. Lakini by the way, hata si kesi ya corruption peke yake. Hata mwizi ule amepatikana na evidence na nini. They take almost 3 years before they are sentenced.
That's very unfortunate.
3 years. They take 3-4 years.
It's very unfortunate.
They are sentenced. Even the one who has just confessed that yenyewe nimeua. It takes time because there is the appeal process. The process is a lot to get justice for the people. But in the process, now we have these rich lawyers who know how to manipulate the system. They manipulate the system.
Mzaredo, one case of blood that we were involved, one case, it has taken us 30 years. I mean, nikaerevuka, nikakuta kwetu kuko na kesi ya shaba moja, kesi ikakaa miaka 30. Sasa ndivyo imeisha.
30 years.
I'm talking of very good years. Mkizunguka kotini, sijui mko Milimani, sijui mko Nakuru, sijui mko wapi.
Na sasa hizo mnapelekwa Nakuru. Okay, hebu ni kule.
One case was split by a lawyer to 12 files. 12, one case. That is how corrupt our lawyers are. Yani unakuta unaweza kuwa na kesi yako leo and you have a lawyer na unalipa, analipwa na the other party asiapie.
Analipwa asikuje kotini.
Asikuje kotini hiyo siku.
Okay, sasa wewe unadhani uko na wakili na kumbe wakili.
Wewe unadhani uko na wakili, kila kitu iko sawa, unakuta ruling imefanywa. Ruling imefanywa in the absence, ama kesi imeendelea, the hearing has continued in the absence of your lawyer.
Then when you ask him, what does he say?
Alafu wacha sasa hiyo, wacha hiyo mambo ya kuuliza ama nini. There is nothing you can do about it. Number 2, unaambia judge aji excuse from your case because you have evidence that you won't be fair, because maybe you have been told by somebody in the court that he was seen with a lawyer from the other side or with somebody you are having a case with. The judge writes that he will not excuse himself from that case. He will proceed.
I will proceed.
Na anaendelea na anafanya ruling against you. Mnaishi kotini mukifanya appeals. That is the kind of judiciary we have. I don't know, right now maybe it has changed. Lakini nimezunguka kotini za Kenya, nikaerevuka, nikakuwa mkubwa, I mean, hakuna koti sijaingia hiyo Kenya.
Yani
So when I feel bad, mimi najua hakuna justice. Kama kesi moja imechukua miaka 30, watu wengi tuliokuwa tuna kesi na wakakufa.
Lack of evidence.
So hii mchezo itaisha lini? Kwa sababu tuseme kama ni kesi ya corruption ya mtu kama Evans Kidero, kutoka wakati wa Mumias haijai kuwa concluded. Sasa akakuwa governor, tena kuko na kesi. Wakenya hawajawahi habiwa what was the conclusion. Tukakuwa na governor Waititu wametolewa kwa kiti after campaign kabisa mpaka akakuwa governor. Asisembi yako guilty, but ninasema kesi ikapelekwa kotini. Tangu wakati huo hadi sasa kesi bado inazunguka huko kotini, sijui ni nini wanatafuta hivi, majaji wanakula tu pesa huko hivi. Ila mchezo huwa iko kwetu.
Maloya wanakula tu pesa. Maloya
wanakula pesa, na sio maloya peke yao, wanakula na majaji. Ila mchezo
bodi hii sarakati ya Kenya yani ni kali sana most Kenyans are corrupt. Technically they are corrupt, or they are waiting for a moment to be corruptible.
Who will save Kenya if we don't say enough is enough with this nonsense? Because there is a lot of nonsense that goes on. Na Wakenya siku hizi wanastahili sasa kujua the aspect of people picketing was not put there for politicians. It was put there for us when we feel aggrieved by the conduct of the leaders. We organize ourselves and we let them know we are not happy. So it's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. Whenever you hear that somebody has taken a case to the court, let me tell you, the probability of getting justice fairly is 0 point something. I'm not saying we don't have honest judges. We have very few of them, if any. Lawyers. Mimi hata wakati mwingine huwa najiuliza, why do we need these lawyers in Kenya? They are only comical. They they are only it's like, it's just comedy. They know what agreed amongst themselves. Kenya utapoteza shamba yako ukijua kabisa ni yako na ulinunua na ni yako. Maroya wataenda na huko wafanye mchezo na wapage mpaka hiyo shamba ikichukuliwa Kenya watagawana.
Yani, so huyu wakili anafika kotini, they have already honoured the judge or the magistrate. So huyo magistrate yeye anakuja tu hapo technically akishajua. But now I think people should go back to the rulings of these corrupt judges and magistrates. If they look into the rulings, there should be a body looking into the rulings of these corrupt magistrates. I remember there was a body that was created that did a cleanup of judges. Unakumbuka when the judges were told to resign, they were being interviewed or things like that. It happened in the High Court. There was a purge, and most judges lost their jobs in Kenya. There was I don't know kama ni Kibaki ndiye alileta hiyo inquiry ama ilikuwa ni nani.
You see,
we need something similar to that.
Kenya, if we are to deal with corruption, we have to start with the judiciary. Judiciary is the only one which has power to curb corruption in Kenya. But if judiciary itself is corrupt, who will help the nation?
I remember
I don't know.
The most recent case, the magistrate ruled when Babu Owino was acquitted.
I even don't want to. Sometimes I don't. I didn't even want to go there because how I felt. That is, speaking, okay, because he's one of our own. that there is no evidence, that that bullet came from the gun of Babu Owino. Whereas we have videos everywhere. Everybody saw this is Babu Owino removed the gun and shot the DJ. But now the court want to put a bright eye and see, we can't see. It is not him. We can't even prove that is his gun. It is because of what he has eaten. It doesn't matter. And you see, it doesn't matter how much you pay. If it is an offense of that magnitude, do you think if it was America, you would have continued even to buy?
Dismas Baraza. Yeah.
Mzalendo.
Unakumbuka pia Dismas Baraza?
No.
He's been acquitted, not guilty, and is running for governor, the gubernatorial race in Nebusia ama ni wapi? Bungoma. And
what happened, what Babu Owino did, if it was America, his political career would have ended there and then. Period. It is only in Kenya you kill somebody, but people continue singing for you because you are one of our own. It is only in Kenya where you will steal billions from people, then you go bribe the same people to vote for you. And they vote for you to continue. I mean,
I am telling you.
It's very unfortunate. And most Kenyans don't know why we feel how we feel. Is because we have, like now I have tested the governance of America and Kenya. Here, I have been stopped by police many times because I have done all manner of jobs. I have owned a truck. I have been on the road all the time, being stopped by police. Sometimes it is speeding. Sometimes it is overloading. And you can't even think of bribing. You can't. Yani hapa ukisimamishwa na polisi, unajua either akusamehe ama ticket. But you can't even imagine kuambia polisi ati tuongee. What are you talking? There's nothing like that.
Unajua atakwambia okay, atakusema ni tuongee, basi tuongee. Lakini tunaongea nini? Tunaongea what do you want us to talk about? Atakuuliza tu vizuri, what do you want us to talk about?
Umwambia I can give you $100.
The cameras are on. Cameras are on kila mahali. Ati, what did you say? Can you repeat what you just said?
Oh, you want to give me some money?
Oh, you want to give me some money? You
how
trying
much?
To tell me how much? $100. Oh, that's very kind of you, but in this country that is a crime, and I am charging you the very moment. Yeah, na hiyo imeikwa kwa charge sheet yako sahi tayari.
But what happens in our country? The moment the police stops you, you start thinking, do I have a 50 somewhere? Do I have $100?
By the way, there was a
first thing that comes in your mind. How much will I give him?
There was a video making headlines on TikTok. Niliona video moja ya polisi. He assaulted somebody. A policeman in Kenya assaulted a civilian. A traffic policeman assaulted a civilian because the guy was not going to give him a bribe. Alimpiga physically. Hebu niambie hii kesi, tufuatilie hii kesi tuone itafika wapi. Hii kesi ya huyu polisi, huyu ameassault mtu. I saw that video making rounds in
yeah, we should be airing such things.
Tutaiangazia sana mpaka that guy gets justice. So
we should be airing such things, and we should be condemning them.
But Mburu, the fourth estate in Kenya has really failed. That is why we get into these particular platforms to try and bring out the stories the way they are. The fourth estate has really messed us up because they are when we used to have this investigative journalism by people like Mohammed Ali, yeah, they used to unearth some corruption cases, and people would be scared, or maybe these guys are going to nab me. Today, the media is literally dead. It's literally dead. When a politician,
Mr. Mizarabo, you didn't tell our viewers why we are having heavy jackets today. I can see you having a heavy jacket. I'm also having a heavy jacket.
maybe you can tell them, because maybe let me give you the privilege to tell them why we are on these heavy jackets.
Yes, yes. Yeah, our viewers might be wondering what is this new attire. We are entering now in the season of winter, and America has now started being very cold. Like today, if you open the door, you feel like you don't want to go outside because it's very, very cold. And it will continue like that. Then we're going to experience snow. Yeah, that's how the season goes. That's why we are putting jackets. Yes, let's proceed, Mr. Mzarendo.
Yeah, it was you missed the part of fall.
Yes,
Fall. Yeah, we are in the season of fall. Then
then
now we
winter.
get to winter. So right now, these exams. I remember when you're doing exams, you'd be asked what is fall, what is the season of fall in the US. Then you'd be wondering, hii fall ni weather gani? Fall is basically when the leaves are falling down to to give way for winter. So that is the interesting part about America.
You know, we used to study about these seasons in Kenya, but because Kenya does not experience all these seasons, we used to wonder what kind of seasons are they. But here you see them practically.
Here you
If
see
it
them
is
practically.
fall, you see all the trees shedding leaves. If it is winter, you see the snow, you see that cold weather. If it is, how do we call the hot one? Summer, it becomes extremely hot that you can even bake a cake outside. That is how hot it becomes. So these seasons, we have experienced all of them. So, Mr. Mzarendo, corruption in Kenya, it is so disgusting. It happened, there was a time I wanted to go to Marawi, and we were going as a team, and I needed a passport. So we were going for mission in Marawi, Lilongwe town. So we went to Nyayo House, we applied for passport, then we were told come on Friday. On Friday I went, they told me come tomorrow. The following day I went, come on Friday. So the rest of the team members, they left me because I was not having passport. But within those days I was going there because I would stay there for a whole day waiting for the passport. I was observing those people who were getting passports, what they were doing. People were coming with their documents and an envelope. You give together. So people who, that was around, I think 2006, they used to give an envelope with the documents. Those people who were giving the envelopes and documents, they used to get passports the same day. But if you go and you don't want to give money, you won't get passport. They'll keep telling you, come on Friday, come tomorrow. I mean, I stayed there for almost 3 weeks, going there every now and then. Until now, I had mastered those people who work there. I was like one of the employees. So this particular day, I got so offended that I said, today, I am not going anywhere. I'll stay here until they close. And even when everybody else will leave, I'll remain here. And I caused drama in our house.
That's the only way, yeah.
So the police officer came after everybody had left and told me, young man, what are you doing here? We are crossing. I told him, don't call me young man. How do you know I am young? I told him I'm waiting for the passport. And I even had mastered the name of the guy I had given my documents. And I told him I'm not leaving here without my passport. And he tried to push me out. I told him, your work is to protect my rights, not try to push me out. If you are closing the doors, close the door. I'm remaining here. So he called another police officer, and that police officer told me to go upstairs and look for the guy that I want. So I met that guy coming from on the stairs. I held his hand and I told him, you know what? You are not going home without my passport. So when in that commotion, there was another woman who was down there, and for her, she was also frustrated like me. When she heard the commotion, she also came. And you know, women and drama. So when she came and saw that guy, he was the same guy who had her document. And she screamed, alipiga duru huko, until they went back and made our passports the same day. Do you know why we were not getting the passports? Because we refused to give out money. So here are people, they are paid by our taxes, but you have to pay them again, and not little money. You pay them 3,000, 5,000 to make your passport. And they do that, they used to, I don't know about now, they used to do that to almost everybody who goes there for the passport. And even outside there are people, other people, I don't know what you call them, they are still trying to get money from you for you to access the people in the office. I mean, such kind of corruption is pathetic.
You know, yani corruption live. You know, when you walk to the Nyayo house.
Yes.
When you walk to Nyayo house, that street, before you reach Nyayo house, there's this building in it, Ni Huduma Center. Yeah, see, there's
I don't know.
Yeah, there's a Huduma Center somewhere there. So after kabla ufike hapo, the guys who are ushering you in wanakuuliza, hey, unaenda kuchukua, ninajua mtu huko. Ni passport unataka? Najua mtu. Those are brokers wale wanasimama hapo, and they are well known. Unapata amebeba a file mingi sana.
They're connect with somebody in the office.
Yeah, to connect to somebody in the office, just to, I mean, these are the kind of dramas that we get in Kenya, and we need to talk about them. I remember when I was renewing my passport to this latest hii mpya, so I went nikaambiwa, I had a friend of mine who's all pia anafanya huko airport, akaniambia that thing will take a few days. We peleka tu sini renewal. Remember nimebook flight, nimebook flight, nimepeleka passport yangu almost a month. Ikuwe renewed. So my date of flight imefika on a Friday. Nimeenda pale Nyayo house asubuhi. Nimekuwa nikienda a whole week. Remember nimekuwa nikienda 2 weeks bado. Nikasa the day my plane was just the day of my departure ikafika. Nikaenda airport. Nikaenda hapo. Asubuhi I was the first one in the queue. Nikakaa bwana, namuuliza bwana, passport yangu iko wapi? Mi leo naenda na ndege ya jioni bwana. Naenda na ndege ya saa 2:30. Lazima nikuwe by saa 12 ni lazima nikuwe airport. Bana, nilikaa hapo saa 10 ndio hiyo inaingia, saa 11 ndio hiyo inaingia, saa 12 wamefunga ofisi. Nikasema sitoki hapa mpaka that thing is printed. Do you know it was printed? Mdosi wao nilienda mpaka kwa ofisi ya mkubwa wao, nikamwambia sitoki kwa hiyo ofisi yako, you're not going home until I get my passport. And I drove my car, left the keys in the at JKIA, nikaacha gari hapo, nikawaambia wakuja wachukue, watu watachukua, nikapanda ndege na nikaenda hivyo. Nilienda hivyo hata bila no, nilikuwa nimeweka suitcase ndani ya gari. I knew I had anticipated that nitatoka tu hapo straight, nikaenda hivyo na ndio ikafika.
You can imagine those people who don't have guts. Like now for you can study your ground like I also did. I mean, people must cause drama.
Yeah, you see, that drama is necessary to end corruption in Kenya. That drama is necessary. That shying away ati unaambia polisi ati wacha tutukuje tu tuongee. Hapana, wewe unataka nikuonge hapa. Hii kesi ni ya pesa ngapi? Hii kesi ni ya 2,000. Mimi sikuongi. I'm not going to pay a bribe. And maybe the fine at the court is 1,000 bob. Yeah, and here you are, umeng'ang'ana unataka kuonga polisi. But again, people don't want their time to be wasted. There should be a mechanism whereby a traffic officer stops you, you are given a ticket,
Yes.
it reflects on NTSA, yeah, and you need to pay it within a certain period of time. So if you don't pay it, it accumulates interest. Ukienda renew your driver's license should not be renewed maybe after 5 years. It should be renewed maybe 3 years, inaenda kuwa renewed. Ukienda pale kurenew unaambiwa driver's license. And again, you cannot get any other services from government if you have not paid for the traffic offense. You see?
Yes.
So that kind of new biometric registration that they are trying to implement is going to help in a way to curb corruption if it is used effectively.
Yeah. And this is something that was supposed to be done a long time ago. We have remained analog in government services for a very long time.
Mburu, hold your thought. It is time now to take a small break. When you come back, we will be talking to you about what should have been done a long time ago.
King and Queen are set to arrive in Nairobi from October 31st to November 3rd, according to the British High Commission in Nairobi. British Army atrocities. Kenya Police stopped a news conference aimed to expose allegations of human rights and environmental abuses by the British soldiers during their stay in the country. The new look national ID. Kenya government gazettes a new digital ID that adds face and Irish biometrics. Governor Arati in trouble. GSU unit obstructed the entrance of Governor Arati's office in Kisii. Matters Kiambu politics. President William Ruto moves swiftly in Kiambu to quell the rift among leaders in Kiambu. And once again, La Pulga, Lionel Messi wins the 8th Ballon d'Or. Congratulations, La Pulga.
Well, thank you very much, our viewers. Thank you very much for staying tuned to Afrique 24. This is your #1 channel. We will be airing for you the latest news as they arrive in our desk. So today, at least, we are talking about things that really affect you and me. We have talked about life as a truck driver in the US in our opening segment. So now we are in the political segment where we are talking about corruption in our country and why we need to stand ground in order to stop this corruption, because our courts are no longer working, the police force will no longer defend us. It is up to you to stand your ground and make sure that you have a video camera. Now, the most important tool right now in Kenya is that when you have an incident, please make sure you record that particular incident. Make sure you record that particular incident because it remains evidence, and let it go viral. Let every policeman who is taking a bribe, let when you are in a matatu and you are seeing the driver corrupting a police officer. Please take us video of that particular incident. Send it to us. We will air it here for free. If you have got information about a corrupt officer who is actually taking bribes along the roads, please give us that information in Africa 24. We will share our email down here so that you can email for us the issues that you want us to talk about. If they're the issues that affect our country directly, we will talk about it. But listen, this is Africa. Stay locked, and you'll hear more of these interesting and entertaining stories as we talk about politics in our country. Hey, Mburu, you are
Yes,
talking
sir.
about.
Yes, you see, Mr. Muzarendo, when you go to a police station in Kenya, it's like a garage. It's like a car garage. You're going to find so many cars and motorbikes there. It's like a mechanic compound that almost every mistake that the police find you with on the road, they're going to take you to the station. Follow me to the station. That should not be the case. When you tell people to follow you to the station and you tow some other cars to the station, we are stagnating our economy. The difference between Kenya and America is that when you go to the police station in America, you won't find any car there. It is for you to know what to do with your car. Munamalizana na polisi huko kwa barabara. And that is what Muzaredo is saying. We should have this ticket system whereby the police just tells you your offense and gives you a ticket. It is for you to take yourself to the court or pay the fine. It should be as simple as that.
No, the only vehicle that should be towed out of the road is a vehicle that does not have any road insurance. If a vehicle does not have road insurance, an insurance license to operate on the road, then that vehicle should not operate. That is the only vehicle that a police officer should tow.
They don't even tow.
No, if your vehicle is not insured or it doesn't have tags, they will tow it because you are not supposed to be on the road.
They don't tow. They don't. Unless in your state they do.
Yeah, they tow you. They pull you over and they tow. If you don't have valid insurance,
they tow to where?
And you don't have tags, you're just driving it. They tow it to a yard. A yard, not to the police station. They tow it to a yard. They have got these tow truck guys who will tow your vehicle to a yard, and you'll pay for it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So if your vehicle stays there for a duration of time, they will also pay for that storage by government.
Maybe that does not happen. That does not happen to maybe the first offense because it happened. My car broke down, and my friend gave me his car. And his car was not having the tags. They were expired. It was not having an insurance. I was stopped and they just gave me a warning.
You are lucky. It was your lucky day.
They gave me a written warning that if we find you with that car again, we're going to give you a ticket.
Yeah, it happens.
So you can imagine if it was Kenya.
Yeah.
If they want to forgive me, they will tell me to give them some money. And that is the culture.
The Kenya is owned by a police officer.
So, what should happen in Kenya? We should start now thinking on how do we end corruption culture. Because this corruption is too much. It is stagnating our economy, and not just from the police officers, because the corruption from the police officer is not just from the police officers, because we are the ones who give police money. But there are other instances, especially in government offices, whereby it's like you are forced to pay money for services to be rendered to you, or for you to get the services that you are supposed to get. Like now, the issue of passports, the number plates, clearance of cargo in Mombasa. I don't know whether that was sorted out. That was another big problem. If you want to import something from outside, my friend, many people have left their goods at the port of Mombasa because of the opaqueness of the process. From the brokers, I don't know, they are called, I don't know, clearance agents, to the people in the offices. I mean, Kenyans are squeezed from every corner. And I think it's just a matter of the government starting prioritizing those areas that are those loopholes that people utilize to get extra money. Because the same culture we transfer to our children. You know, like here in America, people don't even think about corruption. Because even having that idea is evil by itself. Thinking I should give somebody money to over services. Can you imagine that you are going to an office and you are thinking, what will I give him to speed up the process? And this person is being paid salary. It is a felony. Here it is a felony. I don't know if corruption is a capital offense in Kenya, Mr. Mzarendo.
If you make corruption?
Is it a capital offense?
It's not even for an offense in the first place.
Huh?
Is it? You should be asking, is it an offense? It should be made a capital offense. First of all, it's not even an offense. Yeah, it is part of us. I mean, that is our culture.
Most of the people you see in the jails of Kenya, they are in the jail because they don't have money or they never had money to bribe the judges and the lawyers. Most of them. But anybody with good money, very few people end up in the jail, which is very unfortunate because that is not fairness. Because we talk of equity, we talk of fairness. But what fairness is there, Mr. Mzarendo? That if I don't have money, I'll go to jail. But those people who have money, they are free to do whatever they want to do. They are free to shoot whoever they want to shoot. They are free even to kill. They are free to steal your properties. I mean, people with money in Kenya, they feel like they are everything. They are on top. Hutaki hata gari yako, ukijaribu gari yako igongane na gari uone mtu huyo mtu ako na pesa, unajua hutalipwa. Unajua hiyo imeisha.
Unaanza tu kuenda polepole tu. Unajua kuna gari zingine ukigonga unajua you will not get justice.
I mean, we talk of justice, but I don't see justice in Kenya. Because if you have money, unaweza chika mtu, twaga yeye makofi, mateke, na hakuna mahali atakupeleka. Akuitia polisi. Polisi wakuja waone ni jamaa ako na pesa, na kuambia tutaongea hii maneno. Hiyo inaisha. Money talks. Money talks, but it talks louder in Kenya. The voice of money in Kenya
inasikika. Unajua hata wale wana pesa wanasikika. Afadhali look at how society has changed. Look at how society celebrates corruption. Look at how people are flossing their money in social media. Look at how politicians are flossing what they have in social media. Look at how Kenyans are celebrating even prostitutes. Immorality. You know, we celebrate immorality in our country. That these are the people who are supposed to be role models in society.
And they become celebs. They become. I mean, what is evil and what is wrong is right in our country.
We can't distinguish between entertainment, politics, and even religion. Look at our religious leaders, how they are behaving. Religious leaders go to church, goes to church every Sunday or Saturday and demands for money. Nipatie 500, kwani 500 ni nini kwa Mungu? Unanipatia 500, what is 500? Yani na anasema na ana demand. Wewe unajua wewe kama pastor inafaa utuangazie utuambie Hii ni dini ama hii ni nini? Pastor anasema
you
kwa
see,
congregate
for me,
anataka zaidi ya
I have
shilingi.
I have a different way because people have different calls. For me, I have a different way of serving God. And I decided, and I always pray God, that I would never rely from what I get from people. You give if you want. If you don't want, I am fine. And I work for myself. And I have done this. You know, I started serving. I started being in the ministry from the age of 15 years. And I have seen everything. I have seen manipulation in church. I have seen everything. I have worked with pastors. I have worked very close with bishops and everyone. And I decided I wish God can give me money for myself, that I should be the one to help other people than to wait for other people to support what I do. And God is faithful. And I can go anywhere I want to go and preach. So I do my ministry differently. And if I have ever conned anybody, he should be bold enough to say that, and it becomes sweet. And it's okay for those pastors that God has elevated to the level that their church can feed them and do everything for them. And they should be faithful enough to serve those people with humility. You know, what you can learn from Jesus is humility. Some of these things that pastors say on the pulpit, I wonder, where do they get them from? Because they are not in the Bible. Like now, the issue of how much you have brought and despising money. And yet Jesus taught us it is about that person who has given wholeheartedly that he blesses. There was that lady who gave coin, but others were giving a lot of money. And Jesus said, that woman has given a lot because she gave what she had. So it's so unfortunate. I experienced something some time back. Now let me switch from politics to a pastor. I experienced something. We had invited another preacher from outside the country. And he was teaching about sacrifice. And then time came for us to give. And there is this lady who was a student. I don't want to say where. And she gave 500. It's a coincidence, I think. She gave 500. And that was her pocket money because the message was so emotional. Then the pastor saw her drop 500, and the pastor said, because the pastor was there, because the money was being thrown on the altar, said, you see, I saw people giving here 500. 500 is not a sacrifice. God is talking of something that will pain you. A sacrifice is like you bring a car key. A sacrifice is like you go to the house, get that TV and bring in the altar. And he really despised the 500 that lady gave. And she was so much offended, or she felt down. She felt like God has not heard her prayer because she only gave 500. So after the service, she came to me and told me, Pastor Geoffrey, I don't know. I have a question. You know, it was me pastor was talking about the 500. And I don't know, what did I do wrong? Because that is all the money I had. I told her, forget about it. Because that pastor is only manipulating people. So when you go to the church, don't just go with your spirit and your emotion and leave your brain behind. God gave you your senses to think. So whatever I tell you and you feel it is not biblical, don't do it. Number two, don't give emotionally. Give because you had planned to give when you were coming from home. You see, if you had planned, I'm going to give 1,000. Even if a message is so emotional, even if I preach the most emotional image, I mean message you have ever had, don't say now I'll give the whole of the salary because I preached. Because you are just doing it emotionally. But before you leave your house, there is that agreement that you had within your heart this is what I'm going to take to church as my offering, as my tithe. So that can be a wide topic. But I want to say, and I don't like talking about pastors. I try to refrain from that because I preach the way I preach. I leave the others to God because God will judge all of us. I have seen so many things that are happening, especially in our country, Kenya, about giving. And I heard that pastor saying that 500 is not money. Those who have been giving 500, if that is what God has given you, you should not feel guilty. For you, you have done what is right before the eyes of God. But if you give 500, yet you have a million, then I think there is a problem. You know, you should know how to serve your God. And serving is not necessarily that you must take to the church. Serving is how do you touch other people's lives. And also remember, those churches, they have bills. God will not be happy if you are enjoying your money out there, but his church is not, the church bills are not paid. The landlord is coming to ask for the rent of the church, yet you are a member there and you have money. So it is upon you to decide, how do you want to serve your God? What is your relationship with your God? I also had this exchange between, let me not go to those details. Let me not go to those details because...
You better go to those details. You unaogopa.
No, it's so disgusting how...
No, you need to go to those details, my brother.
You see, I saw the exchanges between some pastors in Kenya. One is saying that if you are a singer or a musician, a gospel musician, don't go to sing in club to make money. And he quoted the Bible, which is correct. I tell people it is good to have boundaries. It's good to have boundaries because if you are saved, and all the time you are in the club, what will happen? Finally, you are likely to backslide. And when you are a musician, you go there, you are a lady, maybe by the time you are leaving the platform, every man there and they are drunk, will be on your neck. I mean, you know what I mean. So it's always good to set boundaries. If you are saved, not just saved in just saying, also in conduct. You cannot be the one every time we are seeing coming from the club. And I normally tell people, you see the club, the bar, the setting of the bar is like the setting of the church. The bar even has an altar. Sijui kama umewahi ona hivyo. Club ni kama kanisa, iko mpaka na madhabahu. So wewe ndio utajua unataka kutumikia Mungu yupi. So for me, I agree with the pastor who is saying, kama wewe ni muibaji wa nyimbo za gospel, kuwa na boundaries. Hata Biblia inatuwekea boundaries. Ukue unajua ni kiwango gani. For me, I interact with all people, by the way. I have so many friends who are drunkards and I am okay with them and I know how to connect with them. Lakini kuna kiwango siwezi nikapita, najiwekea kiwango. So jiwekea kiwango yenye unajua nikienda zaidi ya hapa nadhani nimeenda sana. Wakati utaniona nikiwa kwa club ati huko sasa nimeenda kutubuiza watu, hapo kuna kasoro. Maana the probability ya kuanguka iko juu sana. Unaweza jikuta umekuwa hata umekuwa influence hata ugoge kamoja. Na watu wengine waliokolewa kutoka kwa pombe. Na kuacha pombe sio rahisi. So ukijipeleka club na ulijitoa huku, utajikuta umeanza kukunywa tu polepole.
All right. So, for those joining us, I mean, we have the link there. We have the link there. Click on the link and please join the studio. Today we are talking about the visit of King Charles. King Charles is in the country. He visited today, and we welcome the king to Kenya, being that this is his first visit to an African country. And he chose Kenya as his destination. We thank the king for that, and I hope he's coming with a lot of trade deals between Britain and the Kenyan government, because that is what we want. We don't want burdens, but we want trade deals. We want trade deals with Britain. We want them to also to open their borders for us to access the the facilities that they have in Britain, the education, the job market. So there's so many things that we can do together with Britain, and also exchanging technology. So we welcome the British King to Kenya. I know many people, especially the DP, did not attend that particular function. I don't know, Mburu, what is your take on that? We saw one Raila Amolo Odinga represented the Azimio brigade in in a state house. And looking at this photo, the guy behind there is none other than William Samoei Ruto. Amecheka yake yote, ameenjoy yake yote. Hebu niambie Wakenya kama mnaona ni kama hawa watu ni maadui. Hebu kwa hii picha tu, I want us to analyze this photo for a minute. What do you make of this photo?
Yes,
Mr. Mburu, what do you make of
I
this
see
photo?
the gesture there. Like I told the people, the handshake already happened. What is happening now is just stamping that the handshake which took place between William Ruto and one Raila Amoro Odinga. So slowly by slowly, people will come to accept that Raila Odinga and William Ruto have already agreed to work together, and there is no turning back. So this is not the first time they are meeting. They have been meeting, and I want to believe that it is a good thing for the country because of the unity, but I think there are things we need to fix. We have to adhere to our structures of governance that we have given to ourselves. So also Raila Odinga meeting with King Charles III. You know, Raila Odinga has been in politics of Kenya. I think these are not new people. They know each other. You can look at that gesture. These are not strangers. These are people who know each other. Raila Odinga has been going to UK. He was our prime minister. And it's people.
Anamwambia hapo, I know your father. Najua baba yako.
Yeah, these are veterans. When I talk of veterans, I'm saying these are people who have been there for a long time. Raila Odinga is not a young man. He is known all over.
The king is 74. Raila
Yeah,
Odinga is 78.
they're age mates. They're age-
Raila looks so young. You know, this guy can run again for president.
Yeah, it is true. He is capable when he is fit for another trial. And
No, uh-huh.
I think Raila Odinga can do better than Kalonzo Musyoka in 2027. At least if he competes with Ruto, we can say that Ruto is having an opponent. But if it is Kalonzo Musyoka, forget about it, my friend. It is just forget about it.
Yani you guys mbona mna rule out Kalonzo?
No,
Yeah.
my friend, you know Ruto. You know Ruto. You know Ruto. And also, you know, the Nyanza, you know, you have to look at what people like. The people of Nyanza who support Baba, wanataka mtu wako na moto. Wanataka kusikia wako na dume, wako na simba, wako na mtu anaguruma, wako na mtu anaweza pingana na serikali. Sasa Kalonzo, unajua, Kalonzo is a good president.
Kalonzo amekuwa akiguruma bwana. Kalonzo lately baba ampatie nguvu, anaguruma kabisa.
Kalonzo can make a good president, but not good president for Kenya. You know, Kalonzo can make a good president of a country like USA, UK, you know, these Western countries whereby the democracy structures are working very well. You see, the character of Kalonzo is like that one of Mwai Kibaki. Those people who don't like chaos, conflict, confrontations, very peaceful. They don't want to offend anyone. They are very careful even when they are talking. But such a person ruling Kenyans, Kenyans, we are hooligans. We are yet to be there. We are not level-minded, That is why you see, because of the character of Mwai Kibaki, that is why we lost all those people, because nobody feared him. Leaders were free. They were saying whatever they wanted to say, even about the president. So they went overboard because they never feared. Kenya needs somebody who can be feared somehow because of personality. You see, we have come from Moi. I mean, from Kenyatta. Kenyatta was a total dictator. We also had another dictator called Moi. Then abruptly, we got a democratic man called Kibaki, who said, now everybody is free. We misused the freedom because we are not used to it. We are not yet there. That is how we ended up killing each other. So, Kalonzo can be a good president where structures of governance are working very well. Do you know why Ruto is fit for being a president of Kenya? Because even leaders are somehow, they are afraid of him. They know this guy, tukicheza naye sana huyu, anaweza tugoga. Huyu tukienda tupite mipaka, huyu si jamaa wa kucheza na yeye. Kiongozi wa nchi kama Kenya ambayo haikupata demokrasia kitabo, sahi inatakikana mtu ambaye akona ushujaa kidogo, mtu ambaye anaogopwa kidogo. Kwa sababu wa Kenya, sisi kuongoza wa Afrika especially wa Kenya sio mchezo. Kalonzo anaweza subuliwa. Imagine sasa Kalonzo akiwa president na opposition ni William Ruto. I mean, I don't know.
William atafanya nini?
Na pia ujue watu wenye wanasapoti baba si watu wapole, hawataki mtu mwenye ni mpole. Baba lazima atafute mtu ambaye akona character kama yake. Character.
Are you trying to say that watu wale na support baba ni mahooligans?
Ni watu wagumu, wamezoea. Unajua kuna uzoefu. Wamezoea kuambiwa we go. Wamezoea kuambiwa I mean kujipiga kifua. I mean wamezoea kuongozwa na simba. Baba is a very strong man. Wamezoea mtu ambaye akisema ni kupinga. So wengi hawatakubali kufuata Kalonzo. I'm not lying to you. The character of Baba and the character of Kalonzo are not the same. So, na unajua watu watasema, kuna wenye watasema, kama sio Baba, wataenda kwa Ruto. In fact, people of Nyanza can connect easily with Ruto than Kalonzo. Kwa sababu Kalonzo, siasa zake zimekuwa zikizunguka ukabani. Ukabani. Sidhani hii miaka 4 ndio atakuwa na national, support. It's not easy.
What about this guy?
I don't even want to talk about him. Huyu wako bali sana hata mwenyewe hata
lately wacha nikwambie tu, lately Wajakoya has been giving ultimatums.
Who takes
that ODM should conduct in fact, he's been talking more of like an ODM leader than his roots party. He forgot about his roots party a long time ago. He hardly talks about his roots party. So he talks about ODM. I think he's being groomed to be an ODM leader at some point. So this is something that you need to watch out. Baba is grooming this guy. I'm telling you the truth. So
let me tell you.
You'll be hearing more. So umeongea juu ya mtu shujaa. Juu mtu ameche. Na huyu ndio shujaa. Huyu ndio shujaa wa
no. Babu Owino might do better than this guy. You see, Mr. Mzalendo, there is what we call first impression. This guy, when he came to politics, he posed like a comedian, a joker, a bangy man, And Kenyans took him as such. And it would be very hard for him to change that face. A face of just a thug, a hooligan, mtu wa bangi, mtu wa kuongea mambo tu ovyo ovyo. Nobody takes Wajakoya serious. I mean, like nobody thinks he's very serious with what he is doing. Nobody even thought that he was serious. He was in the race because Wajakoya alikuwa amekuja vizuri sana. Wakaona watu wanafurahia mambo ya bangi, so akadhani Wakenya wanafurahia anything that looks funny. Sasa akaenda mpaka kwa hizi mavitu za fisi, unaona. Akaanza kusema sasa hata sio bagi tu, mpaka hata sitaki kutaja
economy ya Kenya itatengenezwa na mafisi.
Sasa hapo ndipo aliharibu kabisa, kwa sababu aliona Wakenya ni kama jokers. Nimewaambia bagi wakafurahia. Sasa hata wacha niwaambie sasa, mpaka hizi mavitu za fisi tutapata soko. Watu wakaona ni comedian bwana. Siasa na hapo ndipo
testicles kwa jina ya Kiswahili mkende ya fisi.
Yeah, it's good to say, at least ya Kiingereza.
It sounds more decent. Ayena testicles building the economy of Kenya through Wajakoya. Selling weed. Weed was a good idea, but the way
it was a good idea, but he was not even in a position. He was not in a position to explain to Kenyans what he meant. You know, because there is weed for abuse, which affects the young people. They became like zombies. But there is also weed for economical factor, like for medicine. So he was not in a position to explain slowly to Kenyans, how will this project of mine take place? Who will be our buyers? How are we going to ensure that this thing will not affect our young people? Na
mwalike Wajakoya kwa show aelezee wa Kenya jinsi testicles za hyena zita improve economy ya Kenya. Na pia hii bangi ilikuwa anaenda kuitengeneza namna gani, and how it was going to convince the World Health Organization that this is not a drug and the Kenyans can use it freely.
You see mzalendo, Canada wanapanda bangi, lakini wako na regulations vizuri sana na inatumika for medicinal value kwa mahospitali. Hata huku America bangi inatumika sana, especially kwa mahospitali. Wale watu wanapitia uchungu mwingi sana.
Bangi iko legal hata siko hospitali as a prescription.
Bangi inatumika kabisa na nchi nyingi zinapanda bangi, lakini Wajakoya, he had an idea but he was not in a position to explain to people how that idea is gonna work. Sasa yeye alikuwa anajaribu kuchanganya watu, anaonyesha bangi ni mzuri, watu wajui kama ni ya kuvuta ama hii dawa anasema anamaanisha nini. Hata before people understands him about the weed, ameruka akaanza kusema sasa tena kuna uvugaji wa nyoka. Tunavuga nyoka, tunatoa mate yake, tunatoa venom, alafu hiyo nyama ya nyoka tunauza China. Kutoka hapo, hata kabla watu hawajaelewa mambo ya nyoka, Wajakoya ndio huyo ameenda kwa fisi. Let me tell you,
amekimbia kwa fisi.
For any serious person, alisema mimi nilisema huyu ni bwana wazimu.
Bila kuambia Kenya kuna wazimu wengi bwana.
Sasa alafu niambie baba anaweza make mistake ya kuachia mtu kiti ODM.
Mimi nakwambia huyu jamaa
ODM is a serious party. Yenye baba ametengeneza.
This guy will join ODM and wind his roots party and he will be elected.
Oh, by who? To become what?
Si anatoka huko Budala huko Wauguluyani huko.
Kwani mzalendo huwa unaangalia siasa namna gani?
Sasa hebu niambie, kwani hii siasa tumeelect hata mtu ajui kusoma mtu hajaienda shule tunaelect sasa.
Ngoja nikuambie, Wakenya, unajua kuna watu hawajasoma lakini wanatumia akili zao vizuri. Wajakoya ni profesa, but instead of showing how capable he is, akisimama 85% ya speech yake huwa ni matusi.
What can be worse? We even elect murderers. What
Listen,
can be worse that way?
85%, you see, Wajakoya is a professor, but he does not articulate his issues like a professor. Akipewa platform, na platform anapewa kabisa to express himself, to tell Kenyans what he can do for them. Akisimama pale ni kutusi, ni kuachilia matusi, ni kuongea mambo hayana maana. So Wakenya wamemweka mahali pake, wameona huyu ni joka, huyu ni mtu wa kuongea ovyo ovyo. Lakini tuko na viongozi ambao hawajasoma. Umesema mtu kama Sudi akisimama kuongea kwa watu wake, anawaambia yale mambo atawafanyia, na akipewa nafasi ana prove ya kwamba hata kama si kusoma niko na akili. You see?
Very
so
true,
there are people who never went to school but they have brain, they have what we call wisdom. Wako na wisdom, wanajua what to say at what time to whom. Wajakoya alijiharibia kwa sababu ya hakuna jina hawezi taja. I can tell you, ODM is a serious party. Baba amejenga ODM for 50 years. Amejijenga kufika mahali yako. Hawezi achia mwenda wazimu. Hawezi achia mwenda wazimu kiti.
Wewe ndio unajua Wajakoya ni mwenda wazimu.
Wajakoya hata ukimsikiza unajua huyu either alisoma sana. Unajua watu wakisoma sana wanakuanga kichwa inaruka. Either alisoma sana, kichwa ikaharibika, ama mimi kwangu nikiangalia siasa zake bado sioni Mkenya anaenda kuchagua ati Wajakoya akuwe rais. Tulipresent who?
So nimeona
hata watu wa Nyanza hawezi kubali, na ningetaka mtu abie on the comment side. Unajua naweza kuwa ninawasemea
Wajakoya anatoka Western. Unajua ile kitu unasahau, Wajakoya ni mtu wa Western.
It doesn't matter. Kama ni baba anamsupport, support yake itakuwa Western na Nyanza. But I don't think the people of Nyanza and the people of Western can elect Wajakoya. Hata sitaki tuongelee mambo ya, hata simfanyie hesabu mahali popote. Wajakoya alikuwa anapewa pesa na Uhuru ya campaign, na ulisikia hiyo maneno, ili ajaribu kuharibu vote za the Luyaland. Alipata kura gapi? Alipata gapi? So you can do that analysis. Watu walimpima wakaona huyu hata kama anazimama rais huyu hakuna. And he had money. Then Baba cannot make such a mistake. Baba has built that party with a lot of pain, with a lot of humility. Wajakoya has just come from nowhere. He doesn't even understand the politics of Kenya. He is everywhere shouting and abusing everybody. He doesn't even know how these leaders are not enemies. Sahi alikuwa natusi Ruto maneno makubwa. Sahi Ruto na Baba kwa pamoja. You see, he doesn't understand how
ndio ile kitu mimi nashangaa. Sasa zile matusi watu walikuwa natushakana hapa kwa social media. Sahi wamerudi. Saizi nani ndiye anatukanwa? Gachagua ndiye anatukanwa.
That's a mistake. Hapo ndipo huwa tunakosea. Tunadhani huyu ni adui yetu. Nani kuna watu huwa wameweka hizi siasa kwa ranks. I mean kwa moyo na huko ndani kabisa. Ati hata akiongea ukitaja huyo mtu jina yake, na nimewaona mpaka kwa media, anakuwa mpaka anatoa macho inakuwa mekundu, na anatoa mpaka mishipa huku kwa sababu ya vile anasikia uchungu. Huyo anaongea kuhusu Ruto. Hajui Ruto ni candidate wangu. Hajui venye ninapenda Ruto. Wengine wanasema I can do anything for Baba. Na wewe hujui huyu Baba tu yeye ako kazi. Wewe ndiye hasra. Baba sio hasra.
Niliambia watu ukiona hii picha hivi, unaona hii picha? Hii
imeenda. Hii ni ile tunasema hii imeenda.
Hii imeenda.
Hii imeenda.
Acha tuandike hapo, hii imeenda. Hii ni ile Imeenda kabisa.
These guys are working together.
You know what I was telling people that my analysis from whatever has happened, I've come to the conclusion that Baba ndio deep state. Huyu jamaa ndio deep state wa Kenya. Huyu jamaa ndiye anachagua ule rais atakuwa next wa Kenya. Naye anaenda tu pale kwa ballot for formality, lakini anajua ile role anacheza. Huyu jamaa ndio deep state.
Hakuna baba was hapana, baba was clueless. Baba alikuwa, he was so determined to become the president of Kenya. And what he did, he relied so much on the support of Uhuru Kenyatta. Bila kujua huyu jamaa, unajua Uhuru, hata sijui niseme nini. Uhuru alijipiga kifua. Especially akija Central, alikuwa anajipiga kifua. Anasema hawa viongozi ati mikoreno tu muthurite mwitaga siasa. Anaita viongozi wengine mikora. Ati nitawatoa huko, wanaenda atawatoa huko kwa Ruto. Bila kubebeleza. Uhuru aliharibia baba ground. Na baba hapa amegojea ati Uhuru ndiye analiletea votes. So it was Uhuru alipiga kifua. Uhuru alisema yeye sio mkiona paka amenyeshewa, mkiona simba amenyeshewa msidhani ni paka. Watajua mimi ndiye rais. I mean, Uhuru messed baba big time. So kusema baba ndiye deep state, baba chenye huwa hataki. Mimi kile ninajua. Baba chenye mistake yenye baba hawezi taka ni kusikia miaka mitano atakaa nje ya serikali. You know, kuna wakati, there was a time Baba used to be okay being in opposition before he had tasted being in the government. He never knew the sweetness until when he was enjoined in 2007 as a prime minister. Kutoka wakati huo Baba hawezi kubali kukaa nje, na nilikuja hapa nikawaambia I know Baba will join.
Kama unasema hivyo, kama hawezi kubali kukaa nje, that just justifies that he is in government. He is going,
Yeah.
only goes for you know,
Hifu yoyote niliambia watu, hifu yoyote yenye unaona baba anarukaruka, chenye tu anataka ni Ruto tu akubali, amwambie please it's okay, let us work together. That is all. Hakuna shida ingine, kwa sababu the moment wanajua venye walisubua Ruto, walijua huyu jamaa tusipo jua venye tutakuwa kwa serikali, hata biashara zetu zitaaguka. Haya, ukiwa kwa serikali kuna tenders kubwa, and I'm telling you, after 2007 baba ndiye alipewa mambo ya importation, especially of maize. Mimi nilikuwa kwa sekta ya mahindi. Wakati kuko na shortage, wale watu yule mwenye alikuwa anaita Miras mkutano ni baba. Yule importer mwenye alikuwa mkubwa wa mahindi Kenya alikuwa baba. Na wakati unafanya importation ya mahindi ama importation ya kitu yoyote ya serikali ama ya Kenya, it means good money. So all of a sudden ile kazi baba alikuwa anafanya na Uhuru, sasa Ruto akae hapo waifuge. Unajua Wakenya tu huwa wanaona tu ati ni siasa, sijui ni kiti. Baba hataki kiti ati sana. Baba anataka wakuwe in good terms with the president, apewe ruhusa ya kuimport vitu zenye ana import, apewe ruhusa ya kuexport mali yake, biashara zake na watu wake ziendelee vizuri. That is the importance of being in good terms with the government. Na alisha test that, so baba cannot afford to be outside the government. Na sio baba peke yake, hata Uhuru, hata Ruto, hata Uhuru ujue ile kazi kubwa anafanya ni nitafanyaje? Ninajua nilikosea Ruto. Nitafanyaje tufanye kazi pamoja? Because if they don't do that, biashara zao zitakuwa kwa hatari kubwa sana. That is why hii mambo yote ya bipartisan sijui nini. Hii yote it's all about their interest. Na nyinyi huku mumepigana. Sijui maandamano mumepiga wale wengine mawe. Ati nikuja hapa mzalendo hutaki kuona hii Kikuyu hii. Ati na mimi huyu Jaluo sitaki kuona.
Hiyo ujinga nilitokaga hiyo. Kuna mahali kwa maisha unakuwa hivyo. kuna mahali kwa maisha unaanza kuwa na fikira tofauti ya nchi yako. Unajua kuna mahali vijana wako hapo sahii, vijana pale unaona wale kina Jacaranda wako kwa hiyo hali ile tulikuwa huko ma 2007 and beyond, ma 2000 huko tulikuwa kwa hiyo hali ile wako sahii.
Hey. Ati niko tayari kupigwa risasi kwa sababu ya
you know when you have the scars of evolution, of the scars of change, unakuja kujua that these people wanajitakia tu makuu peke yake. I remember an instance where tulikuwa na, when NAK came to power, NAK hii mwenje walikuwa na hii mwenje, me and my friend and my business partner huko Kenya anaitwa, sitamtaja jina, so anasikia mali yuko, tukashughulika na NAK ya Kibaki mpaka Kibaki akaingia. In fact, we were the first people to create for Kibaki his set design mali atakuja kutubia wananchi. So wakati huo tulikuwa na jamaa moja alikuwa very close to Kibaki, alikuwa anaitwa nani? Is it Morathe? No, it was not Morathe. It was somebody similar to Morathe who was very, very close to Kibaki. So this guy kept telling us, manze nyinyi bana, nyinyi vijana vile mmesimama na sisi, vile mmetutengenezea vitu za campaign na nini, nyinyi lazima mtakuwa kwa serikali. Lazima tukipata hii kitu na mkoshua tutapata, hii lazima mpate. And you know, the adjacent office was Martha Karua was also running for president, I remember. Alikuwa na ofisi tu mahali hapo.
56,000 votes across the nation.
Yeah, Karua was running for president, I remember.
Na baba akaona 56,000 votes zitamsaidia kuingia State House.
So baba pia aliona, no, baba miscalculated. In 2022, he didn't really, I think 2022 election was, that's why I say Baba was a deep state. He was not serious about this election.
No, Baba was very serious. Alidanganywa.
He wasn't.
Baba alidanganywa.
No, if Uhuru wanted Baba to win, if Uhuru wanted Baba, let us be realistic. Kibaki was sworn in the night in 2007. Uhuru Kenyatta, when things were so thick for Mwai Kibaki, it's Uhuru Kenyatta who stepped in. He knew each and every step of the game. He should not.
But let me tell you. I
don't buy that.
There is time and seasons. Hiyo time ya number 2, wewe kwani mzalendo hujui siasa za Kenya? Ruto ni mtu wa kunyang'anya kiti. Ati Ruto akue ameshida na watu wake wanaona ameshida. Ati wewe hata Uhuru alijua, hata Raila mwenyewe alikuwa anajua support base ya Ruto.
Hawezi niambia Mburu, sikiza, the president of the Republic of Kenya has got all the intelligence, anapata kutoka NSAS na vile serikali inaenda, vile kura zitapigwa, vile even in your village anajua ule mtu anaweza ingia, because they have those parameters, they weigh and see ule yuko popular. By the time we are going for elections, NSAS ilishafanya uchunguzi, utafiti wake, ikamwambia Uhuru, hii haiwezekani, huyu jamaa anaenda kushindwa, huyu project yako anaenda kushinda, wewe hakuna kura utapata huko Central. Intelligence yote alishapata. Unless you're telling me,
Uhuru knew some people of Central Kenya had left him, but he never thought that almost all people had left him. So he was convincing Baba, the Central, you know, people like Kanini Kega, Murathe, Sabina Chege, this guy of Meru, Munya, they were all telling Uhuru things are okay. We are doing campaign. Ground is shifting. And Uhuru, you know, Uhuru used to be loved so much. Uhuru could not believe that the Central Kenya people can vote for Ruto and not listen to him. And he was convinced even if some people are going to vote for Ruto, at least he was convinced that he might get 50%. And you know, some statements Uhuru was making, he was making very strong statements against Ruto. So he believed what he is telling people to be careful about Ruto and to remember what Ruto did to them. He thought that people were listening to him. So Uhuru himself was so much convinced that even if he would not garner enough votes from central Kenya, he thought he would get at least half of them. And that was the mistake he made. So I don't think they ever thought or even saw it coming that they're going to lose the election. Because if you saw the efforts they were making, those night meetings, they were trying to meet the chairman of Electoral Commission day and night. Every time they were looking for this guy, what was his name? Chebukati. They were trying to meet with Chebukati to change things. Uhuru, they had tried to have at least 4 commissioners who were there working for them. They had put every strategy. But Ruto, let me tell you, Ruto is very smart. Ruto outwitted them. Ruto outsmarted them. So, what I was saying is that Baba was 100% sure he was going to be the next president of the Republic of Kenya. And that is why it took him a very long time to accept what happened. It took even to imagine that he's not the one. That was a serious loss.
I don't agree with you. I think everything here was by design. Everything by design.
Did you see how those people reacted after that? Uliona hao jamaa walikunywa mpaka wakatembea kwa magoti. It was a process. Uhuru na Baba na timu yake. Hao watu waliambiana tukunywe kabisa, tusahau na hii mambo. Tukunywe kabisa.
Walikunywa wapi?
You never saw. I'll get for you that picture. And those guys, after hiyo uchaguzi, after hiyo mambo imehappen, wali-meet. Walikunywa huko na mpaka picha, walikunywa mpaka wakajisahau, mpaka walikuwa wanaenda kwa magoti.
We ask this question, hiyo ni yako. We ask this question, is Raila the deep state? Is Raila the deep state? That is your opinion, Mboro.
I want to get for you the picture. I
didn't see anything like that. Maybe as you get to us the picture. The question we are asking today in our program is that Raila, is he the deep state? Is he the deep state?
Oh, he is not.
Nobody seems to know who the deep state is.
Raila Odinga was...
picture, we take a breather. As we tell our viewers, please enda kwa mtandao, enda kwa YouTube.
Before you go to the break, I wanted to say, Raila Odinga was only hearing people talk of deep state. I don't know, government. Was it deep state and what? And the system. Raila was only...
Raila and your deep state.
No, he was only hearing people talk of deep state and the system, but he didn't know what they were talking about. Until when Ruto won, he realized Ruto was the owner of deep state and the system.
You say it painfully because if Raila supporters are listening out there,
this is just a show. By the way, mimi mtu asikai nichukia kwa sababu hii siasa na mtu anaiongea vyenye tu iko. Unajua mzalendo huwa anaambia watu don't make this thing personal, kwa sababu sahi leo jioni Ruto na the king na familia zao wamekula State House. Yeye mko
unaona kwa meza, wacha nikwambie hiyo meza vile iliandaliwa.
Yeye mko huko mnalimana magumi.
Raila alichukua his closest ally who is Opiyo Wandayi. Opiyo Wandayi ndio wandani wa Raila, wakaenda naye ku meet the king. Walikaa king na Ruto na watu wake walikaa kwa meza moja. Raila na King pia walikaa kwa meza moja. Wandae hiyo meza ilikuwa imebeba rafiki ya Raila, ule number 1 ally, minority leader Wandae na Raila Odinga. Kalonzo Musyoka hakualikwa katika hii kikao, hakukuwa pale. DP Gachagua I think alisusia kwa sababu ya maneno yake ya kisiasa, na vile anaona kususia hiyo umati itamsaidia kisiasa, so alisusia kuenda kukutana na the king because he is the son of Mau Mau.
But you see,
no,
but you see that
King and Queen are set to arrive in Nairobi from October 31st to November 3rd, according to the British High Commission in Nairobi. British Army atrocities. Kenya Police stopped a news conference aimed to expose allegations of human rights and environmental abuses by the British soldiers during their stay in the country. The new look national ID. Kenya government gazettes a new digital ID that adds face and Irish biometrics. Governor Arati in trouble. The GSU unit obstructed the entrance of Governor Arati's office in Kisii. Matters Kiambu politics. President William Ruto moves swiftly in Kiambu to quell the rift among leaders in Kiambu. And once again, La Pulga, Lionel Messi wins the 8th Ballon d'Or. Congratulations, La Pulga.
All right, welcome back to our show. If you are watching us, please join us in the studio. We are now at 2 and 3 hours 30 minutes into this show. We are remaining with a few more minutes before we wind up. Kindly join us in the show before we wind up the topic today. I know Kenyans are waking up. Here where I am, it is it's 5 minutes to midnight. Mburu, I think, is 1 hour away to 11. So please make sure you join us. Click the link that we have added in the comment section. Follow us on our Facebook page at Afrique Diaspora 24. Please follow us on that Facebook page and go to YouTube and subscribe. Because we keep us going on this particular show. If we don't talk about the issues happening on our country, then these politicians will take us for granted. We need to unearth and say things the way they are. We are not affiliated to any of those political factions, but if they are doing well, we will support them in whatever agenda that they are doing well to improve the life of citizens. But if they are doing poor in terms of policy and the implementation, in terms of taxations, we will also talk about it here and give them alternatives. Please stay on Afrique 24. This is your #1 channel where we will also give you this week. We will show you the opportunities, unearth the opportunities for jobs in the US, the jobs that you can do remotely, but only if you subscribe to our channel. If you subscribe to Afrique, you'll always get a pop-up when we are doing such particular show. So if you are really keenly looking for a job to do remotely, or if you have a story that you want to tell our general viewers out there, if you have a burning story, an interesting story about life, please care to share your part of story with us. It is important that we listen to your story. Karibuni sana kwenye show. Tumewekea link hapo chini, ingia, bonyeza hiyo link, itakwambia enter studio, will allow you to enter the studio and share your views. Leo tunaulizia swali moja, na ile mimi maswali imeulizwa na nimeangazia na nikafikiria sana, who is the deep state? Is Raila Odinga the deep state in Kenya? For me, I am positive that this guy is the deep state. This guy is the guy who decides to become the president of the Republic of Kenya.
Yeah.
He decided that Ruto should be president, and he got the presidency so easily. Now he's whining and dining with the King of England. Yeah, did you ever imagine that there will be a time when Raila Odinga and William Ruto will share the same table? And you out there unaita watu wengine Tugege na wengine sijui wapi, Kenya kwisha, wengine wanajiita jina zingine tu za kisiasa za utani.
Unajua, nilikuwa nakuja hapa kwa show kwa sababu mimi huwa naongea tu mawazo yangu, and I speak my mind, na kuna watu hawaku wanafurahishwa nikisema, nikifanya analysis yangu, sioni venye baba angeshinda huo uchaguzi, especially venye nilipima mambo ya Mount Kenya, venye niliona Musali ameenda, nikaona Wetangula ameenda, nikaona Aisha Jumo hayuko pale, Mohamed Ali hayuko, viongozi wengi walikuwa wameacha baba. Na nikauliza, ni muujiza upi utatendeka hapa? Nikaambiwa especially kwa Wakikuyu ni elders huwa wanaamua. Nikawaambia sawa, tutaona. Elders wameshasema ni baba. Nikawaambia sawa, tutaona. So mimi nilikuwa nimeona kabisa, na unajua mimi hata kama na support William Ruto, mimi sio wale watu wenye wanasema ati I can die for Ruto. No, mimi nitakwambia venye iko. Nikiona Ruto kama ninaona hapa venye naenda, kama hata toboa 2027, nitakwambia tu hapa na venye huyu jamaa ameenda, hapa sio pazuri. Kwa mfano kama uchaguzi ufanywe saa hii, wafanye tuseme baba asimame na Ruto asimame saa hii, kwa sababu ya taxes, watu wanaweza muruka sana. Lakini ikifika 2027, Ruto atakuwa amejipanga na Ruto atakuwa sawa, kwa sababu atakuwa ametengeneza uchumi. Saa hii Wakenya wakiweza chagua saa hii wanaweza toa Ruto kwa sababu wako na hasira.
Okay, so Wakenya wakienda kwa ballot sahihi, anajua Ruto mwenyewe anajua ako na miaka kama 4.
Lakini anajua Ruto anajua I have like 4 years za kujipanga, na jamaa anajua kujipanga. Na baba anamejua, baba tayari amejua hakuna mtu anaweza toa Ruto. So wewe hukuona hiyo picha yenye nimetuma hapo, nimekutumia hapo kuangalia kwa 24.
Wewe umenitumia normal church in Jamaica.
Yeah, nimeituma hapo. So baada ya baba kupoteza kiti, mtu mwenye alienda kumliwaza, the person who went to comfort him was Uhuru Kenyatta. And by nature, you know, Uhuru Kenyatta is a typical drunkard. And I'm sorry to say that for the diehards. But Uhuru Kenyatta was a typical drunkard, especially before he became the president of Kenya. He was nurtured by Gachagua. They tried to mold him. Uhuru Kenyatta amezoea pombe zile kali. Sasa wakati alienda kuambia baba pole kwa sababu ya kupoteza, ni kama alienda na pombe yenye amezoea. Na baba ni kama hajazoea hiyo pombe kali. Wakakunywa. Baba ndiye aliwezwa na hiyo pombe ya Uhuru. So, by baba associating with Ruto, I mean with Uhuru, it did him more harm than good. Because politically, baba was very strong. Kama Uhuru, mimi huwa nasema, if Uhuru wanted baba to become the president, angemsupport akiwa nyuma yake. Sio kumfanyia karibu campaign openly. Hapana, angemfanyia campaign underground. Kwa sababu dhambi zote za Uhuru, and you know when you are president, when you are in cabinet, you have so many mistakes. Makosa yote ya government ya Jubilee, na Ruto alijua wamefanya makosa mengi, lakini walibebesha baba mzigo yote ya Jubilee. Baba ndiye alibeba dhambi zote za Ruto akabeba dhambi zote za Uhuru, wakang'ang'ana nazo mpaka kwa ballot. Na kuna mtu alikuwa amesema hivyo, there is this anaitwaje huyu mama mwenye anaongea Kibaruya na anaongea Kikuyu, Arachi Beatrice Arachi kept telling Baba even in the media that I wish Uhuru does not support you the way he is supporting you. Uhuru was doing it the wrong way. Uhuru angesupport Baba financially kule chini na system na intelligence, lakini venye alianza kukampeni huku akijipiga kifua na nini, huyo ndiye aliharibu.
Hii ndio picha unasema?
Yeah, hiyo ilikuwa part of. I wish nilikuwa nitakutumia video. Wacha picha sasa, nitakutumia video.
Ungetoa okay, tutapata hiyo video, lakini hiyo
Baba mpaka alikuwa Baba walikunywa mpaka wakasahau kulikuwa na uchaguzi. Lakini si cheki.
Unasema walikunywa mpaka wakasema wakajiuliza
wakasahau, walikumbuka after 1 week kuliendaje
ndugu yangu. Kuliendaje ndugu yangu. Wacha tuone SG.
Hakuna kitu baya kama kuongozwa na mtu mlevi. Unajua Uhuru alikuwa anakunywa kitu, maana anakunywa anasahau na shida za hiyo siku. Uhuru was a big guy. Uhuru hajazoea mashida. The reason why Uhuru alikuwa anakunywa hivyo, isipokuwa ni hii kesi ya ICC yenye ilisukuma Uhuru mpaka akakuwa na ushujaa kidogo. Uhuru has never faced tough time ati yenye imemfanya moyo wake ikauke. So akiona watu wanamsubua, anasikia hii kitu staki. In fact, nilikuwa naambia watu wakati Uhuru alisimama president 2013 2012 hapo, nilikuwa naambia watu ni rahisi sana kusikia Uhuru ameachilia hii kiti. Uhuru hapendi kitu itamsubua. Huyu si mtoto amesubuliwa, si kama Raila, si kama Ruto. All of a sudden, nilikuwa naambia watu msidhani ati Uhuru ako na haja sana na kiti ya urais. Hii kiti imeishi kwao, amekulia hapo State House, baba yake akiwa na hiyo kiti. Uhuru hajaisubuka. So kidogo tukasikia Uhuru ameambia Musalia Mudavadi, chukua hii kitu. Watu wakampea pressure. Ni watu walimpea pressure. Uhuru hakuwa na haja. Alikuwa amesema Musalia chukua. Uhuru akarudi akasema, ni mashetani ilikuwa imeniingilia. Hiyo nilikuwa nimeachia Mudavadi hiyo kiti. Akasema ni mapepo. But Uhuru alikuwa ameachilia kwa sababu moyo wake haujasubuliwa sana na hapendi kitu inamsubua. Na diposa unaona when Raila came and requested for handshake, Uhuru alienda bio. Na unaona venye alikuwa amekoda kwa sababu ya kusubuliwa na baba. So wakati baba alimwambia we can work together, I am telling you, hiyo siku Uhuru alilala vizuri. Uhuru hapendi mambo inamsubua akili. Sasa na design yake, akisikia kichwa inamsubua, akili imesubuka, anatafuta pombe. Sasa alishindwa. Sasa tumeruhusi hii kiti. Baba itamsaidia namna gani? Akampelekea mvinyo. Na akaenda na ile kali ya jabezoea. Baba hajazoea kama hiyo. Wakakunywa.
Wewe unajua hawa jamaa, unajua ile kitu ile kwa shida.
Alikumbuka after 1 week kulikuwa na uchaguzi. These guys, they acted funny. So, deep state, the real deep state was Ruto. Ujue hii wakati wote Uhuru akiwa mlevi, Ruto anajipanga. Ruto hakunywi, sio sigara, sio ako sober 24/7. He was just laying down strategies. Uhuru akidhani ati ako na jeshi, Ruto alishachukua jeshi kitabo. Uhuru akidhani ati kule commissioners amewapaga. Ruto alishaongea na watu wake vizuri kabisa. Uhuru akidhani ati international community haiko na Ruto. Ruto ameshaongea na international community. I mean, Ruto alikuwa amewekea Uhuru mitego kila mahali mpaka kujua venye kulienda. Uhuru akienda kutumana huko usiku, sijui Chebukati anawaambia kujeni asubuhi, kujeni saa 9 usiku, tutakuwa na mkutano saa 9 ya kufanya nini? I mean, Ruto is a smart guy. Na ukitaka kujua Ruto is smart, uliza Uhuru. They despised him, but they know this guy is not a joke.
Sierra Letaya on the comment section is saying that your so-called Mlevi was much better than this, your so-called God-chosen one. Sirere, karibu sana kwenye show. We like your opinion, but we would want you to come here and elaborate on your point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Puja, that's a very good point. And it's important that you come into the show. Tell us more about it, what you feel that should be done, what Baba would have done better than the so-called William Ruto.
But you see Mzalendo. In the defense,
there's also another comment here that I want you to read it out.
They are saying, hawa wanasiasa watatumaliza tusipotumia akili zetu. Raila na Ruto wanajuana, but sisi ndio tunajibana ama tunachibana, kitu kama hicho. So ama tunalimana magumi. Na ndivyo huwa naambia watu, kama sasa unaona Mzalendo, we have become good friends. Tumekuwa hapa na Mr. G. Na tumekuwa hapa na Mr. Leo. And that is the kind of Kenya we would like to build, whereby we can discuss, but we are not becoming emotional about it. Ati Mjaruo na Mkikuyu tunaweza ongelelea wanasiasa wetu, lakini hatukosani na we are not actually abusing each other. We can, we can enjoy the debate. We can enjoy discussing about our leaders without becoming emotional, without abusing each other, without hating. That is how it's supposed to be, because these leaders, and I told people, and it won't happen. If Ruto becomes sick and goes to the hospital, the first person to go and see Ruto will be Baba. And I told people that if anything happens to Baba, the first person to go there to wish him well will be the president of Kenya. But for us, we see each other on the basis of which party, which tribe, whom do you support? So if I don't support your candidate, I am your enemy. Kenyans, it should never be like that. And I want the people here in Mutebei TV. I want the people, and I told young people, please, don't go to fight with the police. Don't go to die because of Baba. Because that Ruto you are fighting is afraid of Baba. And very soon, and I said it, I wish we can retrieve some of those videos. And I told them, Baba will work with Ruto, but you'll be in the grave. There are people today. They had me then. They had many people requesting them not to go to die. Right now, they cannot hear us. They are not in the world. They are gone. Not for one day. Huwa naambia watu kifo. Ukichapwa risasi, haukufu kidogo, ati kesho kuto utaamuka, or next week, or we are waiting for you next year. You are coming back. You are gone. If you go, you are gone. You are gone forever. Why did you die? Because I wanted Ruto. I don't know to do what. Especially wale watu walikufa kwa demonstrations. Mzalendo, help me understand. What were they dying for? What were they dying for?
And let me tell you the position where you are at. Look at the age group of the people who are dying. You need to look at the age group and understand that these are people who are desperate and are easily manipulated. To mobilize that crowd, you need money. They were not just going out there by their own violation. They were going, some of them were paid, some of them knew that this was giving us an opportunity to do ABCD. I've been in that position. So I'm telling you from a point of knowledge. Without
Mimi
without pesa ya mobilization, hiyo pesa ya mobilization, kumobilize vijana. And again, hauendi hapo kama uko sawa. Unaenda hapo kama umetumia drugs, umetumia nini, ili uweze kujiexpress kabisa. Yeah.
Supporter wa baba amekuja.
Si wote.
Nimeshambulia leo, nimeshambulia mtu wako leo. Unajua uliniachilia kuwaja peke yangu.
Nani umeshambulia?
Nimeshambulia mtu wako. You left me here to enjoy myself. Unajua mzalendo hajulikanagi ako wapi, ako huku, kwa Ruto, kwa baba, anacheza pale katikati kama
wote sijulikani. Mimi ni wale wa Kenya wanaangalia.
Hutaki nikiongea sana unasema wewe unaumiza watu wa baba, watasikia vibaya. I mean, hata sasa show imejaa.
Wapi kijana wa Maumau? Ama mliogopa atauliza King wapi mashamba yetu? Ama ataropoka?
No, he was busy. Tulikuwa tumemtuma mahali. Alikuwa mashinani, kuna kazi alikuwa anafanya.
No, my friend, in politics.
There's nothing like that, Guru. Don't tell us this.
Our deputy president is a busy man.
The DP didn't meet the king of England ati kwa sababu alikuwa kwa shamba ati anafanya kazi ya shamba, which is so important.
Kulikuwa na haja gani? Kulikuwa na haja gani?
Try another line. Try another line. Hebu jaribu line nyingine.
In politics, nothing happens. Things are made to happen. This visit was planned months, actually several months ago, and the DP was aware. So there is no way the king, the former slave owner, was coming to visit.
He is not the king of Kenya. He is the king of England.
So the king of Mount Kenya is running away instead of meeting the real king. You saw the Luo king went to meet the real king. Adi, the president hakuamini.
Unajua, Mr. Gachagua,
hebu angalia hii reasoning ya leo.
No, Mr. Gachagua.
Ngoja kidogo, acha mambo ya Gachagua. Leo umesema nini? The real king ndio huyu, acha nikupatie picha yake. The real king went where?
Ndio huyo sasa, he looks so presidential, if you can be able to see. Angalia venye Ruto anashangaa, anaangalia pale anashindwa. Hey, what's up?
Hebu angalia Mburu, wait just a minute. Look at Nazimio man analyzing this photo. What do you analyze here? You analyze that this is the president. This guy was invited by the king. This guy went to State House and invited and walked into State House, came there, greeted the king, sat on the table on a chair that he brought for himself, and he sat there. What do I mean? What are you trying to tell us?
No, these are age mates. These are just age mates having good time.
Mzalendo, let me tell you what happened. You know, Raila doesn't have to be invited to go to that State House because he is State House himself. And I think these guys, they did not include him in any of the program, and they plan to snob him. So Raila naye ni nani? Out of nowhere, he was just there, and the president just found him talking to the king. You find Ruto anashika king, anamwambia bwana, imemaliza, imetosha, achana na huyu jamaa. Sasa atakani kama yeye ndio rais. You see, you people, we know you and we have to deal with you venye mnakuja. Jana mko na mpango mzuri. You never wanted Baba to appear anywhere near that place, only for him to surprise you that he doesn't need invitation to go to State House actually.
Well, well, we set the agenda here. Baba, according to my opinion, is the deep state. Is the deep state is the one who chooses the president of the Republic of Kenya, and he chose Ruto in this particular occasion to be the president. So Ruto had got no obligation but to invite the king himself, and Ruto said it in his speech. So we have got kings here, the small king makers here. So the king maker was also invited to meet the king. So the king maker is meeting the king. himself, the real king. Lakini huyu nyingine ni kingmaker. Looking on is, of course, Ruto smiling with all his teeth out, the President of the Republic of Kenya. Is really enjoying the moment. It means that this photo, the way we analyze it, is that the handshake happened a long time ago. Hizi siasa mnasema ya tugege sijui nani, hizo ni upuzi tu, Mr. Leo. So lazima mjue vitu zilishafanyika, and Baba invited his best friend Wandai. Did Wandai also sneak into the dinner? No, they were invited by card. They were made a special phone call that we need you here. You are a very important citizen in the Republic of Kenya. Lazima tukualike pale. So that is why Baba was there, because first, he's a statesman, and the second, he's a kingmaker. So that is how we analyze this photo in Afrique 24. So Mburu has got his own opinion about it. So tutajadiliana tukienda mbele.
So this man, Mr. Leo Nyambaya, is trying to tell us that Baba is a gate crasher, that he doesn't have manners, that he can go to a meeting uninvited. I don't think that is Baba. Baba is a gentleman. And you need, if there is somebody who is not petty in his politics, we say Mugara muue na haki umpe. Baba has never been petty. We have seen leaders who are petty, but Baba is not one of them. We have seen leaders even refusing to shake hands. Baba has never refused to shake hands with anybody, because that is pettiness. So Baba has always been open to rise to the occasion. Here is the king coming to visit Kenya. He has to put all the political differences as a statesman and go and meet the king. That is Baba. So as much as I don't support Baba in some areas, in being mature, Baba is very mature and sober. Not only that, Baba, according to my analysis, from the time they met with Ruto at Mombasa, from that time, they have been working together behind the scene. The handshake already happened. And I told people, you wait and you're going to see. The only thing that is remaining is now the implementation and bringing other people on board to accept. Ruto is very careful because he knows Gachagua might run away with some leaders if they decide now we have accepted this thing. So they are careful to release this thing slowly by slowly to assimilate other leaders, to bring other leaders on board. But I believe handshake has already happened. And even Kalonzo Musyoka and the way the cooperation that you saw between Kalonzo and Kimani Ichung'wah, that cooperation, it does not just happen like that. It is because they have instructions. We were expecting to see serious chaos in bipartisan talk, but what did we see? Gentlemen talking, sober discussions. Why was it happening that way? It is because they had the blessings of their leaders. Kalonzo had the blessings of Raila Odinga, and he has the instructions of what to talk and what to expect. The same case with Kimani Ichung'wah. So handshake has already happened. We are now in the implementation phase, and now to be able to move ahead. So Baba also, remember, Baba is not new in politics. Baba was our prime minister. The father of Baba also was a leader in this nation. So Baba is known all over. Actually, King Charles II, they are the same age with Baba. So when you see them being cordial, it should not be anything new. They know each other. Baba has been visiting all over the world. He is known. So having said that, I just want to disagree with Mr. Leo that Baba is a gate crasher. Baba is an honorable man who goes where he is invited. That is what I think.
Leo, it's been a while since you did as an opening submission in this platform. Can you please tell us what you think about the King's visit and the meeting of William Samoei Ruto with one Raila Amolo Odinga. What do you think they discussed in that particular meeting?
Okay, as Kenyans, whenever we see anything, the first thing that comes into our mind is politics. That is why whenever people are seeing such photos, people would read the politics and say, "Oh, handshake had already happened." Oh, Gachago has been sent away because people read politics a lot. But I think this was just the visit was positive. The king is the official he is the head of the Commonwealth. That's a fact. All those countries that were colonized by British, who forms members of Commonwealth. So the king is the head of Commonwealth, and Commonwealth does not exist only. Maybe it brings together those countries that were colonized by British for some political and economical benefits. So the visit was a good gesture. And number two, it was also good that it enabled the king to come and face the reality. I have to hail and thank the former president Uhuru Kenyatta for availing that museum at Uhuru Gardens to preserve our heritage, our culture, and also to preserve our history. Walking down that tunnel, the king was able to see how they really used force that was unwarranted on Kenyans who are really fighting for their independence. So he will go back knowing that despite the fact that these people are really happy, they are welcoming, they keep some, we have some good relationships, but they've never forgotten how we treated them. So I don't know what the king is going to do about it because lives were lost. I don't know some of the measures is going to do so that this relationship can be strengthened more, can be strengthened better. But I think it was good. His coming is beneficial to the country. It's going to strengthen our relationships. And, Kenya is a third world country. Actually, we are not yet developed. We still need loans, we still need donations. And in his entourage, I know he had some guys who also came and said, okay, this country is nice. It's peaceful, it is not chaotic the way we see it being reported maybe in the western medias. So they can be able to invest and do some businesses here that are going to create jobs. The second thing that I also have to maybe I have to give it to William Ruto. He really behaved like a statesman by giving Baba invitation. So anybody who was watching the activities yesterday will not know that we are having the Zimio and the Kenya Kwanza, or we are having some rifts within the country. People will see a united country. So that one tells me how Kenyans are normally well behaved when it comes to unity with purpose. So the message that maybe you people can try to reach the Mount Kenya kingpin or the Mau Mau liberator, Mr. Gachagua, is that there are times that a country need to come together for the good of everyone. Even we who support Baba, there are specific times we do politics, but there are specific times we put politics aside. And I can tell you, Mzalendo knows that we, like the people who support Baba, we do politics for fun. It is not a matter of life and death. That is why whenever you see people dying in these demonstrations, they are normally killed by the police, not fellow citizens. We do it just for fun. And after that, we stay in the same houses, in the same buildings with the people who are supporting the Tanga Tanga. We help the same people. So there is nothing negative about it. So we should always accept. And you also need to be economically stable, like the ones who are supporting Baba, for you to be able to do politics for a period of 5 years. As for the handshake, that one I cannot talk much about it. Mzalendo noise, but I don't think there is a handshake that is taking place. That those are just some political gimmicks to try and divert our attention and make us feel betrayed by our party leader or coalition leader. But we are not going to buy into that trap. What we know is that we still have the bipartisan part. We are waiting to hear from Baba himself. What he will tell us, he will give us direction, then we'll have to take that direction. I can see Misa is there. So.
Mr. Leo, you are the only one, or just a few of you, who are wise enough to do this politics for fun. There are other people. It's a matter of life and death. If it is not Baba, nobody else. And those are the people who are willing to put their lives online. It doesn't matter what happens to them. And they believe everything they hear. They even believed when they were told that we are going to remove Ruto from State House. They believed that that is what was going to happen. And that is how they end up becoming unruly, violent, to the extent of throwing stones to the police. So it is good that because you normally get such a chance to be telling your supporters, it is not a matter of life and death. We should not take politics so serious to the extent that we go to the level of losing our lives because of friends. Because I kept telling people Ruto and Raila are good friends. Ruto actually supported Baba so much to become the president because he believed in him, because he's a friend. And so when I saw people fighting because they don't want Ruto to the extent of losing lives, I was wondering what is going on. So it is good we keep on reminding people down there that it is not a matter of life and death. Never again put your life on line, that you can die for somebody. Today, they are eating together. They are meeting the king together. But some people are in the grave because of how they took politics in the wrong way.
Well, Buru, thank you for that remark. I hope Leo has listened to whatever you have said, that politics is not a matter of life and that people should not lose their lives. I can see the village boy, Miss LM, the one and only Miss LM. My brother, Miss, karibu sana kwenye show. Can you please join and greet us, because you've been away for quite some time. I don't know whether you had traveled to open our great hotel in Nyamira. So I don't know. I was assuming you were in Nyamira having a cocktail in that nice joint of ours. So karibu sana Mise.
Thank you, Mzalendo, for giving me this opportunity. I think it makes me feel privileged to be here and to live and to be vindicated of what we have been fighting in uniting the people. Just for the record, I had traveled. I was among the entourage of the king to the Republic of Kenya, and that is why you have not seen me being able to get some time to attend this great show. But that being said, this show was well represented among the entourage of the king and the queen in the Republic, all the way from England. So, well, to dive into the discussion today, I want to applaud my brother Leo. You know, Leo is one of the debaters of this century who has lived to be an example, a good example, and a good ambassador of Azimio, because since before election, Leo, despite the fact that he was a Azimio dam, he stayed objective. I remember those days that we were kicked out of the shows and because we were of a different opinion. But I remember occasionally Leo was compelled to have mercy and find it compelling in himself in allowing us to engage and debate soberly. I want to agree with what Leo was saying and what my brother Jeff Mburu has mentioned. That is very key and a lesson to learn and something to take home, that today we sit back here and watch Raila Amolo Odinga, the one and only Baba wa Azimio, who for the longest, never agreed or agreed with the leadership style of one William Samoei Ruto, that today they were dining, or most recent, they were dining together. This is what we want for our country. And this should not be delayed. Immediately after election, we should see this kind of extension from leaders who have a common good for our country, not for a common good for their selfish gain. So I want to agree that William Ruto has demonstrated as a true friend to Raila Amolo Odinga, not once, but as always, since 2007, him being at the forefront, fighting for one Raila Amolo Odinga. And today, when there was an occasion that required the presence of our great leaders of our nation, he didn't delay or hesitate to invite the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. And this is what is called the unit of purpose. I want also to echo. I mean, I've seen a lot of funny pictures about the son of Mau Mau, whether he was afraid, whether he was people were afraid that yeye ni msema ukweli, he might be tempted kuambia the colonial masters ukweli, and so we don't know where they kept him, but most pictures we didn't get to see him. But as they say, msema ukweli ni kipenzi cha Mungu, na I am still questioning how come the list of the expected were in the scenery and not Mau Mau ama mtoto wa Mau Mau. And I want also to think that William Ruto's foreign trips are now getting to be recognized, that they are not just a waste of our resources, that rather they are building bilateral diplomacy. And as you know, that bilateral diplomacy is very essential in advancing the country's external interests. You know, it is opening our country to the external markets, and this is good for our people. Despite the fact that we are having other challenges like the taxes that now we have to pay for as people of diaspora when we are going home. This is something that we are yet to know, but overall, I'm glad to the direction our country is taking, and I hope that this is not something that we take for granted, for the Queen and to choose Kenya as a country, as the first country to visit since they came to office. So I think we are privileged. Just that I'm also disturbed that our country, despite the fact that is recognized out there are other parts of the country that are experiencing marginalization. Parts like Pokot and other areas. I hope that our country, our government will extend and balance services, government services, and protection and provision of services to ensure that as we go out there and look pretty, our people locally are also looking pretty. Think for now that's what I can give into this contribution, and I'm grateful. I'm grateful to be here.
So, Mr. Mise, I would like you to tell us, what do you think about Gachagua? Where was he?
I think Gachagua. I think that I think I don't know. I think Gachagua is. I'm confused as well. I don't know why Gachagua is not featured in this in good light. But I think all I've seen, I think there's a picture here I saw that was very interesting. That is in a yellow tracksuit, you know, following, and I felt they were.
Mr. This is the dinner table.
Yes.
No, this is the dinner table.
Looks delicious. We are missing a lot. Why were we not invited?
Now look at the dinner table. Look at the dinner table. On your extreme left, I don't know who this white person is, but seated next to Raila, I don't know whether that's an ambassador. That is Raila Molo. On your extreme left, right, there's this beautiful lady. I don't know who she is. Then number 4 is Wandai. That's a minority leader. Pio Wandai, yeah? So this tells you a lot. Then there is also the other line where people are having dinner. Maybe Gashago was huko nyuma kwa tent.
No, Mr. Mzalendo, you people, you are not aware that the deputy president is not in Kenya?
Where is he?
I am aware that the deputy president was doing a great
He was
work
sent
in
away.
opening-
Like when the visitors are coming, your mom will tell you to go and fetch water
No,
far
but-
away, or
but,
they'll tell you to go and look after the cows. So he was sent away intentionally.
No, I don't think so.
President,
But for the best interest of our country, he did a great job. He signed great deals for the coffee farmers. You know, there's an expo that is going on, and you have seen a lot of pictures going around from Costa Rica, in Belgium as well.
Yeah.
The deputy president is overworking. You know,
and in Belgium, Mr. Mise, he was representing the president actually in the Global Gateway Forum, which was
Exactly.
hosted by the European Commission. So
Exactly.
he was on duty. I know Kenyans, especially on the social media, they can say anything, but the deputy president was on official duties. We don't have to bring the country into a standstill because the king is coming. Things have to continue. You know?
While I agree with you, Mburu, it's worth noting that this, despite the fact that the king just came to Kenya, it meant a lot politically in our country because it gave a clear picture of who is who and where was everybody in terms of the closeness of the president and who was invited and the key participants. So the deputy president being out there on official duty, while we appreciate that, I feel that this occasion, the deputy president should have been here. But perhaps this was his own choice that he would not like to dine with the colonial masters. You know, he is known is known as the son of Mau Mau, and he wouldn't want to sit together on the same dinner table with the colonial masters, the people who actually colonized and treated his forefathers and not in a very good, not in a very palatable way. So I think it was an occasion for him to get away, or else angerobokwa na aseme ukweli. I think in my view and in my suspicion, it was his own wanting to go away, not to be in the same dinner table.
Mise, sorry, just in your view, I do agree with you, and that is the fact. Gachagua did not want to be seen sharing the same table with the colonial masters. Having declared himself there as the Mau Mau, the son of Mau Mau, he is a self-declared son of Mau Mau. Whether he is, that is a story for another day. So, just to ask you, do you think this is the right thing that somebody should be doing in the 21st century? Is that or not holding grudges? Is that or not being petty? Is that or not taking things out of context? The next time we Christians will start saying that we are not going to associate with people who are coming from that community that crucified Jesus. So, should we have such kind of leaders who can't even share a table because these are colonial people? They colonized us, they brutalized us. So, what do you think he will do to somebody who maybe hurt him during campaigns? Could that one be speaking the character of Gachagua, somebody who is not ready to forget, somebody who is not ready to forgive, or somebody who is not ready to move on? You know, after every election, Kenyans, we know this term, move on. We are always told to move on. So is Gachagua ready to move on? Because if he could run away from somebody who did some evil 60 years before he was even born, or maybe he was born, he was still a toddler. So what will he do to somebody who badmouths him, or Uhuru Kenyatta, whom he claimed sent some police officers to arrest him, and the DCI found him naked in front of his children, such like things? What will he do to Uhuru Kenyatta?
I think you ought to understand that history teaches us what we were and what we are and what we ought to be in the future. So to say that is Gachagua is someone who is venturous, someone who is vengeful, I think is misleading, because most countries, even the United States, the UK, Australia, Germany, France, name them. They have countries that they cannot dine on the same table. That is not lack of civilization. That is choosing not to dine with an enemy. You can only forgive an enemy, but you cannot forget to put your guard down for that enemy, because you already have what is called a lived experience. So Gachagua, if Gachagua feels so that he is traumatized of the experience, that he still can remember very well what the Mau Mau went through, how they were traumatized, how they were treated inhumanely, I think is justified, and that's why the United States cannot sit down with Cuba. That's why they have sanctions. You know, that's why United States cannot sit down with maybe some other country. That's why Israel cannot sit down with Palestine. So this is not just a show of someone who cannot forgive. Perhaps he has forgiven, but he cannot forget the traumas, and so he's justified so within his thinking and within his actions.
Well said, Mr. Mise. We are joined by G here. Mr. G, karibu sana kwenye show. Pengine ingia usalimie wananchi. Kama umepata mada ya leo, what we are discussing about is the visit of the one king of England, Charles. Charles is in town, and people are saying and are speculating that Gachagua is missing in action. Did he choose by design? Mr. G, and maybe if you had noticed that one Raila Mondo Odinga was also present to meet William Ruto, and they shared a dinner table. Did they greet each other? Did they shake hands the African way? Or they didn't? Because cameras have been trying to avoid that particular incident. There's no TV, there's no media that has shown Raila Odinga shaking hands with one William Ruto.
Mr. G is very amused by seeing Baba there. I can see the
Mr.
smile.
G, maybe you can tell us, because this is one occasion that you didn't envision in your head, that one day they would be seated having dinner, and what they would be eating is Wellington chicken. Wellington chicken is some chicken preserved for the highest in society, si ya kuku ya mtu wa kawaida. Inatengenezwa well in advance, na hiyo walikula na King na Ruto pamoja wakiangaliana hivi. Did you ever see a situation like this happening in Kenyan politics? What do you think? How did Raila get to State House?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mzalendo. Greeting to you guys. Naona Jeff Mburu, naona Mise, Leo Nyabaya. Nasalimia nyote na our viewers na wale pia ambao wako comment section. I think ndio nimeingia tu naona you have been around almost 4 hours plus, na mimi nilikuwa hata hamjaniambia. Okay, mimi I think you just give me some few minutes nisikize vile mnaendelea, alafu ndio naongea. Lakini kuhusiana na mambo ya Raila kwenda State House, I think me it is much more of a disappointment, kwa sababu if at all he was to go there, basi angeenda na the whole team. Kwa nini amue kwenda peke yake? And yet anajua kabisa watu ni watu ambao hatupatani nao, even though we know that he was not going to meet Ruto, he was going to meet the king. But on my side, that's my views. It was a big mistake missing end of Raila.
So are you contradicting?
Let me help Mr. G. Mr. G is my brother. You know, Raila didn't go to State House. Raila attended a state banquet that was organized in respect to show some respect and to show maybe to welcome the king. So it was not about the normal maybe State House visit or the normal country's schedule, but what was taking place was the king had come, and as a country, even in the village where he comes from, when the visitors are coming, for example, if your daughter is married and that day you are receiving some cows or some animals from the in-laws, even that witch in the village, that neighbor who is you normally don't speak to, that day he will have to come just as a show of solidarity. So what Raila did, I think we don't need to get disappointed. It was a show of statesmanship. Had he snubbed it, it would have been negative because like today, what happens when somebody dies in your village? People come together, they have enmity. Yes.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Nyabaya. But now my question, no, what I said that he was going to meet the king. He was not going, he had no appointment with the Ruto. He had an appointment to go and see the king because I quite invited because I'm the king. But now my fear is that, you know, just for example, Nyabaya, mimi nimekuibia bibi yako ama nimekuibia msichana wako ambaye unaenda kuoa, ukapata siku harusi amekuacha, unaweza enda kunywa naye chai hata kama tu amekuinvite somewhere, mwende tu mkae mkunywe chai. To me, I find it so awkward. Me hata singeenda huko because looking at the event, looking at the event.
Mr. G, I saw this man called Rai, and I remembered William Ruto on top of the car saying, Rai nimempatia. Who is Rai? Mambo matatu. Do you know Rai is among the people who welcome the king? So in such places, you put your differences together. After that, you show some solidarity because the king is coming. Being the head of the Commonwealth, it's going to benefit Kenyans. It's not going to benefit individuals. And actually, during the colonial rule, you know, majority of Kenyans suffered. We suffered as Kenyans, not as specific individuals. So the king's coming. That is the only visit that I believe is going to benefit the entire country. Even Ruto himself, who did not want to identify with the Uhuru's achievements, had to go and do a pre-visit, Pale Uhuru Garden. Remember, I'm sorry to say this, that land had already been grabbed. Uhuru had to storm in, prevent the land grabbers. And when I talk of land grabbing, you know the people who are coming into your mind. I give you an opportunity to speculate. So somebody who did not even want and actually, it is on record, Mise, you will play for us when Ruto was saying that Uhuru is wasting money doing unbudgeted projects.
I think Leo, you are out of topic.
Zalendo, let me respond on something here.
Yes.
It's interesting and hilarious how Leo is trying to spin this conversation to look like it's a privilege for Raila to attend. You know, the State House is not like Uhuru Gardens that is open even to myself, you know. State House is not, even if it's Uhuru Gardens.
It's not a public toilet.
Yeah, even if it's Uhuru Gardens and it's the top leaders of the country that are meeting there where security clearance is needed, not everyone can walk in like any village witch, just to use Leo's analogy, that can walk in just like that. And to go to State House, the host of State House is none other than William Samoei Ruto. For you to come there must have been cleared and allowed and invited by the so-called host, quote unquote, illegitimate president who actually sits in the State House. Now, there is this story that we were told about the Nigerian who married Akinyi. Do you remember what was his name? Do you remember the guy who married Akinyi, and then Akinyi all of a sudden wanted to deport him to Nigeria?
Chinedu, you know him, Chinedu. Then this Budalangi MP snatched Akinyi from Chinedu, and the rest is his.
Now, let me give you a quick analogy. That when Chinedu, when they wanted to deport Chinedu already was, by the time you are planning to deport him to Nigeria, Chinedu had made arrangements in Nigeria. By the time he landed there, Kenyans were held hostage in Nigeria. And for the foreign affairs to be cleared, or to have the Kenyan aircraft released, they had to call a certain office, and that office is none than Chinedu's office. And the only person that they were being redirected to was Chinedu. The same thing here, my brother Leo. Today, the host of State House, unfortunately, is the illegitimate government that wanted a few months ago, you and your friends wanted to host from State House. But as a statesman, he extended the courtesy and said that there comes a time when an individual is not, when a nation is greater than individuals. And he invited everybody to come on board in solidarity for the common good of our country. And that's why he said, we are here to work for the people and not the people work for us. And that's why you see the deputy president had to leave and represent the president in other functions that will actually benefit the people, rather than staying in the city, to live a lavish life while the people who need to be served are waiting. I think this is a good show from the government, and I hope that this will continue, having more dignitaries from other countries coming to Kenya, bringing money. I'm sure the amount of money that was spent or continues to be spent in the city of Nairobi is a lot, and this is good for our local economy. Leo, let me tell you, the likes of it's time that we get out of denial. My brother G and my brother Leo, as much as you want to spin it, as much as you want to paint it black or white, the sad reality that we are all now sharing is that William Samoei Ruto, he is the president of the Republic of Kenya, will be the next 5 years and might be the other coming 5 years. All we need to do is to start thinking in unity, having a unit of purpose on how we can build our country, our economy, and hold this government accountable together without necessarily segregating and sanitizing some leaders. Every leader needs to be held accountable, be it the former prime minister, be it the William Samoei Ruto, for the greater benefit of our country. The moment we start holding these leaders together accountable, the moment we start seeing them as our servants, the greater our country, the greater trajectory our country will take, than just living in denial that William Samoei Ruto is receiving favors by Raila Amolo Odinga attending an occasion in State House. And lastly, I want you to know that, Leo, the fights that we had with the likes of Stone PK, the fights we had like with the likes of Themba and the others in their Bernard, throwing us out of the show just because we were of divergent opinion. Guess what? None of us today had the opportunity to go to State House or to sit in that dinner table. But those that we were fighting for, those that we were supporting, today they sat together and they were eating the most expensive meals. They were driving the most expensive vehicles. They were having the heaviest security. And that tells you, as common mwananchi, those who go in the streets, strike, going and wearing sufurias on their heads, while others are coming in bulletproof vehicles, we should learn a lesson and say, no more killing, no more property destroying, but we should unite with a common purpose of building our country.
Mr. Mzalendo, you are muted. We can't hear you.
Yeah. Sorry
Are
for
you
that.
going to give me a chance?
Yeah. I'll give you a chance in a short while. I wanted to comment on what flow in the comment section. The guys in the comment section, we need to really engage. It's flow Amayo. To say Raila made a mistake to go to State House on the king's invitation is stupid. On the king's invitation, that statement again is one thing. I don't know whether the king invited Raila Odinga to State House. The State House belongs to William Ruto. That statement is wrong. He did not go there.
And also on that statement, Mr. Mzalendo,
do you see them shaking hands? I think it was. I'm just trying to answer this lady. I think it was avoided technically by the media and by instruction. This is something that done by design. It was done by design. So they said it, and they warned probably the media not to put such prominent photos of them shaking hands, or the media were not invited.
However,
and also Mr. Mzalendo,
Mzalendo should not correct the lady. The lady is right. Floa Mayo is really right to say that Raila went there on King's invitation. Yes, we all agree the state house belongs to one William Ruto. And if you listen to William Ruto's statement, he said, in this country, we are having kings, regional kings and whatever kings. But because the real king is here, all other kingpins and whatever are suspended, including Ruto himself. So the state house did not belong to Ruto, the local king. But now that state house was occupied and reserved to King Charles himself. So everybody you see there, apart from everybody you see there, had invitation. The king has got some powers to make invitations on whom he wants to meet or whom he wants to engage with. I remember the king himself extending some public invitation to Wangare Maathai's daughter. Maybe because William Ruto did not, if Ruto is the one who was inviting, I don't know, he went ahead to invite Wangare Maathai's daughter because he felt he need to have some sit up with her and appreciate the things.
Ruto, I mean,
Raila was there.
For the sake of our listeners and the viewers, here we try to inform and educate in the proper manner. You were saying that in this particular occasion, the invitations came from London. The invitations came from London, and they were prepared in London. Those who are going to meet the King of England. Is that what you are trying to tell our viewers?
What I'm saying is this: I'm trying to tell the viewers. I'm telling the viewers, despite the fact that the cards and the invitation cards were coming from the State House, Kenya, but the planners in London had their hand. They had their say. They compromised these invitations. For example, if I want to come and visit you in United States of America, I will tell you that Mzalendo, I would like to meet Jeff. I would like to meet so and so. So with my permission, with my request, or with my recommendation, you'll write invitation to Jeff and the people want to see. But the people I would not want to see, you wouldn't invite them.
Before Jeff, allow me to
I'm allowing you in a second.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Leo, for that.
I think, Leo, it's not in order to speculate. You cannot authoritatively speak as you are trying to do so. You are speaking as though you are among the planners, and so that you can substantiate your comments. These are mere speculations, and you are allowed. This is positive assumption, and you are allowed. And when you're coming to my country, you cannot dictate. The Kenya is a sovereign country. We have our sovereignty, that we can make our independent decisions. The fluidity of the political fluidity of any nation, or anyone or any leader visiting any country, must take into consideration the political situation of the time before they send out or intend to invite or bring people together to a table, unless and otherwise their intention is to unite these people through that occasion. But in this case, you do not have material facts to authoritatively argue that there could be a possibility, or not there could be a possibility. It was intentional that the invitation or a directive was given from England straight to the White House through the planners to invite one Raila Amolo Odinga. But it would also be unfortunate to have such directive coming from England for a patriot such as Raila Amolo Odinga to be invited by a foreigner in his own home country. That is quite unfortunate to think so. Only forgetting, I'm actually finishing, only forgetting that William Samoei Ruto was a champion of the former prime minister on camera, and he fought for him to be the president of the Republic of Kenya in 2007. And so they are not enemies, they are just but buddies with a difference of ideology. So your argument is faulty in a way.
Mzalendo, just to rebut on what Ms. is saying, I think Mr. Leo is making a lot of sense. Because remember, this country has been in a lot of trouble, a lot of violence ambazo zimekuwa zina happen because of this mambo ya election and this confusion ambayo imekuwa around. So I think what Leo is saying is exactly what happened. I believe the king, when he was coming, aliongea na Ruto na akamwambia, I think I have to meet this man called Raila, because I don't think if Ruto can just invite Raila alafu Raila aende hivyo hivyo, that thing I don't think kama inaingia kwa akili. But what I know on my side, I think Raila angeamua kwenda na timu yake, but I think aliambia timu yake na timu yake ikataka kwenda. For me, I'm talking about this thing being negative kwa sababu I don't see anything beneficial on this visitation of this king. Sioni kama kuna anything ambayo itakuja kusaidia wa Kenya. Maybe kama itakuwa, but to me I don't see.
Asante sana Mr. G. Mburu, I mean, our viewers, these are the opinions of our panelists. We don't agree with some of them. They are their own opinions, their own feelings. And this is the show where we are each and everyone's opinion as they come. Sometimes we might filter them, but you can hear all the madness in this particular show. So feel free, if you feel offended by any of these comments. The only thing that we allow here is civility. The language, how people think, that is up to them. But we know the protocol, we know who invited who. Again, it is your opinion, it is your judgment out there to judge each and every individual as they present their views. Mburu, let me invite you. You've been out there for a while. You've heard the opinions of Leo, you've heard the opinions of many of our panelists. What do you think in this particular scenario where one Raila Amolo Odinga is put in this pedestal? Yeah.
I'm just enjoying. That's why I was smiling here, because those are strange kind of argument that somebody can come from outside and decide who should be invited in the meeting that he's gonna attend in a sovereign country. That is tantamount to impossibility. it doesn't happen that way. So the king came here. He cannot decide, I want to meet so and so. So if the president doesn't want, that person has to be there. No, it doesn't work like that. Having said that, I would like to remind Kenyans, basing on my personal analysis, and we also heard from the most truthful man in Kenya called Rigathi Gachagua, that William Ruto and Raila Odinga met at Mombasa, and they had a discussion, and they made agreement on how they're gonna work together. If you cannot believe Gachagua, I don't know who else you are waiting to believe. Raila Odinga has gone through a hearing process. After a loss, there is a process that somebody undergoes before he can accept the outcome. He has gone through the process. He have had enough time to go through the process to console himself. He has healed, and he has accepted that actually William Ruto is the president of Kenya, and he has agreed I'm gonna work with him. What is remaining now is for us, the electorates, those who were supporting Raila Odinga and those who were supporting William Ruto, to shake hand, because the real handshake among leaders has already happened. So what is remaining is for Mr. G, because for me, I'm a staunch supporter of William Ruto. It is for me and Mr. G to shake hands and to agree to go together. It is for me and Mr. Leo to shake hands and agree that what happened, happened. It is for us now, Kenyans, to agree to work together. And I just want to go back to something that was said about Deputy President Gachagua. And many people said he was not invited. He was sent out so that he wouldn't be in that meeting because he is likely to say things that he was not supposed to say, and so many other funny things. And I want to say that it's only in Kenya whereby people imagine things and they treat what they imagine as real. It is so strange that we imagine that we know the reason why. For instance, we know why Gachagua was not in the meeting. We know why he was missing. Even if we know it is there in black and white, the deputy president is outside the country attending official duties representing the president. But still we have to force narrative that he was not there technically because either he was not wanted or they are not agreeing with the president. Yet all those things are in the realm of imagination. It is somehow funny. It also makes our country to be unique in a way and enjoyable. When I read things in the social media and everything that people are saying, we are just comical and we are just funny people. And we know very well the deputy president is not in Kenya. He is in official duties representing the president and should remain as such. There is something, Mr. G, you said, that Mr. Raila Odinga being in that meeting is not good because William Ruto stole, maybe it's what you try to insinuate when you use the example of somebody who has stolen your wife. Can you go sit down with him? And that is to say, William Ruto stole from Raila Odinga. That is something that nobody can substantiate. We were given the chance in the Supreme Court to prove beyond reasonable doubt. Everything, every scrutiny was done. Every evidence was produced on the glare of cameras. And they were not able to prove that actually there were malpractices in the general elections. So the best thing that we can do for ourselves is to come to terms to the reality and accept what happened. It is the time for us to move together. And it's a beautiful thing to see the king in Kenya. And I want people to know this is the first visit in Africa. Actually, I think in the world, since he became the king, he has chosen Kenya as his first destination. That is respect of the highest order. That is an honor to our nation and an honor to our president, Mr. William Samoei Ruto. Britain is one of the superpowers of the world, a great nation. So we don't take it for granted. There are so many other countries that would have desired that the king may visit them, but he chose our country. That is a great favor, and also it shows some level of acceptance. There are people who peddle narrative that William Ruto is unacceptable, but we can see from this visit that actually William Ruto is favored on the international ground or international level. Somebody there with a comment say, Jeff, please, you know the truth about the election. Be truthful for yourself. Yes, I am truthful for myself because
you are not truthful. Mr. Mburu, you are not truthful, please. We know what happened in Supreme Court. Hata tukienda kwa wakati wa kufungua sawa, wakati waliambiwa fungue, they stopped the team ambao ilikuwa inasimamia that thing walikataa, wakasema they cannot open it. In fact even the issues are later, na wakasema it is not right for them to open those servers. So ukija alafu unatuambia kwa it was scrutinized, those are lies that we should not talk before people. There was a problem in Supreme Court.
You see, Mr. G, let me educate you something. And I expect you to be educating and to be informing our electorate about how these things are done. When it comes to the server, they were given the right, what we call the lead only, that you can lead, but you cannot do anything about it. Number two, the extent to which they wanted to go, there is what we call the copyright. And it was there in the agreement that you cannot go beyond a certain level. And it was explained in the court, and the court was satisfied with the explanation. Now, I want to take you back just a little bit because maybe it's going to help you understand what was going on, and it might also help you to heal. Mr. Raila Odinga said that he was doubting several polling stations, and he requested for physical counting in 3 different polling stations, one by one. He had his agents there. The court had its representative, and Kenya Kwanza the same, and observers. They counted one by one. They also checked what was on the server, and also they compared to what was on the portal. And all of those areas they counted one by one, and they did that during the day and night. All of those areas agreed and tarried. And that is where the Azimio team lost, because they said we are doubting area A, area B, and C. We want them to be recounted one by one. So that one was used as a sample. If you have ever done statistics, if those 3 areas that they requested for counting and they were given permission were counted one by one, ballot papers, not even what was on the portal, they checked how people voted, they went through them, and there was no anything for them to prove that there was any rigging. So the court checked that. They said, okay, you people, you said we should recount these areas. We have done that. We haven't seen anything that can show that William Ruto had rigged. If you were the judge, you yourself, Mr. G, what would you have done? Yet they are the ones who requested those 3 areas to be recounted. What you do, that is what we call a sample. So the court used what was counted as a sample to say the whole election was good.
Mr. Mburu, those are still bias. Because I remember very well wakati judge walisema we go and look at these ballot papers. We know that we had 2 books. From that 4A book 1 and from that 4A book 2. My question to you, Mr. Mburu, was from that 4A book 2 used ama haikutumika?
You see, Mr. G, it is good that we talk what we know exactly and what we saw, because we followed the court process. We followed everything. Do you know some of the submissions that were made there? If it was some other countries like here in the US, some of those Azimio lawyers would be behind bars, trying even to forge some documents in the court of law. Did you see that? That even they were saying That they even used 2017 general election papers in the court to prove that Raila Odinga was rigged. They had tried to do everything possible. And that is why the judges, when they were making the ruling, they even used very strong words like chasing the hot air. They used the chasing the goose. I mean, they used those words because the judges were offended by the work of the lawyers from Azimio. They were trying to use even forgery in the court of law. So whether what book you are talking about and all that, what I want you to know, how the election of Kenya was managed. Because of the previous precedents of what happened in 2007, the nations of the world have been so keen with elections in Kenya. That is why we had over 200 international observers. From the United Nations, we had observers. From the United Kingdom, we had observers. From the African Union, we had observers. From America, we had observers everywhere. Number two, apart from observers, you saw everything that was happening in the bombers was on camera for everybody to see. So I don't know at what point you people you feel that Ruto, I don't know, did what. Who has, and even Atwoli asked you people, and even this minor commander who was a staunch supporter of Raila Odinga asked the Azimio people who was in a position to lead. Was it William Ruto who was outside government, or was it we who were inside government with intelligence, with the army, with everything at our disposal, with the Uhuru money combined with the Raila and everything, who was in a position to lead?
But
So anything about leaguing, those are just stories.
Yeah, Mburu, there's something that you mentioned there. The question that Mr. G is asking is actually relevant. That the argument in the court was not whether the books the books were used or not. The argument in court that was actually compelling, they were asking, the prayer in court was actually compelling the IBC to open the servers because they felt, underlined, during the transmission of the election results, there was manipulation. Okay? So they were not arguing that there was manipulation at the polling centers. So, Mr. G, you have to understand this, that when transmission was done, it was done in form of images, okay? And when an image is sent, there was a picture is taken of the form that you are told, then it is transmitted. But it's not transmitted transmitted in that format. It is first sent to the encrypting server. It is encrypted, then transmitted to the decrypting server, and then the decrypting server decrypts it to the image that is readable, and then it's displayed at the BOMAS National Tallying Center. So you ought to understand what Mburu was talking about. When he was talking about, you see, a lot of people just argue without IT knowledge that we need to open the servers, but also understand that there was other things, just like Mburu has mentioned about the read-only rights. The read-only rights only allows you to read, but you can't edit or you can't make any change. So now your argument actually lacks the goodwill that IBC had foreseen in its wisdom in 2012 and came up with what is called Electoral Act of 2012 that was amended in 2016. The reason why this act was put in place was to allow party agents to be present throughout the voting period at the polling centers as the eyes of as the agents and eyes of the parties during the election period. So your failure or the party's failure to have installed agents would have given a leeway for people to manipulate at the polling center. And that is why, on a balance of probabilities, when they were given, when randomly some the polling station that Azimio chose to be recounted, physical ballots to be counted, they were given, they were found to be accurate or to have an error or omission that is actually allowed. So your argument today about the server and rigging is actually neither here nor there. So we cannot argue that your argument, therefore, that you cannot sit on the same dinner table with someone who stole your wife is actually indescribable, or it's actually misplaced. So we need to move on from being in denial, knowing that yes, there might have been a problem. IBC might have not been 100% accurate. No system has ever been 100% accurate. Of course, we need electoral reforms not to have a repeat of obvious mistakes on things that have happened in the past. And we have seen that IBC has tremendously improved over a period of time in the manner that they have transmitted their election results. And so it is okay to say that we must continue having reforms to have a better result in terms of transmission. And then the last thing I wanted to inform you, Mr. Nyabaya, there is nothing like bipartisan engagement. It is called parliamentary bipartisan engagement, meaning everything. And that's how Ruto is, and that's why we can't call it a handshake. That's why we can't call it a handshake, because this has to go through a legislative assembly, that whatever they agree has to go through legislative assembly. It's not something they are going to sit down and say, we have met and we have shook hands and we have agreed. No, it has to go through parliament and it has to go through proper procedure. And that is why Ruto is a unique president in this government, that he has made sure that whatever action or steps that he makes or decisions that he makes has to be anchored on the law. Otherwise, he would be easily impeached because he knows he's a person of interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mise. Thank you for that analysis and trying to correct the position of the electoral process and how the cases went on in 2022. Personally, I mean, this topic, we have dwelt with it on many angles and possibilities and impossibilities. The only possibility that elections were stolen or rigged is if Azimio had got proof, but they keep on acting on hearsays, and they would have challenged the system, because they were claiming, as Mr. said, that during transmission the votes were manipulated in the server or something like that. That is what they were saying. Then the best company to charge for mishandling the election and manipulating the election was what was that company's name? The one that was in charge of Kenyan election, of transmitting the votes. I've forgotten the name, but I'll remember it. So that company was the one to be taken in court, just like Americans did. They took the same company to court.
It is called Smartmatics, eh?
Yes, Mathematics here in the US was taken to court. And I want you to listen to this very carefully. Smartmatic was taken to court. It was taken to court by Fox News. It was taken to court by Republicans and Donald Trump. But today, each and every lawyer that represented Donald Trump in the case of the rigging of elections which claimed Biden and Smartmatic rigged the election. It's just the same way, the same claims that Azimio have was done by the system. Those lawyers have been charged in court for lying. Secondly, the news outlets that were propagating that elections were stolen, they have been told to pay very, very heavy fines by the same to the same companies, billions of dollars. Fox is paying billions of dollars to Smartmatic because of the lies they peddled. But you see, the Kenyan politics is very, very careful, Mr. Leo, and anybody listening out there. They avoided taking Smartmatic to court because they knew they were going to lose that particular battle. They could not prove that Smartmatic indeed had rigged the election. They were so careful to avoid Smartmatic, who were in charge. They were the ones in charge of manufacturing and manipulating the votes. Yeah, the IBC was just the body, but the guys who were in charge of the system that was manipulating the votes in favor of William Ruto was indeed Smartmatics, and they should have been taken to court. But they did not.
Why are you using that statement? Manipulating the vote.
Are you in admission? Are you in admission that the votes were?
Are you in admission that the votes were manipulated?
I am trying to give you an example. An example is
no, but the way you are putting
an example is the people who were supposed to be taken to court for the manipulation, or if there was a manipulation of votes, is indeed Smartmatic. Is indeed Smartmatic. Just like the Americans here did, the Republicans, they took them to court, but they lost that battle. And you can see there's so many cases that Donald Trump is having in various different states, and he still claims that elections were stolen and rigged in favor of Biden. He's losing each and every stage in his in his quest to find justice. So eventually he'll end up in jail.
You see, Mr. Mzalendo, that is why in Kenya it's okay to throw any kind of allegation because sometimes our courts are not very serious. That somebody can just make allegations without good ground, without proper investigation. Because even what I saw Azimio trying to do is like trying to tell the court to help them find the evidence. And that is why you see the people who took Smartmatic to court here in America, they ended up being jailed. Others ended up being fined heavy fines because of taking case that was not, they could not prove. Not only that, they destroyed the name of the company, and therefore they were requested to pay for the damage. But now in Kenya, we saw people sneaking in fake documents. We saw people trying to manipulate documents, even using 2017 documents as their evidence, but they were let go by the court. So the only thing the court did is just to give warning. If it was America, if it was here, they would have been jailed.
No, but Timburu, I think that's misleading. When you go to the court, what is the work of the court? So when you go to the court, you ask the court, you take a prayer for the court to answer. The court will answer the prayer to the negative or to the positive. Then, if you are the person, if I've made allegations that Mburu is a madman, so it's upon you, it's incumbent you to the court. If you don't ask for the court to take action against me, the court is not going to tell you what to do. The court is just going to respond to what is before it. It's going to limit itself to what is before it, the prayers before it. But if by any chance I am going to file now to say that I need damages because I have suffered, my reputation has suffered because of the allegations made by Mzalendo, then at this point, the court is going to look at its decision and findings, and then it's going to answer your prayer to the positive based on its findings, or based on whether it's reasonable or it's within what you have asked, and if there is a law that is supporting what you are asking for. So for you to say that the court let people go scot-free, it means there is either the Kenya Kwanza lawyers did not hit back, IBC did not hit back, and other people, interested parties in that particular case, did not file an application asking the court to take an action. So you have to know that the court is not going to see that in Buru you said something that is detrimental to Mzalendo's reputation and recommend that, hey, you need to sue Mzalendo. No, if Mzalendo has not said that my reputation has suffered. So I think that is what you need to know about the court. So let us say that IBC lawyers failed, the Kenya Kwanza lawyers failed to hold the Azimio lawyers for presenting and misleading and wasting the precious time of the court by presenting or misrepresenting the facts through fraudulent materials knowingly, especially them being officers of the court. So those, as a lawyer or as an advocate of High Court, you are expected to carry yourself in a very high standard, that you should be the role model, that you should be the mirror of a law-abiding citizen, and you should not be you should not do what is called sharp practice. So what you're asking the court is what the court cannot do. And besides that, if a ruling has been made, the court must restrict itself within the prayers before them. I just wanted to make sure that you understand.
And Mr. Mise, I listened to the submission of the judge of the Supreme Court, Justice, what is her name? This the Chief Justice. What is her name? Mother Kome. And she even told them such practices can lead to losing of license and also losing the confidence of the judges, and their reputation also is at stake. So to what extent can somebody misbehave in the court and lose the practicing license? Because I heard that also. Yeah. When you take evidence that actually this is not true, and you have, because that is why the lawyers and people swear in the court that whatever I am going to represent here is nothing but the truth. But when you knowingly take documents, forged documents, and take them to court, does it mean unless somebody else sues you, the court cannot find you having failed on moral ground? Apart from that,
yeah, the court does.
Yeah, you're gonna respond to that.
Oh, you want me to respond now?
Yeah, no. Let me finish something I wanted to say. Okay. On the issue of the malpractice that many people still think that there was rigging, there was a question which was asked by Justice Smoking Wajara, and he asked this. Yes, there are those soft copies that we are going through the portal, and also others to the server. If those were manipulated because they were going through the air, because they were saying that this guy called, what was the name? Kamago, Jose Kamago, was catching them on the air, manipulate them within seconds, and put them back on the system. Now the judge asked them, now, it's okay. That maybe that can happen. What about the ballot that were cast one by electorates, and then they were transported by road? How are they manipulated? And they were not in a position to answer that question. Okay, they have changed the one on the air, they have changed the one on the portal. Okay, what about the physical ones? And the physical ones are the ones which were counted on those polls that they had requested Then they compared what was on the portal and what was on the server, and there was no discrepancies. So if I was the judge, because for me that is when I concluded, actually I wrote it on my Facebook, basing on that analysis, the case is over. The case was over because it was their argument. They were not able to show. You had fear that on these areas, there was rigging. Now we have counted. You are not showing anything. What else are you waiting for? So for me, it is unfortunate that in Kenya, we have great level of mistrust. And I keep reminding Kenyans, I know losing an election, it feels bad. But sometimes we have to be truthful to ourselves. We keep on fighting. I had people fighting this guy so much, the electoral commissioner, the chair, Chebukati. And they were saying Chebukati was the one who was used. And I keep reminding them, Mr. Leo and Mr. G. Mr. Chebukati was a member of ODM before he became the chairman of IEBC. He was supported by Raila Odinga because Raila Odinga wanted Chebukati to become a member of parliament of Sabaot. And he contested under ODM ticket. Why should such a man who had worked with Baba want to rig Baba? I don't see any reason. So Chebukati became bad simply because he did his job. But he was a Baba man, and I know deep in his heart, he would have wanted Baba to win. But now he had to do his job. SDA people, for me, I commend them because they are strict. The SDA people are not people you can just go give them money to change elections. But now, this guy did his job, but now we kept calling him all manner of names, saying how bad he is, but he was a Baba man. Baba fought for Chebukati to occupy the position of IEBC as the chair. Huh? How do you say he rigged, Mr. Leo? Do you know he was a Baba man? Tell us.
I just wanted to respond on matters of law.
Can I respond?
And then you respond, Mr. Leo. But I wanted to make sure that my brother Bull does not mislead us when it comes to.
No, I just want to ask for clarification, not misreading my brother.
What you said is very important, and that is how IBC is structured. The backup plan, the master plan, or the master backup is the physical ballot papers, okay? And that is a very good question. But however, I just wanted to say that lawyers are not regulated by the court. They are regulated by law society, okay? If there are cases of indiscipline, code of ethics, that is not taken care of by the court. There is a special tribunal that actually makes sure that lawyers are up to date. They conduct them in the manner that is not of disrepute to the court. What the Chief Justice was saying was trying to highlight that the conduct of the lawyers who are supposed to be, when you're called learned member or learned friend, it means that you are held with the high esteem in terms of knowing and in terms of conducting yourself in private and in public. In fact, it's said that as a lawyer, you should always conduct yourself in a proper way, whether in a private life or in a public life. So when lawyers or people who are expected to be officers of the court are misrepresenting, have materials that are actually not supposed to be, that are not, they know, that's called sharp practice. They are using materials knowingly, that they are trying to manipulate the system to their favor, knowing that the material they have is fraudulently obtained. then that brings to what is called disrepute to the crown, or rather to the court, and that is in contrast to the to the Chief Justice to emphasize that there is lack of decorum, lack of decency in dispensing the rule of law, and in lawyers conducting or carrying themselves in the public, because what will the public say if lawyers are liars? What will the public do if lawyers who are supposed to be learned are lying in court, in the very same house that they are called officers of that court? What Azimio was doing, though, very important that Bwana Jeff, you mentioned, is that they were doing what is called a mere expedition of a mere hinge of expedition of fishing of evidence, where you say where you will get a police officer telling you that what is that is there. Then because you are wearing a safety belt, they will tell you it's okay. If you don't mind, I can help you to get it. Okay? Are you not able to reach to get your insurance? Then you say, it's fine, officer. You can go ahead and do what? And get it for me. You know what you have done? You have given permission for the police officer to search your vehicle when you can easily say no. So that is a mere expedition of fishing of evidence. That is exactly when, as Neo was saying about opening the server and being given access, they didn't know that there are levels of access. There is application access. There is device access, device management access. There is what is called user management access, that they do not take into consideration that those are layers of security. And that being said, they were on an expedition of fishing for evidence. And to crown this, Mr. Mburu, you mentioned a very critical and fundamental question that was asked by Smoking Wanjala, and that points to the amendment to the Election Act of 2012 and 2016 that provided, that I mentioned earlier, that every party has a right to position their agents. And if you fail and there is malpractice, then your grounds of proving might be very difficult for you to prove your allegations in a court of law. So that is where the Azimio failed. And we have to say that a time of election has gone. Now let's talk about how we can come together as our leaders, both Raila Amolo Odinga and Ruto have come together for a common good. And the common good here is not the self-interest of Raila Amolo Odinga in 2027 or the self-interest of William Samoei Ruto in 2027, but rather to come together and find out how they can elevate the poverty levels, education, healthcare for a common wananchi to benefit through their leadership and collaboration and corroboration of their leadership skills. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Just a minute before Mr. Leo comes in. Mr. Leo, just 1 minute. You know, these guys, Mise and Jeff, they believe in propaganda so much like their master. That's why you find it so hard debating with them on this issue of election. There's something that I have sent to you, Mr. Mzalendo, on WhatsApp. So you come on, share that thing. There's something I've sent you on our WhatsApp. And Mr. Mburu and Mr. Mzalendo and Mr. Mise should understand that in a time the guys were sent to go and look at and verify the server, there are some images that were found on those servers. In fact, it was one server. They were to open around 5, but they only allowed to open one server only. And it was Mr. Njoroge, the IT man for Azimio, said on the media na iko mpaka sahi kuwa they shared more than 100 mails to Supreme Court but Supreme Court only choose 10 only na wakachana na 90. I don't know why they decided that, but for me, I know that the Supreme Court was biased. Mzalendo, can you share that thing that Mnakumia calls up? Okay, Baya, just come in as Mzalendo and Raila kushare. Just come in, Mr. Baya.
For the record, we are not propaganda machines. We are only, some of us have IT knowledge, so we cannot just allow.
But Mr. Messi, when I say that you are propaganda, you are calling Azimio's lawyers that they're the one who presented that ile fake document, and yet it is the media that is that guy called Nani. That I don't know the name of that guy, although he was also part a third party in that petition, but it was not from Azimio lawyers. It was from that guy. I've just forgotten that name that presented that fake document. But when I insist on the media, it was Azimio.
So what's your argument with what has been displayed there?
That is one of the images that was found on the server.
What is that? What does that mean to you as a layman or as a?
Yeah, that's why I shared it, because you said you have a knowledge on IT. Nilikuwa nataka uniambie if you see anything on that document, uniambie what is it ambao umeona, because you said that you have a knowledge on the IT. That's why I've sent to Mr. Mzalendo for you to see and tell me anything that unaona pale ambayo inaweza kuwa of a concern.
There is nothing of concern. When you're using technology, there is something called latency. Okay, there is even when you run a test on latency, there is a time when there is dropout. It's allowed, and if you can see there is consistency. I can't see exactly what this is. I don't know what kind of logs are these, but from what I'm looking at, if you're logging out, even testing the way the consistency and flow of your internet, you will always find some dropout. And when I see a lot of consistency. Once in a while there could be a drop, but I don't know what this query is trying to achieve. What is this query? You need to tell me, what is this query? What was this query for?
Okay, that query was trying to show people the guys who are able to enter, to log in to that server. Able pandisha juu kidogo Mr. Mzalendo. Because when you look at the query, you'll find there's a date and there's a time and there's a day also. Just able pandisha juu kidogo Mr. Mzalendo. That thing.
Just give me a minute. I'm manipulating it. So
yeah, that is a query to show who logged in the server, what time they logged in, which day they logged in, and which time alitoka nje, and how many times did this guy log into the server.
So let me ask you, okay? So what is your argument now?
You guys, you have been saying that the server was ilikuwa sawa, it was not interfered with. No one from outside the IBC logged in the server. Those were the argument that you have been saying.
You are forgetting one thing, Mr. G. The fact that IBC, there are computers in IBC and there is a server in IBC, it doesn't mean that the server is hosted at IBC. Most of the servers are virtual servers. They can be hosted in the US when you are in Kenya. Okay, so it depends. You can log in remotely to a virtual server. So it depends the setup. What you're displaying here, it could be a system administrator. Two people cannot be able to manipulate presidential elections, transmission of votes of which is thousands and thousands, and change them, just two people, by just logging in several times. And look at the intervals of their logging in, and they are logging in from consistent. And you have to know whether the server is set to be dynamic or static, or whether it's on a dynamic IP or on a static IP. So what I see here, the server is set on a dynamic. That is why it is picking different IP addresses. For you as a layman, you could be thinking they are logging in from different locations. So these are some of the things that you cannot understand unless you have understood how the server is set up. And if you look at the intervals, for example, someone logs in 1930, someone logs in 1935, 1921, 1921. How do you know that maybe, and you don't even know where this server is to be able to tell the time? Because if the server is hosted, let's say, for example, in the US, there is a time difference in Kenya. How do you tally that? There's a lot of questions that you need, a lot of things that you have to take into consideration. Just because you think something is housed in a server, there are many things. Everything has its own server. Applications has its own server. You know.
So, Mr. Messi, Mr. you are trying to say that any person is allowed to enter into the server?
Not any person.
Okay, just a question before. Just one question before you answer. When was the election date?
When was the election date?
Yeah.
It is in
your date about to land to vote. When was that?
It is in the constitution.
No, leave alone mambo ya constitution. I'm trying to ask you the date of where the day we went to vote. Kama ilikuwa ni tarehe 8, tarehe 10, tarehe 11 ama tarehe 6. When was that date we went to vote?
That is an obvious question. It's in the public knowledge.
Yeah. Okay. Just say that you are not sure of the date.
No, I'm not sure of the date. What is your question?
Okay. When was the date? I wanted you to speak that our viewers will listen to hear from you. When was the date?
What I'm telling you, you're doing what Azimio was actually doing.
No, I want to show you something. That's why I'm asking that question. I want to show you something based on this message you're seeing on the screen. That's why I'm asking you the date of that day. When was that day?
It's August. It is
August when? When was the date?
You see,
August
guys.
8. Look at the first. Look at Oguna. Look at Oguna. The first time he logged in. When was it? On Tuesday. No.
Do you know what?
You see, you guys, because we want to have a varied discussion. These kind of documents, we don't even know the authors. We don't know where it comes from. We don't know what is this you are showing people on the screen.
Exactly.
We don't know the validity of the document.
You know, that's why I say that you guys should always believe in propaganda. That's why you always don't want truth.
So Mr. G,
this is an image.
Even where you got this thing from.
Okay, and this thing I got it from Joroge.
Mr.
You know, you are just misleading us, Mr. Mburu. You are just misleading us.
That you cannot prove the authenticity.
Exactly. That's him. Even the query, you don't know the query and what the query is supposed to achieve.
I even don't know what Mr. G is asking.
This is a Linux server, and a Linux server has different commands other than from a Windows server, Mr. G. What you are seeing here might not necessarily give you what you intend or you are looking for.
No, I don't think there is anything we can discuss on the public with that document there. It's unnecessary.
And Mr. Njoroge, I was actually surprised. His arguments were just hogwash. I'm not that educated like or expert in IT like Mr. Njoroge, but I was actually very surprised that Azimio chose a man who could just mislead them without telling them the system logs, telling them encrypting and decrypting of documents when they are transmitted. They are not just transmitted as images. He wasn't talking about that. And how long this, he was quite misleading.
Those guys were just eating Baba's money.
Yeah.
Because, Mr. G, this document you are showing us here, I think this is the wrong platform. It was supposed to be shown in the court of law, because that is where they have the system to scrutinize documents and to let people understand what is it all
But
about.
Mburu, I told you that we shared more than 100 mails to Supreme Court, but only choose 10
For what?
wakachana na hizi zingine because they were
You
biased.
see, Mr. G, do you know if you go back to your research and do your research, you're gonna see the ground under which the Azimio court was, case was thrown out. Just do your research and you'll be satisfied. And don't just rely on what Mr. Joroge gave you. Go
Okay.
back to revisit even the submission of Mahat, that guy, the IBC lawyer. Listen to the submission, and I can tell you for sure, you're gonna be satisfied. You're gonna be satisfied. So those documents will not help because I don't even believe you understand what they mean.
Mburu,
Mr. G needs to heal because Mr. Raila has healed and is a friend to Ruto. There's no need of him continuing being an enemy to Ruto.
Leo, you've been quiet for some time. I'm losing my voice, so I've already lost my voice. I'm trying very hard to catch up.
Why are you losing your voice? Okay, maybe
I've been here for so long. Yeah.
just before I forget, I just wanted to respond to Mburu. Mburu said something that I think we should not allow it to get. We should not allow him to get away with it concerning Chebukati. That people are now castigating Chebukati because he did his work, and people are praising Chebukati when he was contesting. Yes, it is true. Chebukati was an ODM candidate. I think it is Chebu Chai or something like that. It's Chebu something constituency when he wanted to contest as an MP. So the fact that he was an ODM candidate doesn't mean he cannot change. People do change. I might be your friend today, then the next day I'll betray you or I'll do something that I know is not right. You might know me today, but tomorrow when I wake up, when they tell you that is Leo that you knew, maybe I'll be a different person. Just the same way in your house, you might have your wife today. The next day, she'll do something strange. So because Chebukati was in ODM, it doesn't mean that he remains a saint or he should be praised. Maybe he hadn't done anything wrong when he was in ODM. So we are now talking of Chebukati, the chairman of IEBC, not Chebukati, the ODM member. So though he already retired, so whatever we say about him doesn't have any value, doesn't add any value. He's not going to be there in future, so we can't discuss of maybe evicting him. He retired. So whatever bad that he did, it depends with what he believes in. If he believes that people get paid for their deeds, then so be it. If he doesn't believe in such a thing, I know people will be judged according to what they believe in. Again, when it comes to these things of the servers and the IBC, I think unless you want to talk of them for prosperity or maybe for future elections, but as it stands, we as Kenyans just said to accept that our systems are so rotten. So the only thing we can do, we can talk of these servers in preparation of maybe cleaning the systems and ensuring that the future elections are going to be credible. But whining over it is not going to help. It is true. The elections, not only in Kenya, in Africa, are not credible. And if you are politician enough, you will be able to see how Ruto is rewarding those people who aided him. Indeed, these people in the side of Uhuru, we were not deep state. Ruto was really deep rooted. If you saw Major General Karangi being rewarded, these are the people that Uhuru defended on for some intelligence. He did not know that these people were earning salaries to give the head of state, the head of government, some intelligence. Yet he was doing the same. He was giving the same intelligence to William Ruto, and William Ruto said some time back that he gets some intelligence. So those guys who are working, this guy called, is it the boy or whatever? I saw him in State House. So everybody is being rewarded. So we don't need to talk of. We are not forgetting what happened. It was really terrible.
Leo, what about Ogola? Ogola, your kinsman.
Okay, I have to tell you, Ogola wasn't rewarded. There is rewarding somebody, and there is getting something on merit. If we do an interview here, Muzalendo, and we do it and you emerge maybe the best, they'll give you the position. But a point whereby there are those people who are normally called after interview to fill in the gaps. And they say, oh, Flani, oh, Ebukuja. But there are those people who are picked. Ogola wasn't rewarded. That one we have to agree. Ogola merited. And Ruto appreciated, he rewarded merit on Ogola. But the retired people like Karangi, what business do they have? Somebody's being made a chancellor, like Dedan Kimathi University. You know, these are political rewards. We have to agree. So let us just Kenyans accept the mistake happened.
Anyway,
We try to make things better next time.
There's nothing wrong with rewarding those people you feel that can deliver your vision. My only problem with William Ruto is that the rate of unemployment among the youth is so high that he shouldn't be rewarding these people who are pensioners. Karangi is already earning a salary, and there are so many Kenyans out there who can perform this particular job. That should be your argument. So moving forward, we need to see some merit in the Ruto's government. We need him to see some hustlers being appointed, and I believe there are so many positions that are left to be occupied by the hustler nations, but we are yet to see William Ruto employing hustlers, because that was his agenda, satisfying the hustler nation. The ambassadorial position that are yet to be occupied should be occupied, some of them by the hustler, the mamambogas of this country. And I think that is why technically he has left some of those positions for, of course, his new brother Raila Odinga and his hustler team. So we are going to see a lot of changes in Ruto's government and a lot of appointments that we didn't expect. But for now, he's literally satisfying his base. We have talked about elections so much and what needs to be what was done. You know, what was done and it has happened, and there's nothing that we can change about it. What can we do in future so that we have a good electoral process whereby even the winner of the election is satisfied that the results, the exercise was conducted free and fair, and the opposition goes home satisfied that he actually lost the election. Kenya is setting a precedence of a new democracy where the opposition works with the government. Whenever they lose election, they have to come into government. This is a new style of democracy that should be embraced by each and every African country, that when you lose elections, there's a way you can come back in government and be part of that government. So that is what we are seeing in Kenyan politics. Is it healthy for our democracy? Is it is it a good thing for our democracy? Maybe yes and no. If the guys who are watching us can give us their view on this particular matter, it is very, very important, because we are seeing elections which are hotly contested. We can't verify the winner, and we can't even justify that the guy who is claiming that he has lost the election actually lost the election, because first they don't have any credible evidence to show that. So what are we going to do in future so that we have an election that is verifiable and election that is credible? My my take on that particular issue, before you all jump in, is that what needs to be done. What needs to be done is so simple. This is the simplest thing, but the opposition does not want that, because they also want to manipulate the process. The ruling government does also not want that, because they also want to benefit on the loopholes in election. Both Raila Odinga wanted to benefit on the loopholes in election. William Ruto also wants to benefit from the loopholes in election. When it comes to appointment of IBC, We are told that 2 people are the ones who are going to appoint, and they want to appoint people who they know that are going to work for them. So definitely, I am appointing Leo because Leo is inclined to my side to be in IBC, and will be conduct a free and fair election. That is a big lie. That will not happen. That will be a very, very big lie. So what do we need to talk about? Talk about the real issue. The real issue here is how are we going to conduct a free and fair election? A free and fair election can only be conducted if the fourth estate, which is the media, is involved in election and they call election as it happens. Kura ikimalizika kule kwa mashinani kwa classroom, a Citizen TV can announce that result and that result be authentic, because there is an IBC official there in that particular polling center. And Leo, where you are seated in Sierra, you can tally that vote and marry and actually add up and know who has won the election. What is this craziness of ballots to bombers? That exercise of taking things to bombers is so irrelevant, a waste of taxpayers' money, and building on anxieties which are not there. Elections conducted on that very, very day. By morning, saa 5 saa 4, tushajua nani ameshinda kura ya urais. Because if you have already known the MCA who has won in your area or the MP who has won, and the ballots were cast in the same polling center, then you are being told again that these ones are being ferried sijui wapi. Even the ones that are being ferried to another center should not happen. Elections are, according to Maina Kiai's ruling, in when we had it in 2007 or when, not in 2007, Maina Kiai ruling. I'm forgetting Maina Kiai ruling. Maina Kiai ruling was very, very clear. Elections are done at the polling center, and that is it. If there is any manipulation at the polling center, and what is the process? The process is a physical process, whereby if the physical process fails, if the electronic process fails, then we have a physical backing. It is done at the polling center. That is where Azimio failed. At the polling point, there's no any other point. If you didn't have agents at the particular point, then don't bother people with a lot of this drama that your elections were stolen. Yet you didn't have even agents. So elections are done at polling point. Count your votes at polling point. They announce at polling point. That's the end of story. Hii mambo ya kwenda Bomas, sijui mnangojea nini Bomas ya nini? Presidential ihesabiwe polling station, media, all the media houses will be running in each and every polling station, so that they can be the first to wear this particular news. And they should be funded well enough so that they can cover each and every polling point. I'm giving you an example of here in the US. In the US, Fox News supports Donald Trump and they support Republicans. When the elections were done and Donald Trump wanted to rig the elections, Fox News were first to announce to call an election in a particular state that he thought that was too fast. That was too fast for them, being that they're inclined to the Republican Party. That was too fast for them to call that election that he has lost. Eventually, even when the countings were done, because Fox had already compiled the counting in that particular state and saying that you are going to lose, even if there are these other votes which are coming from your strongholds, you have already lost this particular state. That is how elections should be done in Kenya. And I'm telling you, no politicians wants to do this, because from the MCA to the presidency, they want to use a system where they can manipulate the process. And you here, out here, me and you, we keep on defending them with their lies. And we are here burning the midnight oil without any particular solutions. Then we need to really think whether we love our country or we love our politician more than our country. Hey, thank you very much. Leo.
Zelendo.
Yeah.
Yeah. I first of all, there's this thing that we keep on talking of, and we need to get it out. I know I don't blame you. you've been away and you've not been in connection with this country quite for some time. And most of the information you give us, you consume it from the media. And people do say that, media is either lazy or evil or both. So media will never give you some factual things, but they'll either do it intentionally, maybe to serve certain purposes. So to correct you, we currently in Kenya, though our constitution was majorly borrowed from the one you people use there in the US, and I think that is what is really hurting this country. It's number one, expensive. Number two, Kenya wasn't that mature for that type of democracy that is practiced in America, because I see if even Americans are getting challenged, and they are the ones that are celebrated as the most democratic democracies that we have within the world. So Kenyans, we borrowed something that was beyond us. But all in all, we never disappoint. We are trying to live with it. So the constitution that we're having, remember, we are having a parliamentary and a presidential system. So we currently don't have opposition. So telling us that Kenya is setting up a precedence of a special type of democracy where opposition can work with government is so misleading. We are having a government that is having three equal arms. I can have a member of parliament who represent the legislative elected from a party that did not support the person who is heading the executive. That one doesn't make him opposition. He is in government. The civil servants, including the teachers and the nurses there, they're also part of government. And we're also having the judiciary. And if you look at our parliament currently, we don't have opposition. We are having majority and minority. So you can either be in the majority side or be in the minority side. So I think during the debates, when the motions are brought,
I think we are losing net because of network. But what he's trying to say is true. Yeah, we have minority and we have a majority. But what they are trying to make law right now is that they want to create an opposition office, which we have been talking about. So when you talk about minority, you're just talking about the opposition technically. There is nothing else. There's nothing. Even if you want to sugarcoat it that you are all in government, you are not in government. You are not in the cabinet of William Ruto. You don't make decisions for government. So there is, when you say that we are a parliamentary system and we are all in government, we are not all in government. The government is run by the person who carried the day on 8th of August, and that is the president. He's the one who formed the government. The minority leadership does not form government. So Leo Leo is backstage. Leo, I just wanted. He's coming in and out.
Okay, what is it that you're doing?
Yeah, I wanted to add you back because you seem to be confused between minority and the opposition. When you are right by saying that we have a parliamentary system where we don't have the opposition. That is why an office is being created for you, so that you have an opposition leader's office. Right now, you are not in government. Don't assume you are in government. You are in whose government? You are in whose government?
No, let me ask you. Let me ask you. For example, my member of parliament back in the village is called David Ochieng. Or let me not use that. You tell me he's in government. I have this member of parliament, Opio and I, or the next Luo Kingpin, Babu Owino. So they are not in government.
Which are they serving the government of William Ruto? Are they
members of legislature? The government is having three arms. So they ask, who are they serving?
They are serving the people who took them to parliament. They are serving their constituents. They are not serving
I think such kind of confusion is what is the problem that we have in this country.
We have a member. Okay. What is the role? What is the role of the minority in parliament?
The role of minority.
Yeah.
Our constitution talks of we are going to have the majority and the minority. So
I'll ask you a simple question. What is the role of the minority in parliament?
Minority in parliament, we only have the role of the members of parliament, and they have equal roles of legislating, amending laws, and passing things like budgets. We don't have a situation whereby you are saying the minority will be passing this, the majority will be passing this. So those are political. Those are political. But legally, all MPs are equal as far as their roles are concerned. So when you oppose, we used to have this term opposition makes it appear so ambiguous, whereby if I talk opposition, if the president today comes and says that, okay, we are going to ensure that medication is free, that is a bill that has been brought by the side of the president, the majority. So what should the minority do? They should oppose that because they're in opposition. Let me ask you that simple.
They scrutinize the bill. They scrutinize the bill. There are committees in parliament that scrutinize. It is taken through so many stages. They not necessarily oppose any bill brought in by the government. But if it is the bill that is bipartisan, they will support it. If it is a bill that is not bipartisan, they will not support it. Why didn't they support it?
So we are having opposition that should just be waiting to be bipartisan.
Why didn't the minority support the finance bill?
They didn't support the finance bill because to them, they represented the majority of Kenyans who did not believe in the bill. Had the bill been okay, they would have supported it. So do you want to tell me when you support a bill, you now join the government? When you don't support it, you are out of the government.
Leo,
anyway, away from that, let me respond to the question that
you're making an assumption. You're making an assumption, just a quick one. Your assumption that the minority represented the majority of Kenyans is just based on your assumption. Okay? That could not be the reality.
Away from that, Zalendo has brought a good question that I need to respond to as we move on. Moving forward, what should we do? I think on my sincere opinion, we've been having elections in this country after every 5 years. And most of these elections, like currently we are having about 9 positions. And out of these 9 positions, yes, there are normally some disputes in those other ballots, the other 8 ballots, but they are minimal and they're normally sorted within the courts and they're normally settled. There's only one ballot, there's only one position that will always have issues. These are positions that almost everybody is interested in. It has got some vested interest by common mwananchi, businessmen, the foreigners, or our foreign partners. So this position of presidency is what brings the problem. People might suggest that we do election of president on a different date and get results instantly. But I think we need to think of how we elect the president. The president is the head of state. He has got the highest responsibility in this country. So when we leave the election of president to every Tom, Dick, and Harry, the same people, if you read the Bible, they asked, do you want this Jesus or you want the other Jesus? They chose the other Jesus, the Jesus I'm talking of. And they chose to crucify the real Jesus. So these are the people you want to elect a president. Majority of the voters in Kenya, I have no apology, are illiterate. The middle class, the learned in the society don't vote. They think voting is wasting their time. That is why they're the majority, and I'm really happy that Ruto is making them to suffer most. To come again,
is it in order for Leo,
just wait a bit.
Leo to use
we have to say this.
Jesus referring Raila Molo Odinga and William Samoei Ruto? I think it's in order that we correct him.
Not really. No, not really.
I think in Zalendo you need to call out Leo.
Words in my mouth.
And also he misquoted the Bible. I don't know, Mr. Mise. Mr. Leo also misquoted the Bible. There were no 2 Jesus in that verse.
There was Barnabas, the Bar Jesus. So
those were thieves. So you cannot equate Jesus. You cannot
You know some of Azimio supporters.
Allow me speak. Mzalendo, protect me.
To you, I will allow you to
Mzalendo,
speak,
the moderator,
please.
protect me.
I want to protect you, but retrieve your statement that you said earlier.
He needs to retract he needs to recant his statement, or use a different analogy other than Jesus.
Use a different analysis.
Let me say this. When people are given opportunity to choose, people are likely to go with the most popular. You know, we have popular and famous. They go for the most famous. They don't look at, there's a difference between famous and popular. You'll check at that one later. So we need to think. I would really propose that we think of how we elect the presidents. Why can't we have a situation whereby we elect these other people like members of parliament wapigane huko, then they're the guys. We have like electoral colleges. I know people will say that tumedharau wengine. The president can be elected in parliament. Such like things. Instead of putting like 20 million to go and vote, and out of this 20 million, I've told you, the middle class, wale wamesoma wako civilized kidogo, they don't vote. They will tell you they can't line there. So they've left the responsibility of electing the CEO, the most important person in the country, in the hands of people who vote because of emotions, people who vote because of their hunger, when they are hungry and when they are angry, people who vote because you just give them 200 shillings. If you ask them, why are you voting? We have people voting just because of some short-term happiness. So
Leo,
we
thank you.
not allow everybody, every Tom, Dick, and Harry to elect the president. I think that one will work. The moment the president will be elected in this parliament, so we ensure we don't elect sycophants as MPs. We concentrate. Actually, the president will not even have the say on who I elect as an MCA. That one will sort the problem we're having in this country.
Leo, I want you to talk to your party that democracy starts with the primaries in your particular party. So when you're talking about national democracy, then you should also go back to the grassroots and say, let the will of the people prevail when you're talking about democracy. Let the will of the people prevail in ODM, let the will of the people prevail in UDA. So the issue of rigging or favoring your favorite candidate during primaries should stop. So if you want a free and fair process.
No, Mzalando, we can't take you serious on that because you are an interested party. You are an interested party when you talk of party nominations. I think you are one of the people who things might have not gone right on your end. So anybody else can speak about party primaries and will take them seriously. When you talk of party primaries, let me support that.
I think
we have what is called guided democracy. Yes, we have democracy. We have guided democracy. Imagine people nominating and electing Kawira Mwangaza. It is democracy. But these people ought to have been guided that how do you leave a professor of law, Harvard professor of law, and elect somebody who's having PhD in a tighter location and a miracle interpretation. So they're now reaping. We need to guide people sometimes. We need to guide them. Listen. Tell them you want this person, yes, but now we are guiding you. That is still democracy, guided democracy.
Jesus of Nazareth.
Yeah. Just to add something on what Leo has said, Mr. Mzalendo, just to add something on what Leo has said. Leo.
What I've not heard is Mr. G disagreeing with what Mr. Leo is saying, just because they are all from us.
No, I want to disagree something here. That's why I'm saying, allow me to speak something. Kuna kitu ambao I want to disagree with Mr. Leo. On this issue of electing president. Mr. Leo, this corruption inaingilia kila mahali. Even if we say that we want to elect those other things like MPs, and then we allow the MPs now to elect the president, still they will use money and they will buy these people, and still those people will just elect the person that we don't want. I think the best thing we need to work on our part, on our side, whereby we get that through the people, maybe the agents, the people whom we can trust. And they can trust us also. And those people should be guarding our votes. But hii mambo ingine hata tukisema tunaambia kwa parliament, they still buy those people. Now watachagua tu watu ambao hawafai. And everything itaenda a mess. So for me, I believe we need to find people who can trust us, and also we can trust them. Na hao watu wasiwe able kununuliwa like what we had last time, because we never had agents. Kwa sababu gani? They were bought. Most of them were bought. That's why we never had them. Look at the scenario kama pale Central Kenya. Central Kenya were being told that those agents were being paid more than 10,000. Na sisi kwa Azimio hata hatupatiana in fact hatukuwa na hata mmoja. Those are the allegations ambazo ziko nje. So in such scenario, how can we win the election? Itakuwa ngumu. And even if we appoint somebody, an MP, alafu tumpeleke kwa parliament, the same scenario will just happen. So in this way, we need to play our part by choosing people who can trust on us, and people tunaweza wa trust. That's where we never win this war.
Thank you, Mr. G. Thank you, Mr. G. I can see the guys on the comment section. You've been really helping us in this discussion. I want to recognize Matthews, Shamula Matthews. Matthews, asante sana. Please end up on YouTube and subscribe to Afrique 24. We want you to be part of this team. We want you to guide the conversation. We also want you to participate in the way forward for our country. We have moved to matters elections. We are looking at the best way that we can conduct elections in Kenya. Mark Bosire, asante sana kwa kutuambia huyo mtu alikuwa anaitwa Chinedu. Flo Amenyo, karibu kwa show next time, Madam Flo. You are welcome in this show. You can air your views. You can tell us what we need to do best for our country, because these politicians, let me tell you, wanajitafutia zao peke yao kwa ile kiti. Vivian Song, thank you for being part of the discussion. Beryl, Dren, thank you, asante sana. Please, ninyi watu wale kwa comment section, please mendeni pale kwa YouTube, subscribe kwa Afrique, hiyo Afrique Diaspora 24. Please subscribe to Afrique Diaspora 24 so that we can you can be part of this show. Ali, ulikuwa nasi hapo mapema kidogo tukiongea mambo ya tracking business. Asante sana for being part of this show. Now, guys, we need to wind up this show for tonight. It has been a pleasure and of having all of you. I know Misa is burning to continue and continue. No, lazima tuache utamu. Lazima tuache kila kitu na utamu.
Yeah, but Mr. Mzalendo, Mr. Mzalendo, you asked a question. You allowed this Azimio diehards to keep talking. We were waiting for us to answer the question.
We were giving our parting shot, Mzalendo.
I think unless you have got something that is really burning that you need to respond
to. Yes, we have a lot of things.
There was a question you asked, and we would like to answer that question. And because you asked a question about what should be done for people to be satisfied with how we conduct our elections in Kenya. And I had several proposals. But I think the first thing that we should change as a nation is our attitude. The attitude, both from our leaders and the electorate. Because unless we change our attitude and we have some trusting the process and trusting each other, there is no way we shall ever say that an election is free and fair. Mr. Mzalendo, I remember in 2017 when Maraga Court nullified the elections, there are proposals they made, and they told the Electoral Commission, if you don't rectify these areas and you come back here again, we're going to nullify the election again. And the Electoral Commission went back. They rectified all those areas that were proposed by the court. They hired the most expensive, the most remarkable organization, technology in the world, not in Kenya, Smartmatic. If this organization could conduct American election, With 350 million people, Kenya, we are only 50 million. And we still say it wasn't fair. Then I don't think there is any other technology that we can employ for us to believe that the election is true, is free and fair. So number one is we need to change our attitude. We need to start trusting each other, because unless now we want foreigners to come and conduct our elections. Even if we employ our local technology, nobody will believe it, because we have made it in our mind, unless the one I support wins, then it wasn't fair, then it wasn't free. Even if we employ robots and we say nobody is going to be involved, we shall still not believe the robots. So what do? We start with our attitude. We start with even our conduct and our behaviors, because right now here, for instance, Mr. Muzaredo, you know very well that here you don't even have to go to the ballot. We don't have to go to Raila. We vote through mails. Muzaredo, maybe you can tell people, we vote in our houses. We only send the document. People receive it. They open. They see whom you have voted for, and everybody will believe.
Election is Tuesday next week. I will cover that. Yeah.
And you see, Mr. Muzarendo, these people who say that Raila Odinga was leaked out, even the governors from their areas, they were all voted through the same system and through the same electoral commission. And none of them said, no, I don't believe this process. They all accepted. They are senators. Everybody was, and you know, in 2022, we had very few complaints in the court of people who took the cases there. So it means to a greater extent it was free and fair. We had no governor going, we had very few cases taken to court from all other positions. So I think what we need to do, first of all, is for the leaders and electorates to know, after we go for the general elections, somebody will lose, somebody will win, and it might be my candidate. So if my candidate wins, I should be okay. If we lose, I should also be okay. And that is where we have a problem. The other thing I can add is that we need to change the way we choose our electoral commission, the commissioners. We have to base it on competence. I saw some of those commissioners and I doubted their qualifications, because I think to some extent they were being chosen not considering so much their experience and their education and their background. They were looking for people who can vote, who can lead for them. So we need to come up with a method that will ensure the people we get are people who can go above board, and they consider the nation more than anything else. They think about the country more than anything else. If we have a very good process for choosing the the commissioners, that one will help us so much, and we make sure we don't involve these politicians in choosing the commissioners, because everybody, every time they think of the person who is going to be there, must be someone who is related to me, or we are friends, or is somebody I can manipulate so that that person can lead on my behalf. And I want to tell you, all these people, both sides, they were trying to lead. It's only that sometimes you lead and you fail to lead, you fail to win. So what we need to do, we have to change the way we do things. We have to rise above board, our conduct, our behaviors from the leaders, because these presidents that Muzaredo, you cannot be trusted with votes. Geoffrey cannot be trusted. Mise, if we tell you today, stay there with your computer, we are sending our votes, just count them and tell us who wins. You find that you cannot be trusted with that. That is a big problem as a nation. I don't know who will help us unless we decide ourselves that we have now to change our culture. We must start now embracing being honest. You see here in America, my final remark, that there are some things we can borrow. These Americans, they have no secret. You tell them something, they feel that thing, is against the law, they are your friends, but they will call police when you are with them there. Then you see a police officer. Then they tell you, can you repeat what you told me? They will report you, but they have no problem with you. And tomorrow they continue greeting you. So we should be more honest. We should be more open. We should have that trustworthiness that we can handle things and be trusted. That is what I think.
Yeah. I think
there's something I want to speak about on the issue of what Mburu has said. You know, Mburu, I think he's advocating too much for this farm called systematic, and yet it is a corrupt farm. Comparing it with the US and how it conducted election, I think Mburu, you need to know that it's not only a matter of believing election or believing the results, the outcome. The issue is you have to look also for the history of that farm. I don't know if you know that these guys, the systematic, conducted election in Singapore and they also conducted election in the Philippines. And I don't know if you know the outcome of all these things. So when you come out and start advocating for it too much, try to go back and look at those countries that it has conducted. Even here in Uganda, it's conducted election. Just go back and look at those elections, how they were. But to me, I think, as much as I can agree with some of the things you have said about trust, about doing things right, but on the issue of advocating for systematic was incompetent. It was not a good farm that could give eligible, all trusted results for this election.
Yeah, but Mr. G, are you forgetting that Raila Amolo Odinga, as an interested party, had the opportunity to point out the incompetence or the history of systematics?
We shared it out. Even we called a team of Chebukati and his team. They came to Bomas. They talked with our people. We told them these things we don't agree with this farm. We don't even trust this farm. We gave them the evidence on what happened to Philippines and what happened to Singapore, but they did not listen to us. You know, this was a predetermined case. Even though we had a weak president who was Uhuru was a weak president. That's why he did not help us also.
I wouldn't want to argue that the retired and one of your strongest Baba's supporter, who once declared that his leader is none other than Raila Amolo Odinga, is a weak president. I think that is being unfair to the person who supported your president with all his mighty. He gave him all the choppers to fly around, give him all the resources. So I think that's being ungrateful. But I just wanted to argue that to begin with, the cry and complaints of one Leo Nyabayo, as a village boy, one thing that I've known over a period of years is that rewarding in politics is not new. In governance, it's called symbiotic relationship. So this is a practice that is worldwide. When Obama won the election, he appointed Hillary Clinton as the Secretary of State, regardless of how competitive they were. So rewarding is something that I want to appreciate William Samoei Ruto for giving a lot of young people below the age of 60 an opportunity to represent this country in different capacities, serve in different capacities. Now, one thing that I find as a double speak from my friend Leo Nyabayo and Mr. G is that they have what is called selective application of recognition, because when Ruto is busy rewarding the Luo Nyanza with development, this has not been an issue at all. This has been wide open, welcome, because it is helping our brothers and sisters back in the village. But when William Ruto goes across the country and rewards people who will propel his agenda, his manifesto, people who have conceptualized what his dream is, then it becomes a problem. Even when he has appointed your own fellow brothers and sisters, what kind of selective application of recognition of rewarding is this? Now, the other thing I wanted to mention is you ought to realize that one of the most beneficiary in every election is one Raila Amolo Odinga. In every defeat comes with an opportunity for him to serve in the government and benefit in one way or the other. So for him, it's not a loss. For him, it is a ground, a strong ground. For him, the more he loses, the more and stronger ground he has to negotiate and push the government to give him what he has. He asked for carpet. He was given carpet. He asked for an office for the prime minister. He was given. He asked for a handshake. He was given. Now he asked for engagement. There was now William Ruto has given in the parliamentary bipartisan engagement. So that in itself will tell you the greatest beneficiary in every election has never been a loser, but a beneficiary is when Raila Amolo Odinga. Now, I wanted to weigh into to your question, Mzalendo. You asked, what can we do to reform our electoral system? I want to say that I was involved, I've said it again and again, during Kivuitu's time. The issue of doing online returns did not start during the time of Chebukati. It actually started when we had dial-up connections. I was actually in charge of Nyanza and Coast in setting up dial-up connections prior to 2007. And we started around 2005. So I had the privilege to go to every electoral commission of Kenya offices to set up that kind of setup to be able to return, to have online returns. So we must appreciate the involvement, how our electoral, the IBC, or rather the electoral body, has evolved over a period of time to the extent that we had real-time results that were being transmitted. Now, maybe we need to talk about the body or the company that is being entrusted with the responsibility of running our elections should be held accountable. Number one, we should the Kenyan people's intellectual property must be protected in a manner that we must have control of our intellectual property, as opposed to it given out to an external company that we don't know what they do or use our information for. So the other thing I would recommend is having external auditor that can audit that company. For example, Smartmatics ought to have an external auditor that can audit it during or in terms of dispute, to ensure that they run a credible and accessible results elections without being manipulated in any way. The same way we have anti-terrorism and money laundering measures in place, and banks or financial institutions are audited by an external auditor, the same way we need to audit our electoral bodies. Now, the other thing I wanted to mention is that, we need to own our intellectual property. Our intellectual property is used anyhow. Right now, when Raila assumes and sits down to work with Raila Amolo Odinga, with William Samoei Ruto, agenda number one should be reforming IBC. Otherwise, we cannot have Raila being or playing the part of that famous bard that is called the hornbill, that every time he has to cry and make noise, and then that period comes for election when he had the opportunity to transform or push for transformation of that electoral body to make sure that they have given credible results. I want to finish with this. A very beautiful story, Mzalendo. There is this story that we learned or we were told about when we were young. The noise hornbill kept quacking throughout the entire forest, but the forest was different to its tribe. One ladybird was, however, cautious and skeptical of the wanton indifference of the forest. Animals of the forest, the noise hornbill will one day bring trouble to the forest. We must look into this hornbill's noise. The ladybird warned, but the forest chose to ignore the ladybird. You are too small, ladybird, to be worried about the hornbill's problem. Plus, it's your norm to always mind our business, exclaimed another. What business do you have with hornbill's problem? Yes, what business do you have? Hornbill's problems are hornbill's problems. They responded in unison, laughing at the uncanny sarcasm. If hornbill wants to shout, let him shout for heaven's sake. If hornbills want to yell and sing a song, let him yell and sing a song. It's none of our business, and we suggest that none of yours too. Now, one day, the hunter who hadn't caught any game for days heard the screams of the noisy hornbill and followed the calls. It was an easy prey. He came to the clearing and shot the noisy bird off the tree. The hornbill fell on an anthill where there was a mushroom. The hunter, seeing the mushroom, knocked the mushroom off the ground to go eat with the hornbill. While at it, he found a snail next to the mushroom and took it as well to go make a good broth. Since he had no snack to carry all the bounty he had gathered, he cut down the banana and nearby to package his hunt and a rope plant to tie them with. The hunter cleared everything useful, only leaving behind lonely ladybird, since he had no use for it. Why am I giving this story? I'm giving this story because we have seen the people like Eden Dwale now are coming to the public and they are saying the port has been auctioned. Our public properties or government properties have been privatized and the title deeds have been given to individuals. Now, the hornbill has made noise. The ladybird has warned us. As Kenyans, we need to make clear decisions. We need to stop living in denial. We need to support a leader who is going to champion our interests, or else all of us will be killed and hunted like the animals of the forest. So this evening, I'm calling upon my brothers Leo Nyabaya and Mr. G to join the team that is championing neither for the government or for the opposition, but for the voice of the unit of purpose to champion the development of our country, not because we like Raila Amolo Odinga or not because we like William Samoei Ruto, but because we are going to follow and hold accountable a leader who is going to take our country to a different level, that is going to benefit us, but not to perish us. Thank you.
Well, I've lost my voice, but just bear with me. Bear with me. Nitajaribu tu kidogo. Bear with me. Nimepoteza sauti, but I hope I'm audible. You can all hear me. Guys, we need to wind up. We are all working in the morning. If you are in Kenya, tafadhali sisi sasa tunataka kwenda kulala. We are going to sleep for 2 hours, then we'll be back again in the evening with a similar show. This time we will inform you in good time, Mr. G, so that you are there in good time. Mr. Leo, thank you. Thank you for being part of this show. And Mr. Mburu kama kawaida. Mburu, I hope you got my message. Don't go away. We need you in the backstage for a minute. Now,
Mzalendo, let me give my last
yeah, I need you to give your last remark. Then we wind up the show. We've done 6 hours, and we need to run. Your last comment. Dakika
okay, thank you.
30 seconds.
No, 30 seconds. Give me at least 1 minute or 2 minutes. You know, there's something that Mr. Messi has. He's trying to defend. You know, this. I don't know if it's Messi or I think it's Messi who has been defending this systematic farm. And you know, when I say that we had a weak president, amekuja hapo against blessing akisema kuwa no, it's wrong for me to say he's a weak. Yeah. And when I say that we had a weak president, he came out, guns blazing, trying to tell me that he's wrong when I use that word. You should know, Messi, that by last time, by the former government, our president was weak, and that's why Ruto was able to play with us like children. This Ruto is somebody who used to respond to our president. Come and respond kwa mtoto. At an extent going to an extent of going to threaten him also, like any other guy. Unasimamaje wewe mtu ambaye ni deputy president, unaanza ku threaten the president, the sitting president. And this is what was going on. That's why I'm saying that we had a weak president. Uhuru angekuwa strong, angekuwa amechapo mtu kiboko sana. So my last comment was that when I talked about election of Philippines and election also of Singapore and of Uganda, when we go back to that Philippines election, this same firm systematic was taken to court na ikakubali kuwa is true. They manipulated almost 202 million votes. Wakakubali.
I think you don't have the right story. You don't have the right story. Whatever is in court, whatever was in court, Mr. G, I need you to produce whatever you are reading on the net. Whatever in court was in court about Smartmatic was about the tender, how it got the tender to do the elections in Philippines, and that is why they were taken to court. It was not about how the election was conducted. By and large, I have shared with you an information that says that. Let me share it with you again. That the elections were free and fair.
I think tomorrow let's share the video. Listen to them wakikubali wakiwa in court. The video is there out in the media. I will share it to you.
Yeah, so hiyo ni video, but they share that kind of information so that we tusaidiane, because hiyo ilikuwa ni tendering process, ndio ilikuwa ni shida. If they had that evidence would have been used in a court in the US. If that evidence was in a court in Philippines, it would have been used in a court in the US. And people like Fox would have lost their case and Donald Trump. But since it was never used in anywhere, then that was a very, very, just check on the information carefully. You'll find that it was about tendering. It was not about transmission of elections. You can go on. I didn't mean to interject. You can go on.
Thank you for guiding, Mr. G. You are actually right, Mr. Mzalendo, that his facts are misleading, because it was about tendering, and there is a possibility that they may tender in 2025 still in Philippines, despite the fact there were issues that were raised.
Yeah, so get your facts right. So don't say things that you can't back.
I will share the clips. I know you guys how you always behave, Quanta Messi. So I will share the clip for you guys to know the truth.
I remember Mr. G and Missy on where? Whose trip? Ruto's trip to Uganda.
The propaganda of Ruto's trip. That is what you always do, Bana. So I know how you people behave. But I'll share the
Actually, Leo might disagree with you that we are very objective. We do criticize William Ruto whenever we feel that he is not doing right. One of the things that we are going to discuss the day after tomorrow or over the weekend is the taxes that are being imposed to people in diaspora. We run the economy of Kenya, yet we are being told that anything above $500, we have to pay for it. This is something that we do not agree with William Ruto. The fact that we support him doesn't mean that we can't criticize him. Unlike Azimio people, despite the fact that people are dying, property is being destroyed, you still go on and can't point out and say it's about time to say this country is greater than an individual. This is where the difference is. And Leo can agree with me that we are, Zalendo, myself, Mburu, we are very objective. We are not propaganda machines as you may brand us.
I'm not branding you guys to propaganda, but you always prove it that you are propagandists. So what I'm trying to say is, I think, as Mburu said, on the issue of trustworthy, if at all we want to get people who can lead us well and who can lead this nation to where we want it to be, I think we need to find people who have their heart on the people of Kenya. Si hawa watu ambao wanajitakia wenyewe, watu ambao wanajitakia kila wakati, they think of themselves, like what is happening in Meru, the governor. Even though I had issue with those MCS, but the governor has a problem also. Going and employing even his sister ambaye hata haja qualify for that post anampatia, alafu pia tenders pia kwa anapatia his families, and kitu ambacho nikasisha sana, her stepdaughter anashindwa hata kwenda shule kwa sababu ya school fees, and yet she is a governor, and all those problem ambazo zinaendelea pale. So we always go with our emotions, tunachagua watu ambao hawafai, alafu ikifika mbele tunaanza kulia. I think this time round we try to warn you guys that the person you are going to elect atakuja kuharibu Kenya. You did not listen. Sasa tumeingia kwa shimo. Messi anaanza kuongea mambo ya taxes kwa sababu because Messi knows that hiyo mambo ya taxes itamguza ikifika mahali pa kurudi Kenya. That's why you want to talk about those taxes. But what we know, mtu ameingiza Kenya kwa shimo na mpaka tukubali 5 years itaisha hivyo hivyo.
Just a quick warning and word of advice is that when it comes to matters family, whether you are a leader or not, it's not an issue that you want to be debated. When you become when you have relatives and you have, you've been blessed to have some money or authority, sometimes your own family members can bring you down and paint you as someone who has failed to dispense leadership from your own family, and they can fight you from within. So for me, what I advise, you cannot use that as there are other ways you can measure the performance of a leader without necessarily referencing how far and how much they have been able to help their relatives, because family is family. There are many things that we have seen, even when during Kibaki's time. I happened to work with Kibaki's sons in Westlands, not sons but relatives in Westlands. We even saw Kibaki's brother, being featured as someone who is not really doing very well. So I just wanted to warn my brother G that when it comes to matters family, there's a lot of dynamic and a lot that you can't know, but more often it will be used as a tool to bring you down when you're in position of leadership.
Well said, Mr. Mise. Maybe I'll invite Leo, because Leo had got a very interesting position, saying that somebody who holds a PhD is a very good administrator. I don't know where I learned about that. So karibu sana Mr. Leo, and give your final remarks.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I think today has been great. You people have done almost 7 hours, and that is good when we keep our people being informed. And if we have such kind of interactions, I know next time we will not have hard time uh, convincing the Mburus why they don't need to vote emotionally, or why they don't need to vote to punish other people. Kenyans are realizing that in voting to punish other people, they end up punishing themselves. So we need to vote as Kenyans, and that is great. I also have to appreciate the visit of King Charles, despite some historical pains that we have. England and Kenya, or British and Kenya, have got some great relations that we can't wish away, despite the fact that they really made us suffer. But that kind of suffering is what hardened us. And if you look at the entire world, actually in Africa, we are only compared to Chinese. Kenyans are found almost everywhere. Even in Haiti, if you go today, you'll find some Kenyans doing businesses there. We were really hardened and prepared to go for get things outside there. So we have to appreciate that fact. And just to summarize on the matter of elections, moving forward, we need to see how we can identify with our elections and do away with this bitter contest. And for the people, I've seen so many comments of people saying that what Raila did yesterday was like some form of betrayal. I want to tell them it wasn't betrayal. Being a statesman means sometimes you have to put aside your differences. And I want to quote one William Ruto once was telling some Kisi people that, we have more problem with the people of Central than you. But when you're looking for leadership, you put those problems and differences down, then you look for leadership. Then once you get the leadership, that leadership will help you sort out the problem. And I can agree that he's now sorting out the problem. If you look at the people who are crying most, they are the people he was talking of. They're the people whose houses are getting demolished. They're the people whose businesses are getting interfered with. They're the people who can no longer import things to bring at Nyamakima because the cost of or the value of dollar is up there. So they have to dig deep in their pockets, despite several missions telling them they are signing some bipartisan, I don't know, agreements or coffee or whatever. Things just remain the same. So moving forward, Wakenya tutakuwa tumefunguka akili, na tukienda pale kwenye kituo kupiga kura, utakuwa unapiga kura unasema huyu mtu nampigia, ama hiki kikundi ninachokipigia wataweza kutekeleza matakwa yangu, ama ninawapigia ili kufanya watu wengine wahisi vibaya. So with all that, nasema tu asante. I appreciate everyone. I'm Zalendo for being there, Jeff, Missy and Mr. Chief, always keeping it live. Na wenzetu tuweze kukutana kesho ili tuweze kusongesha au gurudumu letu la Kenya mbele.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you, Leo, for that precise and very informative, as always. Me, Jeff Mburu.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Muzarendo of Africa, Africa TV. Thank you so much for the opportunity you always give us to come here and air our views. I think it's very important. We keep on informing each other, and also we keep helping people to continue hearing, because losing an election is not easy. I don't have the experience because all the candidates have been supporting, they have been winning. So I don't have the experience of how people feel when they lose the election. But I want to tell Mr. G and Mr. Leo, we are here to help you heal. Go through the healing process. Your Baba, your boss has already healed and he has moved on. And we are we are waiting to see you also rising above the occasion and healing and accepting that your president is one William Samoei Ruto. And out of your lamentations, I can tell you are still yet to heal. You'll be healed and you'll be fine. you're gonna join Baba. Baba has healed, and now he is in the State House enjoying together with the president. He has accepted that William Ruto is not an illegitimate president. He is a legitimate president. And also Kenyans should learn something out of all this. When you hear our leaders calling each other names and hyping you, telling you about no retreat, no surrender, you're going to storm the State House, Ruto must go, and all those, don't buy those ideas. They just do that to hype you up, to become emotional, and just to force the government agree on what they want. These people are friends. Baba and Ruto are very close friends. So I don't see the reason why me and Mr. G here, Mr. Leo, Mr. Mzarendo, and Mise, we should exchange bros and hate each other because of politics. We should be enjoying politics. We should never be emotional about our leaders or who becomes what. We should always think about our lives as a people. We should criticize the government when it does wrong. We should commend them when they do well. And we should always, as I always say, support the government and pray for the government. It is our government. If the government fails, we all fail. If it succeeds, it is our nation which succeeds. And I also want to tell people we have a good president. He is fixing the economy. Maybe you might not see it today. Things don't happen overnight. So those who are telling us that now we know, they told us not to vote for William Ruto, we have learned a lesson. There is nothing to learn. We are wise enough, we are knowledgeable enough to know that things happen through a gradual process. And William Ruto, being a strategic person and a wise leader, I am confident that within a shortest time possible, the economy of Kenya will be doing very well. You have seen today, he is not delaying the county money. The counties are getting money on time. Not only that, the salaries that people are getting from the government, the salaries are not borrowed loans. That is how the government is supposed to be managed. So William Ruto is laying down strategies of good financial management, that if we are to borrow, not for recurrent expenditure, it is for permanent assets. And I know within no time, as time goes by, Mr. G will come to agree with us that William Ruto is making a very strategic move, and he is fixing the economy of our nation together with our lovely deputy president that many people criticize. Many people think he is an idiot, but he is the best deputy president that as time goes by, we shall come to understand him and we shall love him. Thank you. God bless you. God do you good. Don't forget, subscribe
Mzalendo.
to.
Yeah.
Don't
Mzalendo.
forget to subscribe to Africa 24.
Just a minute before Mburu leaves. Mburu is trying to tell us that we should not believe our leaders when they tell us that tusiende maandamano ama tusiende State House, we should not storm State House, do not do anything. I think, Mburu, you have never read about Jasmine Revolution. I don't know if you know how the story was about the Jasmine Revolution.
I want you to heal my brother.
No, I'm healing. But now when you tell us that we should not listen or believe on our leaders, then you are misleading us, because in Jasmine Revolution, it took less than 2 months, 1 month or 2 months for those guys to kick out the president. So even this guy, we can kick him out.
You see, Mr. G, you have to learn from history. You see, don't compare Kenya with other nations and other revolutions that have happened to other places. You have to learn from history and the precedents. The precedences we have set for ourselves. We know how the politics of Kenya happen and how they end. So don't expect anything new. You just need to look at the patterns. For me, I knew where Baba is going, where he will end. So it's, if you were expecting
Mzalendo, what you're doing now is wrong. because you are sharing photos
I am
on a
not
wrong guy, and then you share something wrong at the end.
No. You know.
No. Yeah, those are the photos you have to share. But now, if you start sharing things that are not are not relevant,
it is Mr. who is doing that. Mr. Please, can you remove that whatever you are sharing? I am the one who is hosting this particular show. I don't want you to be putting things that I have not sanctioned, and stop putting as mere faces whenever somebody is making remarks, and to see how gloomy they are or how happy they are. We don't want to see people's faces. And stop. We have said that this election is a kneeling process. It's a kneeling process. Yeah, election is a kneeling process.
Mr. G is hearing very well. Mr. G,
yeah.
When we started the show,
King and Queen are set to arrive in Nairobi from October 31st to November 3rd, according to the British High Commission in Nairobi. British Army atrocities. Kenya Police stopped a news conference aimed to expose allegations of human rights and environmental abuses by the British soldiers during their stay in the country. The new look national ID. Kenya government gazettes a new digital ID that adds face and Irish biometrics. Governor Arati in trouble. GSU unit obstructed the entrance of Governor Arati's office in Kisii. Matters Kiambu politics. President William Ruto moves swiftly in Kiambu to quell the rift among leaders in Kiambu. And once again, La Pulga, Lionel Messi wins the 8th Ballon d'Or. Congratulations, La Pulga.
Yes, I thank you very much to our viewers who have been with us for the last 6 hours, going to 7 hours. And if you didn't know that Messi won the Ballon d'Or, it is the 8th Ballon d'Or. So Messi is the greatest, is the GOAT in soccer. So Messi has won 8 times that coveted trophy. So congratulations, Messi. Congratulations, Argentina, for those who love soccer. This is your number one authentic channel, Afrique Diaspora 24. We will bring for you the news as it is. We will bring for you both sides of the verse, as me on this side and UDA on the other side, trying to defend the taxes that William Ruto has imposed on Kenya. Tomorrow, we will be discussing the tax regime of Kenya Kwanza. Can we build an economy with taxes? Is that a way of building an economy? So stay tuned. Na pia ujaribu sana uende pale YouTube and subscribe to our channel, Afrique Diaspora 24 on YouTube. We are now officially on YouTube. You will see that logo. We need those numbers. We've just begun. So
Mzalendo, just before you close, can I play that clip that I was talking about? Ama tungoje mpaka kesho. About it will take around 2 to 3 minutes.
That will open another debate. So
no, please. It will not open another debate. It's just to put things straight. Just put things straight.
It will open about.
No, it will not open. Just listen to the clip and then we close. Just listen to the clip and then we close. Okay.
Yeah, you can let him do it, Mr. Mzalendo. For the sake of healing.
No, you are
for the sake of healing.
For the sake of healing.
It's not about healing, Bana. It's not about healing. Yeah, just a minute. Just a minute. I'm sharing it. Just a minute.
Yeah. So you see, Mr. Mzalendo, I was saying, Mr. G, when we started the show, Mr. G was very serious. And nowadays, he's accepting the situation as we proceed. I see the healing process is taking place very well. Together with Mr. Leo.
He's just distancing himself from the radicals like Stone PK. So that's
No, you know, Leo today. Leo today is a very gloomy man. I can see
He's
from
tough.
his reactions, you know, and Baba going to State House has not really impressed Leo.
Yeah, they are wondering how can Baba do that?
alikuwa anataka kutoa watu state, but
Okay.
Leo we need to talk.
Understand, Mr. Chairman, that for example, in the case of some travel agencies where machines need to communicate with each other, a machine that does not have the same time using, for example, a reservation system named Esquiva. If the time and date would not coincide, then that message would be rejected as a precaution. So we're just wondering why, in the case of Smartmatic, you did not have this kind of a precaution to make sure that the times are synchronized with each other. Because it would be anomalous, very obvious, Mr. Chairman, that when there are two entities communicating, whether these are human beings or machines, they should be communicating at the same time and date.
Sir, if I may, the reason why doesn't happen is because for the Picos, remember, it operates standalone. From the moment it leaves the warehouse in Cabuyao, it never joins any network or talks to any other computer until the election is completed and the results are transmitted. So you can look at it as the Picos being blind and actually believing in the one only clock it has, which is its internal clock. Other than that, it has no other reference to compare to. In the example you've just given us, the computer of the tribal agency is actually synchronizing with time servers over the internet. And even if you switch the time, if you have the proper settings, it will go back to the right time once it sees the reference of the time servers. But the Picos is standalone, so it has no one to compare to. It basically has no one to tell them your time is wrong.
So what you're saying, what you're telling us is that the server is the one that dictates whether it will accept the message or not, irrespective of the time being used by the sender.
The server is not looking at the time, but rather the digital signatures and the contents of the package being generated by the Pico. So
but if that's the case, Mr. Chairman, what's the use of having a time as far as the Pico sender is concerned? What's the purpose of the time if that is immaterial?
The time gives you the sequence of the actions, and when you actually
but this, if I may interrupt, as Congressman Gomez says, if this sequence can be delayed to 10 in the evening, what the heck? My God.
Sir,
Your assurance was that anything that happens between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. would be reflected as 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. I didn't know that 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. could be moved to 10 in the evening. You realize what a fool you have made,
sir,
of the legislators who passed this law?
I understand, sir. With all due respect, it's an unforeseen situation. It's one
unforeseen.
Yes, sir.
That was the principal guarantee that this would be an honest election, that we would know digitally what would happen during election day and during the election hours.
And you do, sir, if I may.
No, I'll forget that. The sons of bitches. You had us standing here guaranteeing to the public and the world that even if fraud is committed, we would be able to trace it. We never said that fraud could not be committed, but you said we could trace it. And now you tell me that at 10 in the evening you could do it and we would never know.
No, sir. I stand by our product, and we can trace everything that we do.
I move that the unparliamentary remark like SOBs be taken off from the record.
Yes, they should be taken off. My God.
So, what is the argument here? What are you trying to prove?
No, I just wanted to prove to you that systematic is not. Sorry, there's some echo kidogo hapa. Yeah, I was trying to prove to you that systematic on that election that they're talking about, it proved to be not reliable.
No.
Systematic.
No.
Yeah, systematic.
What you're picking, what is the argument, Mr. G, there? The argument is that when the server is sending is a standalone and is not connected to the time servers. Okay? So if it's not it's not connected to the world time servers, then it means it's not going to register any time because there's no conversion of the time at the time it is being transmitted. It's going to register the time where the transmission, the standalone computers, the time of where the transmission begins. So your understanding and the understanding of those people, the argument, it does not befit our country. But he's saying, if you want to know, you look at the time. You can mine us back. If you want to know the time, you can know by the logs. Everything that you put to the server creates a log. So you can go back to the standalone computer and look at the clock manually. What time is it, right? What happened from this time to this time? At what rate a latency is transmitted? How many, at what microseconds it is transmitted, and you can calculate and you can get the time. But you see, because I think Philippines, like any other country like Africa, people are emotional. That's why in the US you can't speak to an expert witness that way, you know. So that is why it is sorry guys. So that is why the argument there is skewed, Mr. G. You cannot use that argument to justify where an expert is explaining to someone who is not expert, and someone who is not expert, who has authority, is intimidating expert.
Messi, just go back and listen to that clip and listen to the whole full clip. I think we agree that we are not opening another debate. So Mzalendo, I think it's a good time we can close. Let Messi go back and listen to that clip vizuri aelewe before coming here and defending them. Messi always anapenda to defend propaganda. That's why he cannot allow that one to go.
To be honest, Mr. G, what you have shown us is just an emotional guy,
yes,
who is not willing to take any professional advice. Exactly. And some people swim on their ignorance, because if you don't understand technology and the technician there is trying to explain to you, but you are not willing to listen, all what you want to know is that the moment the transmission has been done, it should be seen on the transmission at the same time with the server. I mean, that guy, I think he does not have what we call emotional intelligence. So exactly. I see somebody who lacks emotional intelligence, somebody who cannot be informed, somebody who cannot be, actually he does not deserve even to be a chair of that kind of a meeting.
He's abusing his power to intimidate.
You can't talk to anybody like that.
Yeah, that's so bad. This is a very bad example you use, Mr. G, to illustrate using Mzalendo, it's about time to end this show.